Yo, what's going on, everybody? I hope you're all excited. I'm very hyped. So, today we are going to be reading, as the title suggests, of course, we are going to be reading Nasu's notes, which is, to my knowledge, a little piece that he put together back in 1999 that essentially sets up the whole Nasuverse. I don't know much about the grand scheme of things, but from what I've heard from other people and like bits and pieces from stuff people have said in chat, like, oh, this is from notes, or this is from notes, or this is from notes. This essentially sets up how like humanity, Gaia, and Alaya, and how like the counterforce and all that works, and how the planet itself has like a soul, and that's how Chaldeus came to be, right? Because in the FGO storyline, Chaldeus, which is the thing we have at Chaldea that lets us see into the future to make sure humanity's presence is still there, to make sure we don't go extinct, or if there is something that makes us not, or if like we can't see the light of civilization in the future, that means something went wrong and we have to fix it, and we have 100 years to fix it before something goes wrong. The whole way they were able to do that was by making a copy or a projection of the planet's soul, like 100 years in the future, if I'm not mistaken. And so a lot of stuff in not just the Fate universe, but all of the Nasuverse works, a lot of it stems from this first piece he published back in 1999. And so I've never read it. It's not too long. It's pretty short. We're going to be reading this, which should hopefully take under an hour, depending on how long I take to read. And then Garden of Avalon we will be reading after that. I've got that ready to go right here as well. Garden of Avalon is essentially a piece that was published that came out with the Ufotable Fate Stay Night Unlimited Bladeworks adaptation in 2014-2015, if I'm not mistaken. And this was a piece that was never published in English, and so some fans, I know I'm not a huge big, I'm normally not a huge big fan of fan translations, but this one looked really well put together. They even went as far as to like literally put like, look at this, the backgrounds and the all the different art pieces that they threw in here. I really appreciated how it was all put together. And so we'll be reading this after notes. You can see I put a little Nasu mushroom up there in the top left corner of the screen, and I've also got my mushroom hat on to pay tribute to our Lord and Savior Nasu. All right, but yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. There are chapters or like sections at the very least. There's like chapters and sections to both these stories, and so I probably won't be reading chat until we hit like one of those sections, just so everyone knows. Not that I'm ignoring you all, I just want to make sure that I get through this in a timely fashion and we're not sitting here for 6 hours reading these, because I know they definitely should not take that long. I think the Garden of Avalon is a little longer. Garden of Avalon is a little longer, and Notes is pretty short. Notes should not take more than an hour, and Garden of Avalon might take an hour or two, maybe, depending on how fast I'm going. All right, cracking a cold one. And we'll get some music started, too. I've got some background music. I was mainly going to play... We're going to play the Garden of Avalon actual official soundtrack that came with the CD in... Unlimited Bladeworks 24. So I didn't even explain what that really was. Garden of Avalon is essentially a story of King Arthur during her life in the Nasuverse. Because, of course, King Arthur's story in the Nasuverse is a little different than King Arthur in real life. It's inspired by it, so there's a lot of similarities, but you get specifics. And a lot of it is going to be very important, I'd imagine, going into Lost Belt 6. So we're starting Lost Belt 6 this weekend. And before going into Lost Belt 6, I wanted to experience both Notes and Garden of Avalon. So that's why we're reading both of these this stream. All right. So we have Notes. Let's get started on this. So this is translated by EvoSpace, editor Rainius. Give them credit too. Here we go. So Notes by Kinoko Nasu. Hopefully am I even pronouncing his name right? Kinoko Nasu. This was what I wrote when I was invited to make an anthology. Oh, I need music too. Hang on. Sorry. We're already screwing up the stream. I'm just going to play like some Skyrim music for the background of Notes. Probably doesn't fit the theme perfectly, but I know Skyrim music is at least copyright free, so that's why we're putting it in the background. Just something peaceful to listen to while we read. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. All right. Notes by Kinoko Nasu. This was what I wrote when I was invited to make an anthology comic on the topic of angels. However, the anthology wasn't text-based, and the other two were artists, so I was in trouble. What is the meaning of a novel when over half of the book was pictures, especially when it's a short novel? That's how I came up with the irregular notes after my doubtfulness. I remember that I was pretty satisfied with what I came up with, considering that it was completed in a short amount of time. Although it's unpleasant to the eyes, it brings back memories when I cut and pasted what I typed out from the word processor. If I ever get a chance, I would like to make this into a real series of story too. I always think about that when I look at the black barrel. And we know what that is, because that shows up at some point in FGO. All right, moving on. Whoops. Pay no mind to that. I had it on OBS. Oh, this doesn't go down. Hang on. How do I... Oh, there we go. Okay, I was hitting the wrong button. All right. So I think this is like the, chapter 0. The aircraft rose further up in the troposphere. The sea of ashen clouds had yet to disappear. Iron wings soared in the gray sky to annihilate the common enemy of the human race. At the end of the battle, all but one of the aircraft that had participated in the mission were destroyed. Perhaps he was lucky that an obsolete AI was piloting it. The AI-controlled plane was the only one that was unaffected by the heat of the enemy. I continued to fly by myself. The organic pulsations echoing in the machine were just as I thought, belonged only to myself. I opened the hangar and drew out my gun. The air flowing in the machine was cold, burning his lungs. The internal temperature had reached below 0. The coat he wore carried minimum meaning. It was a level that would just barely sustain organic life. The aircraft, which had only been intended to act as a transport for flight-capable species, was unequipped with weaponry. If I were to fight, I had to risk my life. Arctic cold and rampaging winds, the corpses of my comrades' spinal fluid leaking out from the noses and ears laid behind me, an old aircraft which could crash at any moment. The situation was so obsoletely bleak that I felt like singing out loud. Holding the black barrel, which I modified for sniping, I did nothing but await for the enemy. For the moment the enemy would enter the scope, for the moment I could pull the trigger and be at ease. 7 days had been added to the clock of the plane. Only 7 days have passed. My paralyzed brain felt that I could continue staying like this for another month, or maybe another year. My body was always on the verge of collapsing. How many days and months have it been? My mind, my language, myself. Just when I had lost everything, I recollected everything back. The gun's sight caught the enemy. I pulled the trigger without hesitation. My brain that punched through its limits was scorched. Just one brief moment before I fell into unconsciousness. Just one slight moment before I blacked out. Just a moment before I was about to fade away, I witnessed the form of my enemy. How beautiful. Between a rift in the clouds, I saw an angel. Bum bum bum! Okay. And is this the timeline, I think, right? Shoot it. Yeah, this kind of explains everything that we're about to read. So that was sort of like a prologue there. Not too important yet. And then this is going to explain some stuff a bit, so let's read this page. It's a glossary, which he thought was in the very end, at least in my version. Should I read this now? It kind of looks like this explains some stuff. Or should we wait till the end? We getting into angels, yes sir. Notes. So we have chapter 1 is original sin, chapter 2 is public garden, chapter 3 is Roman, chapter 4 is after images, chapter 5 is how a star is born. The fuck was that? And chapter 6 is glittering love. Interesting how chapter 5 is how a star is born, because isn't that the name of Lost Belt 6? How a planet is born, but it was originally how a star is born, and then it was retranslated because star in Japanese. I looked into this because I was confused, and a few different people in Discord helped me understand it. Star in Japanese can also mean planet, and it's because some of the earliest astronomers in Japan had the same word for star and planet, because when they're looking out at the night sky and they see a planet, it's just like a bright dot, just like a star. And so they called all the dots the same word, star/planet, and eventually, even after they would understand them as planets, they use the same word to describe them sometimes. Star equals planet. Hoshi, yeah, that's the word. So, I don't know, that makes me excited for chapter 5. All right. Yeah, it's just this page. Here, let's read this now then. So this is going to explain some of the words that we come across. So, overcount 1999. What's in the brackets? Is that like the translated from Japanese? Hagane no Daichi? Land of Steel. A planet that died, a globe that reached its end. And this is Earth in the future, as I'm understanding it, right? I did a little bit of research so I could comprehend some of this as I went through. Land of Steel. A planet that died, a globe that reached its end, a world where living things can't live. The name of the world in the present time, it's not its official name, but a nickname passed down between the people who live in the corrupted land. Like the name Land of Steel indicates, a large part of the continent are now wild lands that are torn apart, covered by tainted gray-colored cloud. Food can't be grown, and the atmosphere is no longer suited for the animals. To put it in a minimum... Hey, Soda, thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? The brackets are the words used for emphasis. You accomplished things, so it was good? Hell yeah. Glad to hear it. So in this world, food can't be grown, and the atmosphere is no longer suited for the animals. To put it in a human species way, a drastic end of a century. But even after the mother planet died, the humans were able to live on with its developed civil technology. Even the planet's end, where people once imagined, couldn't bring an end to mankind. It's totally Ruby text? What is that? A-Ray Hayakushu, 100 subspecies. The next generation of primates that were created by the human species who used up all the planet's resources. They were modeled after the living things that used to exist on the planet. They were modified or enhanced in order for them to survive on the corrupted planet. They were numerous branches to the A-rays, and they were categorized into about 100 major species. From 1 to 10 consists of the only one type. From 1 to 10 consists of only one type of A-rays, each and not a mass. Some carry the genes of humans, and they look like us, but a large part of them are mixed/evolved form of various creatures and primates. It's like in Japanese, they'll write a word, and on top of it, with smaller characters, they write a different one to elaborate on the meaning, or similar. In FSN, they would write Excalibur, then write Sword of Promised Victory on top. Oh, okay. Okay, so Land of Steel is the planet, Earth in the far future. The planet is completely fucked, and the A-Ray, or 100 subspecies, are basically what humans evolved into, taking almost similar, it almost sounds similar to the, what were the wolf people called in Lost Belt 1? The Yaga. Almost similar to the Yaga, but like with technology, and it seems like they might have even taken, they took some genes from other creatures and primates as well. So like, imagine the Yaga, but like cyborg is how I'm imagining it in my head. All right, Liner, human species. The human race on the Land of Steel evolved from a evolved form of the old human beings who adapted to this world without changing their shape. They technically belong to the A-rays as well. They were able to adapt and live on today's environment, but they still don't carry the ability more than a normal human being. They are building a country in order to reconstruct their old civilization. Ceasefire with the 100 A-rays. Okay. The cyborg wolf boys, yeah. Babel's Tale, the Great War. After the death of the planet, there was a war between the survived human race and the 100 A-rays. Mankind, in order to survive, and the A-rays to rule the world. Under the 6 sisters who united the unmasked A-rays, the human race were on the verge of defeat. Near the end of the war, mankind created the Knights and the human species, and it further killed the planet that's already dead. What? There was no victor to this war. It was interpreted by an intruder that suddenly appeared and nearly wiped out both sides. Okay, that's super ominous, or not ominous, vague, I guess, is the right word. Ether Liner, Knights. Life forms that received an even stronger effect from the drastic environment. They wield a special weapon called the Demonic Swords, aggressive species that can fight the A-rays equally without any support of firearms of the old age. There are currently 78 Knights enlisted. And who made the Knights? They said up top. Under the 6 sisters who united the unmasked A-rays, the human race were on the verge of defeat. Near the end of the war, mankind created the Knights, okay, and the human species. And it further killed the planet that was already dead. So the Knights are like superhumans, it sounds like. Currently 78 Knights. Knight Arms, the demonic/magical sword. The name of the weapon that Knights carry. All human species born in this world are affected by Jinn? Babies born with a large amount of Jinn in them shape it as if their bones during their lives, and when they reach adulthood, it is laid outside their body because it is created with the unanalyzed entity Jinn. It is able to cause various effects, and the power is strong enough to be considered a weapon. Only few humans can shape the demonic swords, and those who carry demonic swords powerful enough to be used for war are considered as knights. Only one demonic sword exists per knight. What? They almost sound like heroic spirits. They do. Or, I don't know. They're like... the A-rays sound like they're just evolved species. They're all like it says 100 different major species, but 1 to 10 of them, 1 to 10 of the A-rays are only one type of... Dude, some of this is so fucking vague, I can't even understand it. Some of them carry the genes of humans and they look like us, but a large part of them are mixed and evolved from various creatures and primates. Because this is so far in Earth's future, like evolution has just taken like a complete turn. The world's fucked, and some animals have like evolved to like be similar to humans. It means A-rays ranked 1 to 10 are just a bunch of individuals and not like a whole ass population. So it means there's literally only 10 A-rays that are... Okay, where were we? We were going over the demonic sword. That shit didn't make any sense either. Jinn, the name of the weapon that knights carry, the demonic or magical sword. All human species in this world are affected by Jinn. Babies born with a large amount of Jinn in them shape it as if they're bones during their lives. And when they reach adulthood, it is laid outside their body. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Because it is created with the unanalyzed entity Jinn, it is able to cause various effects, and its power is strong enough to be considered a weapon. Only few humans can shape the demonic sword, and those who carry a demonic sword powerful enough to be used for war are considered as knights. Only one demonic sword exists per knight. All right, and the last one, ether, Jinn. Okay, this explains what that is. Okay, I guess I should have read this one before that one. Ether, or Jinn, space dust. It is a name given to all harmful and unpredictable particles generated from the planet that lost its function. Although it is harmful to humans, sometimes it gives an unique effect to their body, and some call it ether. The 100 A-rays, human species, knights, are all new species created by this Jinn. The energy transfer rate of the Jinn scattered in the atmosphere is incredible, and it resulted in a new level of warfare that was never possible on this planet. With A-rays who can take in Jinn into their body, and demonic swords crystallized by the Jinn, all the weapons of the old age became useless. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I should have read this one before that because I didn't even know what Jinn was. The top 10 are the strongest of them. Gotcha. Jinn makes a man mean. All right. Here we go. Notes. I'll read the chapters again. Chapter 1 is Original Sin. Chapter 2 is Public Garden. Chapter 3 is Roman. Chapter 4 is After Images. Chapter 5 is How a Star is Born. I'm very excited for that one because that's literally the name of Lost Belt 6. And Chapter 6 is Glittering Love. All right. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to fucking squint my eyes to look at this shit, man. Here, let's zoom in a bit. Oh my, too much. All right. Do I read this like a manga? Is it right to left? Or can I read like a book? Yeah, it's left to right. Okay. Zoom D's nuts. What's up, Unafraid? Church is now in session, baby. So after I came back home from work, I saw an angel in my room holding a guitar. I guess I've finally gone insane. Long, blonde, wavy hair and pure white one-piece dress. A face that left hints of girlish youth and a ring of light floating on top of her head. If this wasn't an angel, I sure as hell didn't know what one was supposed to be. Good evening, the angel bowed with an awkward smile. After rubbing my eyes, I walked inside. The angel kept standing in the middle of the room holding the guitar, and for some reason was looking at me excitedly. Okay, who the hell are you? I'm an angel, she laughed with a smile. Yeah, I can tell. What I meant was, why are you in my room? If you are here to sell yourself, you came to the wrong room. I hate to break it to you, but I'm not making enough cash to buy an angel. I'm not here for that. What's the best way of putting it? I'd like to do your housework. I can do that myself. Get out. Now, I just can't do that. You see, I can do anything. Since she was full of confidence, I let her clean the place up. The result? A scene far more gruesome than a tragedy. My cooking's perfect, the angel said, quickly sticking her index finger up. No thanks. I can't take factory-produced food. It has too much nutrition, and the veins will rupture. You get what I'm saying? The angel nodded. Seems like she at least knew that I was a human, not part of the A-ray species. Okay, so what else can you do? I can play the guitar, she said happily, stroking the guitar. Her blue guitar was one of the types that used electricity to produce sound. It wasn't the kind of merchandise that went well with angels, and not just that, she just plain sucked. Damn. Get out. I took the angel's hand and kicked her out from the window. Days passed and I went to the hospital. There is nothing wrong with your brain, answered the fish-faced doctor. And so, every day after finishing work, I wasted energy chasing away that angel. Eventually, I gave up bothering to. The sky. It's dark, the angel muttered as she looked out to the sky from the window. An angel that didn't even know that. Figures. She didn't seem to be one of the artificial angels included in the A-rays. Hey, so where did you come from? I'm guessing you're not an A-ray on this side of the rift. I'm not an A-ray. Then what are you? I'm a being that was created from the hopes and dreams of the people living in this city. That's why I'm so pretty. I'm glad that everyone had such pure souls. The angel twirled around happily. The edge of her skirt waved like a dress. Now that she mentioned it, she seemed unreal. The angel was too beautiful to be an inhabitant of the land of steel. Her golden hair was so dazzling that instead it projected poison. So that means she's an illusion that only I can see? So why is the manifestation of everybody's imagination in my room? Because it's you who killed me. She seemed to be mad that I didn't realize that more than more so than the fact that I killed her. When I asked her if she came here to get revenge, she answered back with, "What's revenge?" The angel turned out to be pretty handy and learned many things gradually. Now she apparently grasped what it means to clean. The only exception was anything involving the guitar. I'm not improving with the guitar at all. I'm playing it just like I'm imagining it, but what I'm thinking and what's coming out are completely different. Ah, so there was a song she wanted to play. Of course she wouldn't get any better. No shit, that guitar hasn't been tuned. Yep, it was screwed up from the beginning. The angel tilted her head and asked, "What's tuning?" What's up, Pax? Okay, we get more information. So cloud sky, the sky, it's dark. The sky is covered by clouds. The thick layers of clouds hide the sky since the Great War. It doesn't mean the sky is gray. they just can't see the sky. Guardian angel. Artificial angels with the 100 A-rays, the 20th species within the 100, but it is equal to the top 10 just considering its power to destroy objects. A mass that protects a single A-ray species. The original is an angel in the largest religion of the old age. A human type that has a pair of bird wings. Aggressive species that uses the absorbed heavy particle that scattered in the atmosphere after the world got destroyed as its source of power. The last seed, humans. Human species who hasn't received any modification or their descendant. Since they are no longer able to survive on this planet, it is said that they are on the verge of extinction. In order for humans to live outside, they need support from medication or machines. They can't directly inhale the air, nor can they eat food made in the factory because they raise the physical ability too much that they become poisonous. They are rare, but have no value. This world fucked, yo. Alright, page 2. No man is fighting an angel and winning, basically. A female body having a pair of bird wings on the back. On top of that, if also has a beautiful form, then that life form is called an angel. My job was to shoot down 20 of those angels a day. That's why it wasn't that surprising for me to be seen as an enemy by all who were angels. I came to this city a year ago. The strangest city within a land of steel. No plants were able to grow on the soil of this planet. However, there were numerous gray-colored trees within the city, and even with withered grass field on top of a hill. In the hill at the center of the city, there were 2 gigantic trees that covered the sky. These trees reached the sea of clouds, and it was called the world trees for their size. Oh shit. All right. I know a lot of people said that when I read notes, you're going to start to piece together a lot of things that were inspiration later for Nasu's works later. That's totally like the trees of emptiness, right? Or they're obviously not the same exact thing. I'm just saying like that mental image is like the same thing though, right? Like that you could see how it would maybe be an inspiration. These trees reached the sea of clouds, and it was called the world trees for their size. I chose my job as an angel hunter. In this city, angels came down from the sky and attacked people every day. Although they do attack people, they're only at an annoying level of wild dogs, and not many were actually affected. But if we left them alone, the city would be filled with angels, so the city council had to hire hunters. I don't know if the angels have a set location they come down to, but I saw a lot of them in the forest of the city outskirts. Pulling the trigger of the gun, I absorbed the impact on my shoulder. The naked angel fell down and hit the floor as it was shot right in the forehead. On the floor of the forest, there were leaves and countless numbers of dead angels. Going across the rough surface of the earth, I returned to the walls that surrounded the city. A beast man who was appointed another area was waving his hand as he approached me. Hey, how's it going? Not much. 3 coppers per kill. If I consider the cost of the bullet, I won't even have a single copper for myself. It's because you use a gun. If you're a man, use your body. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not that well built. I even need to take medication in order to get oxygen. I'm doing my best just to live. I see. You humans are so inconvenient. Indeed, being human is inconvenient. The Beast Man, dude, they're totally Yaga. Like, this was totally inspiration for the Yaga in Lost Belt 1, too. That's so cool. Yes, in this world, humans are certainly inconvenient. That's why human beings in the old age made a lot of creative tools. As a result, A-rays were invented, and that ended up as the Great War. That's how pure human beings were gone. After a freeloader called the Angel stayed at my house, I increased my workload so that the Angel could eat food. Although materials produced at the factory are free, there's a limit to it, so I had to increase my daily quota from 20 to 30. How ironic was it to kill more angels to feed an angel? You're working hard lately. I'm just releasing my stress. Those targets actually look very alike to the cause of my stress and makes this lame job exciting. I couldn't help and let it out. The Beastman tilted his head. Oh, was that the Beastman's? My bad. I thought that was the Angel. You're working hard lately. I'm just releasing my stress. Those targets actually look a lot like my stress and makes this lame job a little more exciting. I couldn't help but let it out. The Beastman tilted his head. It's a good thing that you're dedicated to your job, but watch out. They said there were some knights who were inspecting the forest. I heard a demonic sword user was looking for you. What does that mean? Is there an Aristoteles coming this way? I don't know. More importantly, our pay is supposed to be lowered this month again. That's a more realistic problem. Right. Is the Financial Bureau ready to kill us now? I never did anything wrong, though, said a prisoner who murdered over 50 human species. The beast sighed as he looked at the pile of dead angels scattered across the forest. Hey, you think we can eat them? He muttered a bad idea. Forget it. You'll be punished by the heaven, I bet. I made an obvious reply as I shrugged my shoulders. Aristoteles. Aristoteles are 8 life forms that appeared near the end of the war. Unknown existences. Not only their appearance, but each of their biology differs significantly. The reason they use this name is a mystery, but the origin is probably a scientist from the old age. Considering mankind and the A-rays as their enemies. Oh, okay. So the Aristoteles don't like mankind or the A-rays. They repetitively attack them indiscriminately. Mankind were broken their platform completely, and the 100 A-rays decreased in number significantly by them. After the Great War was over, they slowed down their activity by the sea of clouds that covered the sky, but they still continue to slaughter the living things of the planet. Since then, the human species and the A-rays ceased fire, and till they destroy the common enemy, they group themselves together as the human race. Okay, so the A-rays, that's why he's talking to the Beastman. So the A-rays and mankind were at war with each other. Then these Aristoteles came down and just they're just murdering all of them indiscriminately, A-rays and humans alike. So the A-rays and the humans have come together to form like sort of an alliance against them for the time being anyway. Okay. Page 3. On my way home from work, I got caught by an angel. Not the angel at home, but an actual angel within the A-ray branch. You're not very sociable lately, rejecting an invitation from a pretty person like me. You must be impotent. She said that as she pushed me into a bar offering a glass of alcohol. It's true I haven't spoke to her in about half a year. While we were having some casual conversation, a bunch of hecklers butted in. They say the angel should accompany the A-rays instead of that human. I thought so too, but she shut them up with a glare. I'm sorry, were you offended? Yeah, I don't feel good about it, but they're right. Why do you care about someone like me? Don't the A-rays find a love partner in order to produce stronger species? I won't be able to create strong children. It doesn't hurt for an expection? It doesn't hurt for an expection, does it? Besides, our outside appearance matters more for us. There's not many species that are close to the angels, and you're my type. There's no problem. She said that as she drank the purple fizz in her glass. Her appearance was a real angel. Her wings weren't used for flying, but used as a dish to collect the heavy particles in the surroundings. The angel species were able to fly without wings, originally being the protectors for the A-ray called the Six Sisters. The angels were considered to have equal fighting power as the knights who carried the demonic sword. In other words, they can perform a destructive activity as a nuclear bomb on their own. As we drank more alcohol and more or less of our true characters were shown, she asked a weird question. Hey, why do you use a gun? Humans can't use Jinn like you A-rays, you know. Our strength is limited as well, so it's natural we have to rely on our weapons. What other practical firearms are there other than a gun?
That means humans aren't made to fight. But why do you still fight?
Well, let's see. If I recall correctly, my family was killed when I was small. That's when I dug up a gun and practiced shooting so I can take revenge.
Oh, typical.
Yeah, it's typical. I tried to laugh, but I couldn't. I never succeeded in trying to make a forced smile.
But doesn't a family mean they were of the same species? I never heard of any humans living around here.
I haven't told you, have I? I was originally born in the Westland, the other side of the Great Rift.
The Westland? You mean the continent that got wiped out by the Black Aristoteles?
Surprised, she fell silent. When Westland was completely scorched, I was a kid of only 12 or 13. An old story from about 7 years ago.
By the way, do you still do that job?
I do. There isn't any other job opportunity for a half-wit like me. I don't want to be kept under a protection as a rare species either. What are you still complaining about? They are different from you. Don't be concerned, it's silly.
I am concerned. I don't mind others do it, but it makes me angry to think that you of all people killing angels every day. Hey, why do you hunt angels?
That is because I am twisted. It's my job. I can't help it. I said that without looking at her in the eyes. She gave me a cold look, seeing through my lie.
You're right. You've quit thinking. That's why you don't feel any pain, but on the other hand, you don't feel any happiness either. You never have fun by recalling the past either. Your life must be like the machine you see. That's why you need to rely on something simple like logical reasoning in order to motivate yourself, the angel said with a discontent expression. But what's so wrong with being a machine? A theory that higher life forms having emotions was a real fantasy. What's wrong with you today? You seem very... Or is he saying this? What's wrong with you today? You seem very picky. No kidding. It's because you won't talk to me. A drunken angel isn't very appealing. What do you mean? I may look like this, but I'm very popular in my hometown. Answering, yeah, I sipped on my glass. I was supposed to restrain myself tonight, but I'm passing out before her. The angel asked me her last question. Hey, why do you fight? It's because I don't want to die. Then why don't you want to die? Probably because I want to live. Why do you want to live? Isn't that obvious? Because I never got to experience anything good. Is that so? Needing logical reason in order to live. You're an undeveloped life form. Saying that, she left first. But how can I help it? Because the human race kept on living by their instinct. The world died once. Having to rely on pessimistic reasoning is the only punishment given to the humans who were left behind. Damn, this is good so far. Oh no, is she drinking the Grimace shake? True. She's gonna die. Alright, here's some more definitions. The Six Sisters. At the time of the Great War, beings that ruled over the 100 A-rays. It's said that they looked just like humans, and that all six looked like witches in a fairy story wearing a black hat and riding on a broomstick. Each one of them carried an ability that surpasses all 100 A-rays. Near the end of the Great War, the youngest sister, the Judge, was defeated by a knight, but her death cry tore apart the continent. The whereabouts of the remaining 5 is unknown. Holy shit. The Black Aristoteles. An Aristoteles that appeared in the western continent. A black giant several dozen kilometers in size. Its form was pretty close to human. It was actually a group of black photon gas, and theoretically its size can expand infinitely. It carries an unknown core in its center that can only be described as an artificial sun, and the gases are emitted from this object. Of the 8 Aristoteles, it eliminated the most living things. The western continent went on an all-out battle, and it wiped them out without a scar. Although there is probably no such thing as a scar to this Aristoteles, after this incident a team of knights were sent to the western continent. After a fierce battle, it was sliced in half by a demonic sword of Knight Edem. the Emperor. The chopped artificial sun went berserk and burned the whole western continent. What the fuck? Type Jupiter? Oh, is that why it's gas? Wait, is that a... Oh! So there's 8 of them. So they're the planets. These are the planets? The types, otherwise known as the ultimate ones. And they're like literally the fucking planets themselves. I remember when I first found out about these things, I was asking chat, I think it was back in Lost Belt 3 when I was telling chat, I was like, chat, what happens if let's just kill the counterforce? Like, can we just go against Gaia or Elia and just get rid of all that shit so we can live without their influence? And chat was like, if you did that, all the ultimate ones would come after you. And I was like, what are the ultimate ones? And chat was like, you know, like just the fucking conscious living beings inside of all the planets. I was like, what? I was like, wait a second, what do you mean? What's the company called again? Yeah, Type Moon, right? But they only said there's 8 of these, so the moon's a fucking robot, right? The moon's a supercomputer. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't even see that. It literally says it right there. Type Jupiter. I didn't even see that. The black Aristoteles. It was actually a group of black photon gas, and theoretically its size can expand infinitely. It carries an unknown core in its center that can be only described as an artificial sun, and the gases are emitted from this object. Of the 8 Aristoteles, it eliminated the most living things because it's the largest planet, Jupiter. The western continent went on an all-out battle, and it wiped them out without a scar, so it didn't even get hit, and wiped out everyone on the western continent. Although there's probably no such thing as a scar to this Aristoteles. After this incident, a team of knights were sent to the western continent, and after a fierce battle, it was sliced in half by a demonic sword of the knight Edom, the Emperor. So these knights are fucking powerful, obviously. The chopped artificial sun went berserk and burned the whole western continent. Oh, we get another one, Type Saturn. The Cross. A cross-shaped Aristoteles that is 3,000 meters long. Its outer shell is composed of an illuminating mineral, and there's nothing else. That's cool. It's literally fucking Saturn, right? Its outer shell is composed of an illuminating mineral, like the rings of Saturn, and there's nothing else. This flying object fires a rain of light to the ground from its body. The rain is a cross-shaped electric impact that is a meter long, and it explodes as it hits the ground, annihilating the living things around it. There are variations to this cross-shaped light, and some causes an earthquake that tears apart the earth as it lands on the ground. The crosses struck on the ground and are just like tombs spread out about the wild land, aka the Flying Fortress. It seems to be the leader of the Aristoteles that are on the planet. Longinus, the Black Barrel, a black rifle that the gun god uses. Gun god? We haven't even seen this thing yet, or this hasn't been in the story yet, huh? A black rifle that the gun god uses, created by a mineral that counters all jinn. It's a weapon that is feared by all life forms that carry any slight amount of jinn. Dude, this is literally Kiritsugu's fucking magical circuits annihilator gun that he uses. Dude, like, this is totally like the influence for Kiritsugu, right? But because all living things that exist in the world are affected by jinn, it is impossible for them to use or even touch it. Oh, and that's why that makes sense for why the things that happened in Olympus happened, like when the servants just even touched us, like it was like radiation to them, y'all were saying, because the
we were the ammunition, or the MC and FGO is the ammunition for the Black Barrel in that storyline. And so when the divine heroic spirits like even touched us, we were like radiation to them because it countered them. Interesting. Because all living things that exist in the world are affected by Jinn, it is impossible for them to use or even touch it. The God Killer gun. If the target creature is stronger, in other words, the more Jinn it carries, the more powerful the bullet becomes. Today, only the rare species that weren't able to evolve and doesn't carry any Jinn can touch this gun. Oh wait, this was in the very beginning though, right? That's what was in the this at the very bottom. The prologue. Chapter 1 is called Godo. What do you think that means? I have no idea. Godo's the name of that frog thing, right? Chapter 0. And yes, I know the JP servants that have been announced at least because they're like advertisement for the game. Today, only the rare species that weren't able to evolve and doesn't carry any Jinn can touch this gun. So only the humans, only the, that's why... Wait, is Gun God the guy? Is that the gun that he's using? I'm not gonna lie, because of how it looks in FGO, I thought it was gonna be way fucking bigger. He just has it as like a sniper rifle, huh? Today, only the rare species that weren't able to evolve and doesn't carry any Jinn can touch this gun. And that's hit because he's like a human, right? Huh. The blood sky. The sky, it's red. The sky in this world, above the gray sea of clouds, there is not blue, but a red sky. It's not because of the pollution, but from the blood of one of the Aristoteles that appeared near the end of the Great War, type Pluto. Oh wait, it's not because of the pollution, but from the blood of one of the Aristoteles that appeared near the end of the Great War, type Pluto. In order to let Pluto enter the planet's atmosphere, the six sisters fought it and killed each other at the same time, and its blood covered the entire planet as a result. The gray cloud is said to be a shield that the six sisters placed. Within this red sky, the two Aristoteles that are prevented from entering the planet are floating like fishes that swim in the sea. Oh, what? So there's a barrier that the six sisters placed around the planet, and the red, it almost seems like when Type Pluto died, its blood was going to be like acid that rained down on the world or something, but it's just laying on top of that layer that they put. And then did it say there's two other... Within this red sky, the two Aristoteles that are prevented from entering this planet are floating. So there's two other Aristoteles or type planets that are outside of Earth that can't get in at the moment. Monka. Type Venus. Heaven's corpse. An Aristoteles estimated to be 1,000 meters long. It appeared after the Great War and was flying in the Sea of Clouds. Its shape was never confirmed by anyone, and its details are unknown. A life form that had a pair of wings, and compared to the other Aristoteles, it was close to this planet's species according to their records. It was shot down in the mission by the Knights in the 83rd year of the new calendar, and it fell somewhere on the continent. Originally, it was a life form that lands on the Earth of a planet. Wait, what? Originally, it was a life form that lands on the Earth of a planet? What the fuck does that mean? Rooting itself and spreading its spore as it eats away at the planet. That sounds like a tree of emptiness. What? It can also be described as a gigantic carnivorous plant. What? It was put to an eternal sleep by the black barrel. Dude, that shit's so fucking vague. Earth as in dirt in this context? Okay. So type Venus was like a giant plant that would land on the surface of a planet, rooting itself, spreading its spores, and it would eat away at the planet. It was a gigantic carnivorous plant, and it was put to sleep by the black barrel. Huh. Alright. Slipping through the busy streets of the city, I returned home to my room. The angel was stubbornly still there. It's winter soon. The temperature would break. Let me change this music. You know what? We can even... We put on the full Skyrim ambience one. Alright, slipping through the busy streets of the city, I returned to my room. The angel was stubbornly still there. It'll be winter soon. The temperature would break the critical freezing point and the city would literally freeze. But I didn't think of passing my second winter in this city. There's a lot of commotion out in the city lately. Oh, whoops, that's the girl. There's a lot of commotion in the city lately, the angel said, as she looked down from the window. The large window, larger than the angel, looked like a window of a church that I once saw in a picture book. The angel with blonde hair and bright white wings bent over with a sad face. Behind her, the city and the two world trees were blurry like an image, or like a mirage. Everything was inside a world in steel color. Only this angel was pretty, as if it was a nightmare. The angel looked down at the distant ground. The city was packed with people who were trying to leave. What is everyone doing? They're moving out altogether. The neighboring area was destroyed by a 3,000-meter Aristoteles. Calculating its progressive route, they said it will pass through this city in 3 days. Above me? Above us. It might collide with the world tree. Either way, everything in its path will be destroyed. It's obvious why people are running away. Oh, so that's why everyone's so desperate, the angel said. The angel said that as she looked down vacantly. Glancing at the angel who was just standing there, I started packing my belongings. I pushed winter equipments and clothings, personal air maker, and several guns into my bag. I decided to leave everything else behind. Are you going too? Yeah, because I don't want to die, but not right away. I'll go out on my own after the commotion in town dies down. The angel sadly lowered her eyes because she was always happy for no reason. Just that made her look really, really lonely. This may be the last time, so let me ask you a question. What were you after all? What were you after all? The angel made a sigh without any seriousness. I can only make out that she wasn't the existing species of angels. That's why I wanted to know the truth, at least in the end. A plain reply of the angel. Would everyone... Wait, what? What were you after all? What does that mean? To what? Does she just mean what were you after? Oh, it's the guy asking the angel? My bad. What's up, Jason? Jason! You're here for the notes. So the angel sadly lowered her eyes because she was always happy for no reason. Just that made her look really lonely. This may be the last time, so let me ask you a question. What were you after all?
The angel made a sigh without any seriousness. I can only make out that she wasn't the existing species of angels. That's why I wanted to know the truth, at least in the end. A plain reply of the angel. What everyone calls the Aristotles. You didn't know? The angel looked at me. You didn't know? The angel looked at me like that. Aristotles, a thing that suddenly appeared on this planet and became the enemy of all living things. An unpredictable enemy where not only was there no method of communication, their biological structure as a living thing was unclear. And that was at a little city like this, in a room of a deserted tower shaped like an angel, and playing a guitar? What kind of joke is that? No living things of this planet were able to stand up against this life form. What a punishment by God. Really? You? Oh no, the thing at the base of this city, to be exact. What I was shot down and fell to this place. It was an instant death. Trees grew and people started living on top of that. The angel goes on. This planet has no longer any power to raise life. That's why greens wouldn't grow. But if it was on top of another life instead of the earth, they would. I'm normally not that kind of thing, but I ended up like this. What everyone calls the world trees are the wings of what used to be me. In other words, feathers of the wings. The falling feathers took shape of what I used to look like. I was originally that kind of invading life form. It's not the angels that were originally of this planet. But you're still shaped like an angel. Because I am everyone's fantasy. The body of what I used to be died already, but it seems something like the mind was still alive. But a concept of a mind never existed to me. The species of this planet have a wonderful ability to form a shape out of knowledge. Using everyone as a model, I formed a shape out of my knowledge that I had but never used. The reason I'm shaped like an angel is because it's the closest image of the shape of what I used to be. That's how I was able to communicate with everyone, by creating the same thought circuit. I was able to become myself by taking form of the imaginary angel. That's like literally like what, like I guess this was the original idea behind heroic spirits, huh? The angel detached herself from a thing called Aristoteles by becoming an illusion. She was able to acknowledge herself for the first time by becoming something not herself. She's already no one, but a realization of an image of that angel that the people imagined on their own. Are you happy? The angel happily replied yes. Only an illusion standing here. I see. An angel can only live within an imagination. I happen to recall the definition of an angel. That it had wings, a halo, being really beautiful, and then it's only an illusion. After all, a thing that brings you hope can only be a fantasy. When I thought about that, the angel sadly replied, You're right. I wish I was a real angel, with an appearance that looked more like an angel than an actual angel. She said something like that. The angel and Godo were actually Proto-Irisville and Proto-Kuritsugu. When you think about it, yeah, it totally makes sense. Is that what this guy's name is, Godo? I didn't pick up on that. I don't think he ever said his name. I know he's a human. He's like one of the last humans. Like it seems like all the humans are like dead. Oh, here it is, Chapter 5, How a Star is Born. I'm so excited for this one because that's like literally the name of fucking Lost Belt 6. Godo or oh, that's where it stands for? Okay. When y'all said Godo earlier, I wait, why is he called or maybe we haven't gotten that far yet. Why is he called a god? Gun god. Why is he a god? Because he can kill gods? He was like killing basically like what someone would call a god? I don't know.
He wields the black barrel. Yeah, no, I got that. Why is he called, like, why is the word God in his name? I guess it's just because he kills gods, huh? Or what we would, like, consider gods. They're, like, literally the fucking will of the planets. If some random guy showed up with a gun and killed one of the 8 ultra mega aliens, yeah, okay, I gotcha. He's just a human, though. That's why I was wondering. Killed a frickin' type. I could kill a type. I'd simply walk up to it and say, cease! And it would die. He's nothing special. A huge flying cross moved away within the ashen clouds. That thing, which changed its course, started disappearing from sight as it kept on pouring the rain of judgment. It seems like the battle is over. The airplane that I was on kept on increasing its altitude through the troposphere. On the side of the plane was a big hole. The wounded iron bird... Oh, wait, this is the beginning, isn't it? The wounded iron bird could no longer listen to what it's told to do. It just kept on flying till its end, as if it was the dream of all who have wings. Sooner or later, it will fly out of the ashen sea of clouds and reach the stratosphere. My body wasn't built so strong that I could breathe in such a place, but I don't have to worry about that. There's no guarantee that I would be alive by the time I reach there. I leaned on the wall as I brought my gun down. The door of the hangar remained open, just like how it once was. Cold air blew in, and I could see the earth very well. Land without any colors. Even the ocean in the distance was colorless. That was a world that is completely dead. Even then, this world of steel, even then, felt so precious, and my visions were blurred. I've seen something like this 5 years ago. That day, the enemy that appeared through the clouds was beautiful, more beautiful than anything. A pair of wings and a figure that somehow resembled a human. I shot that thing that looked like an angel. The bullet that is nothing more than a grain of bean to that thing drilled into its forehead and dropped the angel. That moment, the instant I pulled the trigger, our eyes met through the scope. There was no communication. That's all. What's up, Louise? Morning, chat. Hope you have fun with LB6, not just the story. Not just the story, the game is self shows that it has some updates with animation, stuff like that. Oh, sweet. Hell yeah. I was blown away with, like, Lost Belt 5. Like, Lost Belt 5.1 and 5.2 had, like, some straight up, like, cutscenes. Like, shit that, like, we hadn't really had up until that point. Like, straight up, like, animated, like, cutscenes and shit were happening. Like, you could definitely see the production value was going up over the years. So I'm definitely excited to see what happens in LB6. Yeah, yes, exactly. Orion's was so good. And then I was pogging so hard the first time the black... I love the... I'm not gonna lie, the black barrel in this one, unless, I mean, we're not done yet, but the black barrel in FGO sounds way cooler than this one. This one just sounds like Kiritsugu's, like, gun for the most part. The way they it's just the description. Like, the way that Holmes described the black barrel in FGO was so fucking badass, dude. That shit, I was losing my mind reading that shit. They described it so fucking well in FGO. Yeah, the black barrel was so cool. He's like, what did the line that I loved that Holmes said was, as long as this universe has a finite life, or what he said something like, as long as this universe is finite, everything within it also must have a finite lifespan. Everything that is must have an end, and that gun can measure that end and make it reality. I was like, holy shit, that's fucking sick. Like, just the concept of it is so cool. It's funny because Note's Black Barrel is stronger than Mash's. I know, because Mash's is supposed to be like Mash's is supposed to be a not a prototype, a copy, like a... What's the word I'm looking for? Replica, yes, thank you, Espinir. Yeah, this is the base for what it came to be. Yeah, this was also written in like 1999, so obviously like Nasu perfected it over the years. Imagine reading LB5 for the first time and suddenly seeing that thing from 2 decades old short movie and barely was referenced anywhere. It's such a hype moment. Yeah, I can definitely see it. That's why I want to read it now, because people were saying, like, obviously I know at the end of 5.2, they hinted at LB7, like they're trying to like summon an ultimate one or whatever in LB7. And that's what these things are. These fucking wills of the planet. So that's a scary thought. The Black Barrel. Alright, so he killed one before, and now he's killing another one. I leaned on the wall as I brought the gun down. The door of the hangar remained open, just like how it once was. Cold air blew in, and I could see the earth very well. Land without any colors. Even the ocean in the distance was colorless. That was a world that is completely dead. Even then, this world of steel, even then, felt so precious and my vision blurred. I've seen something like this 5 years ago. That day, the enemy that appeared through the clouds was beautiful, more beautiful than anything. A pair of wings and a figure that somehow resembles a human. I shot that thing that looked like an angel. The bullet that is nothing more than a grain of bean to that thing, drilled into its forehead and dropped the angel. That's that's type Mercury, I think, right? The one that died? And that's who the angel was. She, like, reincarnated into the angel that appeared in his room. That moment, the instant I pulled the trigger, our eyes met through the scope. There was no communication. That's all. But since then, I kept dreaming of that thing falling from the sea of clouds forever. That angel that accompanied the plane woke up. One of her wings was horribly ripped. Being a high-ranking species of the A-rays, she was naturally forced to join this mission, and jumped in here after getting heavily wounded. She only came here to rest her wings, but we were out of luck. The moment she came in, when the hangar opened, the arrow of light hit the plane that was too close to the cross. Wait, is this... This isn't the angel that he met in his room, is it? Oh, it was Venus, not Mercury? Yeah, they mentioned Ort in 5.2, right? At the end of it? They were saying they were trying to do something. I can't remember what they said specifically. At the end of 5.2, Rasputin said something about Lost Belt 7 and Ort. And I assumed he was talking about, like, the Ort cloud. They said it's from the Ort cloud. Okay. And that the Ort cloud is crazy. The Ort cloud is on the outmost. The Oort cloud is as far away you can get from the sun, but still being in our solar system. So the Oort cloud is fucking far. It's just called ORT 99% of the time. Alright, so he's reminiscing right here in between these two dots, I think. Wait, who's this angel? Is this angel the same angel that was in his room, or is this a different angel? I'm getting kind of confused. The angel that accompanied the plane woke up. One of her wings was horribly ripped. Being a high-ranking species of the A-rays... No, it's an A-ray, and the angel in his room wasn't, right? She was naturally forced to join this mission, and jumped in here after getting heavily wounded. She only came here to rest her wings, but we were out of luck. The moment she came in, when the hangar opened, the arrow of light hit the plane that was too close to the cross. The light pierced through her wings and the body of the plane, and took out her consciousness in the plane's AI. And now, several minutes later, the angel who was unconscious slowly woke up. "Good morning," when I said that to her. She turned around and looked outside. The thing called the Aristoteles was disappearing in the distant direction. I told the angel who was spacing out our total loss and the success of our mission. The angel approached it in joy.
As she crawled on the floor since she couldn't stand up, her hand slipped on something wet. My blood that spilled over the floor made a pool and dyed the angel's body red. When you shoved me aside? What? Without answering her question, I just gazed outside. Over the limitless clouds, the airplane kept on flying upwards. The sky that I saw for the first time was different from what I read in the books. This shit is so vague, I might have to read that shit 5 more times. So I don't even know who this angel is. Is this just a random angel then? This isn't the angel that met him at the bar or the angel that was in his room. They don't have names for any of them, so I don't know. They just call them all angels. This is just some random angel, I think, that was on. It's just a random one. Okay. So he's in a plane flying up to the stratosphere to take out the cross that he's going up there to take out the Aristoteles or the type, whatever it was. I don't know if they said. I think they said earlier which one this one was. He's going up there to take this out, and it shot a beam at, he killed it. It sounds like he killed it, but it got him as well and hit the angel. The angel retreated inside of the plane, and they were just having a moment there, and it seems like the plane is just flying straight up now. Early unrefined Nasu writing, dodgy translation equals notes, yeah. The sky, it's red. Repeating a phrase that I once heard somewhere, I couldn't hold strength in my hand anymore. The black gun fell to the floor. The black gun. So you really were the person who shot the bird down. I guess, that's what people say, but I used all my luck back then, and look at this mess now. Idiot, because you saved me. How can I help it? I wouldn't want a pretty girl like you dying in front of my eyes. I said something really showy. It was so silly that it made me laugh. That doesn't suit your character, she said, that too. We just kept on laughing without looking at looking each other's way. It was a small, weak, and gentle voice. You've changed. You weren't dishonest with your feelings before. So it is true that you've found someone else other than me. Oh, wait, this is the angel, maybe. Or this angel obviously knew him, at least. I wonder if there was really such a thing, although if it's the angel who said she'd rather be a fake, she must be still waiting in my room for me to return. They say that angels cure one's mind, not one's body. But that's not true. People don't change because of others. I was always like this. I just acted like I didn't care. But I really was a good person. You couldn't tell, could you? Oh, really? Yeah, really. I wanted to become a hero when I was small. Oh my god, it's literally Kuritsugu. I wanted to become a hero when I was small, too. I was immature, probably now, too. That's why go? What? That's why go. You can probably still fly down to the ground. That's why you should go. You can probably still fly down to the ground even with one wing. You don't need to come with me. She stood up and looked at me strictly for some reason. Are you going to be okay? To be alone until the end? Didn't I tell you? I want to look cool because I wanted to be a hero. And I want to be alone at the end because I was all alone till now. I think my clumsy forced smile went well. Probably the best in my life. Goodbye, then. Flapping her single-sided wing, she flew down. She looked like a fish of an angel that swam in the Red Sea. I stood up and sat in the cockpit. Not knowing what I'm doing myself, I tried fixing the broken AI. If I still have some luck left, my fate might change. When I closed my eyes, I heard a voice. Why did you fight? Because I didn't want to die, of course. Why didn't you want to die? Because I want to live, of course. Then why did you want to live? That's obvious. It's because, at the farthest limit of my memory, only that answer was different from before. Aww. Weird. I don't know why that's named How a Star is Born. It's probably How a Star is Born probably just refers to like him being a hero, not necessarily a planet, whereas the Lost Belt 6 one kind of sounds like it's more referring to like a planet.
Kuritsugu and Sif. I don't know how to say her name. Was that the girl that he shot down in the plane in the anime? Yeah, totally that scene right there. Inspired. All right. Almost done. Just when I was about to leave the city, I got caught by a messenger of the military. Someone must have remembered an old story from 5 years ago and enlisted me in this mission. When I returned to my room to pick up the black barrel that I left to rot, the angel was still there. Are you going to fight that? Looks like it. The knights are assembling too, and the military's eager to do it. They're aiming to at least change the cross's course. If that's it, then possibility isn't zero. It's impossible. Everyone doesn't understand what an Aristoteles is. That isn't a life form of this planet. There's no chance of winning. How could that be? In reality, we have already defeated 3 of the Aristoteles. If we have more firepower than them, it's not an unstoppable opponent. I don't know about that. They can't be judged by this planet's common sense. That's why even a concept of death doesn't exist for them. They won't stop until they've achieved their objective. Objective? You guys have such a thing? Yes. It's not our own objective, but we do. They arrived here to fulfill the wish of this planet. This planet died by the influence of the life forms that lived on it. The planet itself doesn't have a feeling of grief. Even perishing by the influence of its own life forms is all right. A planet only carries a will. It carries no meaning. But there was an exception. The planet is able to forgive it. The planet is able to forgive it because the life forms follow the same fate as the planet. But the human species were able to live on, even on the dead land. This planet was frightened by the existence that kept living on top of its own death, and cried out for help at its end. Please, wipe out the life forms that are still alive. I see. So that's what you guys were. When I muttered that, the angel said no, as she shook her head. The only ones who were able to hear the cry of the planet were also planets. We were the highest-ranking species of those planets, who received the will of this planet. For example, the Aristoteles that were called the Heaven's Corpse. What I used to be, was the most superior individual on Venus. What? So they're not even the will. Wait, are we talking like, what the fuck? That almost makes it sound like the other planets just have aliens on them, and they sent like the best alien on that planet. I'm not gonna lie, I thought they were like literally the spiritual forms of the planets. Nasu moment? The Aristoteles that was called the Heaven's Corpse, what I used to be, was the most superior individual on Venus. What? Without knowing, I lost my breath. Our enemy were species that ruled over the alien branches of another planet, where our common sense doesn't even apply. The strongest life form on a planet was, in other words, the planet itself. Oh. The human species who survived on this planet, to put it simple, were fighting 8 planets. The story is so cool, but what if we had aliens? That's how I was at the end of... If you go back and watch my reaction to the Cosmos and the Lost Belt prequel or prologue, when... when the fucking trees are descending down and they just announce themselves as aliens, I was like, what? I was like, wait, what? Aliens? Huh? Aristoteles are both the strongest individual species and carry the will of their planet. Basically, think of it like the planet's champion. Yeah, so like all the planets have aliens? How have we not found these fuckers yet, dude? Explain the Fermi paradox in Nasu lore. Yes. Yeah, you can be the strongest, but if you don't have a tie to the planet, you aren't going to be a type. Yeah, that makes sense. Always the answer is yes. It's because of textures. Other planets hide their life textures from humans. Oh, okay. Like the reverse side of the world. So it's like, have y'all, any of y'all read Berserk? Y'all ever seen the Berserk, layers of reality? Let me see if I can find that panel. Is this it? There's a panel that's so beautiful in Berserk that shows like the layers of reality. And that's how I think of textures in Fate anyway. Because my dumbass brain needs like a visual representation to be able to understand concepts like this. Dude, the chapter where they go into this shit was so fucking cool too. Here, I think this is it. This isn't really spoilers. It's just kind of lore. So you can see, since the ancient times, the art of searching for the realm of the dead by releasing the ethereal body, you can really do that from the shackles of this world, has been passed down amongst the magic users. Out-of-body experiences sound nice. In this comparatively shallow stratum called Hasma, various ethereal creatures from the old legends exist. Since most of this scenery is formed by the ethereal bodies of things from the real world, it doesn't differ much from our own reality. So this would be like, imagine like humans, but overlapped on top of it is this other reality with things we can't see, which is why like a human wouldn't be able to see like a fairy. That's why dead people who don't realize their own death and still have lingering affections for the real world, they often get lost around here. That's why people see ghosts. But before long, most of them either realize their own death or become unable to retain their ethereal form and vanish from this stratum. And in the deep stratum of the realm are the dead. The scenery is transfigured into something beyond worldly imagination. There exist gigantic astral bodies, which can't be compared to ethereal bodies of humans and such. The beings called angels or demons or gods in polytheism. So these are like layers of reality, and I loved this panel so much because like like the visual representation with the lines like helped me like understand it a little more. I can see dead people, Grimace Drinker. Yeah, but that's how I understand the layers of reality, is how I understand like the reverse side of the world in like Nasuverse lore, or like worldly textures is like layers of reality is how I think of it anyway. Helps me understand it. So aliens are real. They're all on the other planets. They're hanging out, and because they're like on different world textures, we just like can't see them. That's basically what it is. Yeah, that's crazy. And the layer of earth that's kept together by the light lance at the end of the world, Rogue Myliad. Yeah, that's what was Camelot was all about, right? And she was like, correct me if I'm wrong. What was the deal with the Lion King and her goal in Camelot? Was she trying to take select humans that were like the best or good-willed, like pure souls, and then lock away their souls and take them to like void space essentially so that they could live on? Because I think the Lion King knew what was coming with the bleaching, right? She knew that like proper human history was fucked somehow. And because the Lion King knew that proper human history was fucked, she wanted to save people by taking them to her, what she viewed as utopia, which was just taking a bunch of human souls and just basically locking them in a box and throwing them into void space. Kinda. Basically turn humans into data and store them in the Lance. And she was gonna hide in void space, if I'm not mistaken, right? She didn't know about the bleaching, only about Gatia? Oh, okay. Gatia is going to win this 100%, so I'm going to put humans in Rogue Demiliad so they stay preserved forever. Was she not going to void space? What was with at the end, how, like, the fucking... Dude, the ending, the animation at the end of that, the Camelot movie, the second one, was so crazy. I was trying to understand, like, what was going on there, because, like, she has, like, she almost creates, like, a reality marble of Camelot. Like, during that final fight. That shit confused the fuck out of me. And then the fucking lightning or whatever, like, shit looks like a tree, too. I was so confused. I thought that shit connected to Cosmos and the Lost Belt somehow. Yeah, I know Gatia knew about the bleaching. Because he even says in the trailer, he's like, this is what I was trying to prevent. Now, you stopped me. Now, good luck. Okay. Let's finish up notes. All right. So, aliens exist on other planets, but we can't see them because they're in different textures of reality. The strongest life form on a planet was, in other words, the planet itself. The human species who survived on this planet, to put it simple, were fighting 8 planets. Yeah, there's no chance of winning. You got that right. Yes, the angel nodded sadly. On top of that, it's them who are right. Jeez, if the humans accepted the prophecy in the 2000th year, we would have gotten away by just being the victim. No, the ones who are wrong are the Aristoteles. They don't have any will. Isn't it a bad thing to erase lives without having any will? The angel who learned the common sense of this planet said that, but there was no longer any notion of right or wrong on this planet. The only simple rule was that you either live or die. That's why, because I lived until now, I'm not going to be on the dying side. It won't change anything. I don't have any reason to fight either. I probably will never have any. At the point that we are just killing each other for no reason, we are equal. Isn't this the most simple way of life? The angel won't answer. What are you going to do? Even if you have the same objective, that cross and you are different things, right? Then your body will be destroyed along with this city. You said you died instantly, but that's in our standards. I doubt the concept of death on this planet applies to a life form on another planet. Aren't you able to move already? The angel facing down shook her head. No. If I move, the outer shell of the wings will shatter. All the leaves of what everyone calls the world tree will fall. If that happens, unaccountable numbers of angels will come pouring down. If that happens, everyone will die before the Aristoteles comes. The gloomy angel said that. She's right. The number of leaves of that tree that reaches the clouds is far more than any number of surviving human species. Billions of released angels will cover the whole planet in no time. Oh, so that's the tree is where the angels come from? They're, like, on the leaves? Weird. Glittering love. All right, this is the last page. So they're fighting 8 planets. Is that the 7 other regular planets and either Moon or Oort? Well, Pluto, bro. I speak for the trees. Frick, I forgot about Pluto. How would you forget about Pluto? How dare you? Aren't the trees galaxies, or they're named after galaxies? I still don't, I mean, no one spoil me, but I still don't understand why the trees were named after galaxies. I haven't reached that point in FGO yet. I forgot that in 1999 Pluto was still a planet. How dare you? Pluto is a planet. My boy's trying. Sailor Pluto. Pluto's doing his best. But you'll die if you don't. It's all right. I am the people here. I am only an image. I am only an image created by them. It's just that they provided you knowledge. You are different from us. To you, we are just simply accessories. You should hurry up and take it off so you'll feel light. The angel smiled and again shook her head. You're an idiot. I know I am, but I can't help it. I love this place. With teary eyes, the angel said that with a feeling of satisfaction. How can I argue with that? Okay, I suppose that can't be helped. Yes, as the angel nodded her head and she stared at me, her straight eyes were asking me, how about you? I'm gonna die soon, you know. I think you can at least tell me... Or is this the girl? Is this the angel talking? I'm going to die soon, you know. I think you can at least tell me that, and the heavens won't punish you. The punishment itself that came to this planet said that irresponsibly. As I carried my belongings on my back, I replied, yeah, I'll be honest. I love this city too. Besides, since that moment, I was possessed by you. Huh? The angel opened her eyes widely in surprise. What does that mean? It must mean I've fallen in love with you. Since then, I just realized that now. When I threw out the words, the angel sparkled for expression but quickly put her head down. But I'm not a human being. The angel realized something like that just now. Jeez, she's an idiot. You know, there's only one human being left in the world. Oh, this is the guy. You know, there's only one human being left in the world, and that's me. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, you're right. And the angel nodded in impression. There's nothing else to talk about. I started walking outside as time... How does he know he's the last human left? How do you know that? One human left. Chat, are we actually arguing on... Chat, are we arguing about Pluto in chat? Oh my god. Pluto being a planet or not. You love notes? It's pretty good. Fuck if Joe. End stream before... We haven't even started a Garden of Avalon yet. Alright, this is the last page though. Let's finish this up. So how does he know he's the last planet, or he's the last planet? How does he know he's the last human? Like, how do you just know that? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm thinking too much about it. It's fucking fiction, Max. It doesn't matter. There's nothing else to talk about. Or wait. You know, there's only one human being left in the world, and that's me. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, you're right. The angel nodded in impression. There's nothing else to talk about. I started walking outside as the time of the military gathering approached. See you. Go somewhere with a better dream next time. You can become a real angel if you do that. My imagination was always twisted somewhere. When I looked back at her one last time, the angel answered in a gentle expression. No. There's no such thing as a real angel. I'd rather stay a fake one. The fantasy said that it will stay a fantasy. Is that so? Convinced. I left the room. Godo, oh, that's why you guys were calling him Godo. Godo, gun god. his nickname given upon the mission, the Bird Drop. Some sarcastically called him a god imitator, a rare pure human. He excavated the black barrel from a sealed area and made it his gun. Died during the interception mission Type Saturn. He did die, so he was on the plane. I was wondering if he actually survived that or not. So he dies at the end of this. Ultimate One. Oh, shit. Ultimate One, Aristoteles, life forms that came from other planets. So they're not, I guess that's the biggest, the biggest plot twist in this for me was this right here. The fact that the Ultimate Ones, I thought they were like literally the planets themselves, because chat had always told me Ultimate Ones were the will of the planets. So I literally thought they were like literally the fucking planets themselves. No, they're life forms. They're the strongest life forms that live on those planets, which is fucking insane. And we just can't sit. So the Fermi paradox is just that they're literally under a layer of reality. The reason we can't see other life forms in this universe is because there are life forms on other planets, but they're literally under a layer of reality that we can't see. Oh, all that was left in the room was my older sister's guitar and the fake angel. What do you mean I can see them? There were like 3 different aliens on Nasu's Earth. My brain is braining. All right. Ultimate Ones are life forms that came from other planets. They were the strongest life forms on their respective planets, and each of them had the power to wipe out all remaining living beings in this world. The name Aristoteles was given by the humans, and they are no such things in the first place. The Aristoteles don't fight each other, and they just freely fly around killing things. Several Aristoteles among them contacted mankind, learning about this planet's concept of knowledge. After Type Saturn, who received orders from their respective planets and sent it to the others, got eliminated, they entered a final war with the human race. That's crazy. That's it. That's notes. Wow. How long have we been streaming? Almost 2 hours. Jesus, that took way longer than... I mean, I was thinking and asking chat and talking with chat a bunch, but that was fun. Yeah, the biggest plot twist for me was just the fact that all the planets just have alien races on them. I guess. That's fucking wild. You want to read all the notes now? That was all the notes. What do you mean? Don't tell me there's more. All right. Now, we are going to start Garden of Avalon. So, for those who don't know, this is basically just the backstory for Artoria. This is going to be a lot longer, so holy shit, we might end up being here for like 6 hours. If that one took almost 2. I'm going to pause the Skyrim music, and we are going to listen to the Garden of Avalon music. The actual OST that came with the CD for Unlimited Blade Works. So, I should mention before getting into this too that there is an audiobook version of this where they actually have the real voice actors like Merlin and Artoria voice this whole book in like an audiobook format. The reason why we are reading it out loud is, one, because I know there's some people that like to listen to my VODs or streams at work and stuff like that in sort of a podcast format. And the audiobook is obviously in fully Japanese with English subtitles. I will link both notes and Garden of Avalon, this one that I'll be reading, and the audiobook because it's up on YouTube. You can just YouTube Garden of Avalon audiobook if you wanted to find it with English subtitles on YouTube. I'll link all that in the description of the YouTube video, though, if anyone is curious, if you're watching on YouTube. but there is an audiobook version of this. I'll probably watch that in my own time and listen to Merlin's beautiful voice acting. But for the stream, we're going to read it because not only does the audiobook leave out some details because it's like mostly like a monologue of Merlin narrating the whole thing, they leave out some details here and there. The book has more details. And then on top of that, I didn't want to have just Japanese voice acting for an hour as me just like reacting to it. I'd rather read it and be reading it aloud so people can just listen to this if they want to. Did I miss anything? You missed notes. We are just starting Garden of Avalon. So you missed notes, but you haven't missed any of the Garden of Avalon yet. What's up, Daryl? How you doing? Go fill up your bottle of water. I have a full bottle of water right here. I was going to start drinking it as soon as I finish my Celsius, so I have some energy. How long is the book? Like 200 pages, I think. But it's not, there's not as much text on every page. That's like a page right here. These are what the pages look like. So I don't think they're like as condensed as the notes ones, but it's like 200 pages, I think. And 7 chapters, just like notes. Same amount of chapters, but a little longer. But so we read notes just to get the backstory of Nasu's Nasuverse, of course. And everyone says to read notes if you want the baseline of like how Nasu gets a lot of his, like there's so many things in notes that like became works later on. You have obviously the Black Barrel. You obviously have the Black Barrel. You have the Gun God and the Angel were totally they took inspiration for that for Kiritsugu, and the what was the Grail girl's name? Ilya's mom. Hope you don't mind if I just lurk podcast style. My baby nephews are waking up now, so I don't wish to engage in chat, but the time has passed. Of course, Daryl, you're always welcome to lurk. I always appreciate lurkers. Both notes and which of the Holy Night are Nasuverse spaces. Is this trailer to LB6? Yes, pretty much. This is the lore for the original Saber, and obviously Lost Belts in Fate Grand Order differ from what the proper human history is. This is Nasu's proper human history story for Artoria, but this is how Artoria becomes the King of Knights, this story. But we know how in Cosmos and the Lost Belt, I haven't read it yet, so please no spoilers. We know that in Cosmos and the Lost Belt, Artoria doesn't become the King of Knights and instead becomes Caster Artoria. So how that happens, we have no idea, but we're going to read this first to understand how the proper human history, Artoria became the King of Knights and King Arthur. And then we're going to experience Lost Belt 6 later this weekend. So we're going to start that later this weekend. Should be exciting. All right, let's get into it, though. Yes, but not really. All right, so Garden of Avalon by Kinoko Nasu. Fan translated edition 005, version 5. August. This was made in August 2022, translated, but the original came out in, you can see, a novel by Nasu, Type Moon, 2015. They made this novel, and it came with the Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works DVD, the official DVD bundle or whatever with Unlimited Blade Works. I'm assuming they did that because the Fate route didn't get an adaptation by Ufotable, so they like made this essentially to compensate, so you can understand Artoria's story a little better. All right, so what exactly is Garden of Avalon? Merlin's noble phantasm, likely the garden of the inner sea of the planet where King Arthur's soul rests as the guardian and Merlin is imprisoned. Also a short novel authored by Kinoko Nasu that narrates various elements or events from the iconic characters Saber, Artoria Pendragon, and her court mage, Merlin's lifetime, or Merlin's, I don't know why it says lifetime there. But this story is going to involve iconic characters such as Saber Artoria Pendragon and her court mage, Merlin. Type Moon's Arthurian legend pieces compromise various characters from there, simultaneously contributing some of their perspectives and thoughts in particular moments of their lives to characterize an aspect of Artoria. It is extended from Fate's Day Night as an origin story for the main heroine, Saber or Artoria. Kinoko Nasu's attempt to show some of Saber's past here, where he ended up penning something cool or crazy, according to him, mainly in depth backstory fragments of Fate's Day Night Saber, along with Merlin, to depict their tale and characters in a poetic narrative. That sure explains why it sounded so familiar. So what is the premise of this novel? The tale of King Arthur from Type Moon and Adventures of Merlin, continuing the facts that Fate's Day Night route establishes. I've never read Fate's Day Night, for those who don't know, and I never watched the original anime either, even though Artoria is like my number one waifu. I'm sorry. The novel dives into them a little more, depicting what kind of person this girl named was before bearing the holy sword, how a single person, the girl named Artoria, was devoured by a cause, mostly for humans around her, and how it was like a person who was only allowed to exist as the form of a king, showing what sort of existence the king sung in the legend really was like the Dark Age, in an in-depth look at how such a person created solely as a sacrifice to end a crumbling era of mystics, made her choice and made a resolve within the form of an individual that she could exist as, lifted her head high, facing responsibilities, challenges, and adversities, did not abandon one's role as a person, and tried to protect what she thought to be beautiful and precious. Look at a life struggling to live without regret at the end of it all, even from such a foregone conclusion, a tale that tells a person, the girl called Artoria's happiness and dignity, created to be consumed by causes, was not considered at all, be it for the people's expectations, man-made or natural crises, demands born of human conflicts, or the shift of the mystical era back then, demonstrating what it was like for the girl named Artoria to be consumed by that cause, how it looked like those near to her, how it reflected upon them, illustrating the sort of life that this one existent person lived, painting the words how such a person strived to become. Oh my god, it's like hurting my eyes to fucking read that small ass text. I don't think I need to read all that. It's just explaining the premise. It's like that. I feel like I'm reading fucking tags on a YouTube video. Holy shit. In the grand scheme of the Type Moon stories, is this novel still relevant? Perhaps it sounded familiar because you overheard someone mention it and recognized it. After all, why wouldn't it be? It's a fairly self-contained lore piece for a renowned Type Moon character and heroine, as also the character referred to as the basis for Kinoko Nasu's fate, as well as her legend being a writing inspiration for the author Kinoko Nasu, the chief author and co-founder of Type Moon. The Garden of Avalon is welcoming to a reader who seeks to learn more about the face of Type Moon's work, Artoria. All right. And then this is obviously all fan translated. It's talking about there. They say here at the bottom too, so how about the drama CD isn't listening to it enough? The best option is to try out both. We don't think the CD drama is adequate for all intents and purposes, but it appears to somewhat help when there's nothing else available. Yuki Sugawara adopted the drama CD script, and Hideyuki Fujisawa composed the soundtrack disc. Nevertheless, the drama CD is substantially shorter in many sections, does not dive into the depths of the novel, but also cuts out a lot of monologues, interactions, exchanges, and lore pieces for what you'll be reading in Garden of Avalon. To begin with, it's still a great listen for what it tackles, and you can use it to simulate how the characters in this novel sound. The drama CD's characters are all voiced by the prolific voice actors, and they did their performances stunningly. Most folks have finished listening to the drama CD and are waiting for the novel alone. And so here we are. Hideyuki Fujisawa's drama CD tracks are spellbinding. While reading the novel, you can also listen online, and that's what I have up right now. We're going to listen to that. So I'll link that in the description as well. We're not going to watch it on stream, but I might watch it in my own time, and I'll leave it in the description as well for anyone who wants to check that out. All right, I'm not going to read all this. This is just translation notes, credits, all that right there. And for this novel, the PDF file I will also have in the description below if anyone wants to download it. All right, contents. We have the chapter 0, which is In the Flower Garden. Chapter 1, Morning of the Choice, interlude story of the Knights Sir Kay. Starlight, interlude story of the Knights Sir Gawain. Gorilla Man. Chapter 3, The Setting Sun, interlude story of the Knights Sir Lancelot. Chapter 4, The Voyage Out. Chapter 5, The Day of Camelon. Chapter 6, In the Flower Garden. All right. Some beautiful art there. Here we go. Garden of Avalon, Chapter 0, In the Flower Garden. And here's the soundtrack. Let me know if this music is too loud or too quiet. Foe! There is Foe. Can't you zoom? Yeah, I can't when I'm full screening like this. I'd have to exit full screen and then zoom from here, which I didn't want to do because I'm not going to have to zoom for these actual pages, as you'll see. All right, here we go. It was a gentle, sloping field with flowers, of each and every hue, blossoming across all directions. All right, that music might be a little too loud. Hang on. Let's try again. 200 pages, baby. Here we go. It was a gentle sloping field with flowers, of each and every hue blossoming across all directions. Standing among them, the only thing to obstruct one's view were the groves of trees that could be seen in the distant forest. And even gazing all around, all that can be seen is the green earth, dividing the landscape in equal measure with the blue sky. Here, there stood no fences or homestead built by human hands. There hovered no such thing as walls or castles, or even any lines in the earth that men called the borders of their countries. Bright sun rays of spring and the smells of summer filled the air when morn's light fell. Winds of autumn speckled by dazzling wintry stars swept the sky by the time night's darkness crawled. On the earth dwelt countless flowers and many insects. The woods were home to water and greenery and different beasts. And upon the lake resided the graceful fae, beautiful to look upon. What humans imagined as paradises are merely pale imitation of this realm, a land at the end of the world, where they would eternally be forbidden to set foot in. A little world renowned in the legend as the land of everlasting spring, or the Isle of Apples, an unreachable utopia that no wiser beasts could hope to attain. There's a beautiful image of it. A world that shares no ties with the decline and destruction on the face of the planet that continues to repeat itself like a loop. A faraway foreign realm that nestled very close to human history, yet bore no relationship with them. Its name is Avalon, the inner sea of the planet, other name for the place where the planet called Earth rests its soul. No, that's not the most correct expression to describe such a thing either, for this realm is after all set upon both a higher and lower plane of our world. I would say that it exists in the exact same point and location, but offset by several phases. Someone walked across the garden in the form of a human, clad in a robe of simple design yet fashioned from the finest fabrics. The sun's rays sparkled through his long hair, kindling a rainbow of hues as he stood there at ease and gazed into the horizon without hesitation. He strolled across the sea of flowers, conversing with them as one would speak to a friend. No doubt or hesitation or embarrassment could be seen, as he humbled and continued to walk without hurting a single petal that filled the ground. Undoubtedly, he was some wayfaring sage who wandered into this foreign place. For one thing, the man himself did not know the way back, and he didn't have any place to be journeying from here. If someone told him that this is the afterlife of the dead, he might even say, "I see, so it is," and just be convinced by it. The reason he walked without any hint of fear or slight sense of crisis
because he himself was a foreign being. It was true that no living man could set foot within this paradise, but he simply donned the form of one and something else entirely. To him, the outer world and this garden were much in the same. They were the homes of strangers, where he was merely a guest. He belonged in neither of them, and yet he could only find himself in one or the other. It's because he's a half incubus, huh? Is that why? This is Merlin, right? He belonged in neither of them, and yet he could only find himself in one or the other. From the very beginning, this man's sense of values on the matter was not of humans nor paradise, and he would neither favor nor be biased enough as a friend with either of them. That would explain the how as to his sudden visit to this untouched land beyond the boundary. As for the why he crossed the border without the thought, the woman I scorned is trying to kill me, so I'm going to hide on the other side of the world for a while, and happened to stumble upon the bright idea of coming across this uninhabited land at the literal end of the world. But this is quite a terrible place. The magical energy in the air is so dense I can't believe I'm dying just by breathing. It's just like a vacuum. Just a single breath would be enough for any living man of this era to burst from the inside. This land shouldn't even be called a paradise of legend. Won't it be better employed as a weapon? The man was walking in the garden, while speaking whatever came to his mind. The present era that came out of the man's mouth refers to the outside world from where the man arrived. The man had left behind the soon-to-be extinct island of a certain race in the 5th century and moved to this paradise on his own. He was the court magus of a king. A non-human who transferred himself into this realm just prior, rather than standing alongside the king in her final battle for exceedingly personal issues concerning a certain female. I see. It turned out as I thought. Mordred rose up to power with a revolt in the lords, who had been rebuked by the king. Approved. They even pressed blame on her for the harsh winters of recent years. So begins the rebellion against our stern king, that living embodiment of the ideal kingship, huh? The man walked step by step on paradise. The flowers, which he paid special attention not to trample, decreased as he advanced. Although the aisle stretched on endlessly, the environment itself appeared to change its look from land to land. The closer he got where the end of the island ought to be, the more barren the land becomes, much like Britain in the other world. The man pressed on. He hummed and waved his staff. As he continued walking through the barren land, and curiously flowers that were not supposed to bloom would spring up in the imprints he made upon the ground. Despite being no traces of any use of magic or mystery, they did not blossom from his desires or decorate the garden or a sense of sympathy towards these seemingly barren lands, a disgrace that exists even in this paradise. Nay, it wasn't sadness, for this creature sprinkling flowers was natural as breathing. Bringing flowers to earth, placing dreams in the hearts of humans, ushering in simply a future for history, that was the character and essence of the man. His name was Merlin, the magus of flowers, the one among the pinnacles of magecraft users, even amidst the myriad spellweavers of human myths and legend, the offspring of a human woman and an incubus. Yeah, he was. Okay, I wasn't sure if he was. I thought I heard somewhere before that he was a half incubus. So because he's half incubus, so he's half fae, half human, is why he belongs neither to Avalon nor the human world, I believe, right? The offspring of a human woman and an incubus, and possessor of those eyes which signifies the supreme mastery of magecraft, eyes which could perceive into the world. Well, so they claim, but in truth those eyes can do little more than sow more seeds, and the eyes are a little better than others, but we cannot compare them to those of other men just because we see further. He's talking about his clairvoyance there, right?
Yep, literally the next word, clairvoyance. Clairvoyance, the ability of the eyes to see far away. He's able to see the future. Even while remaining in one place, this is the power that since ancient times, prayer masters who have been entrusted with the land from the gods must have utilized to protect the lives of the people, Gilgamesh. No matter how massive the magical circuit is, or how powerful the magical formula is, Magi, without this eye, will never be considered as the zenith of Magi, the highest ranked. Merlin possessed such clairvoyant eyes with which to see through the world. He was born with a sense of sight that allowed him to perceive any and all things in existence within his era, down to the smallest details, without needing to take a single step. Some Magi older than him even possessed eyes that could perceive into the past or the future. Of course, they were also considered to be the supreme rank, but the only living magus who possessed clairvoyance was Merlin. The previous holders had brought annihilation to their own realm and disappeared from the world of men. If knowledge is the most basic yet profound aspect of magecraft, then these clairvoyant magi were born with the ability to know. Thus, those magi were, with possession of clairvoyance, were born as human beings. At the same time, having already reached the truth of the world, they became heretics of humanity itself, who never managed to obtain their human values and perspectives. How humans lived their lives is something that Merlin, who cannot see into the past, cannot know. However, he could somewhat understand their feelings. He felt that their lives were not that interesting, regardless of the state of human society or how it operated. Merlin was aware of nearly all the doings and happenings occurring within his era, along with capable of deducing how they would end. To him, the world was no different from a painting. Certainly, the painting called human society was worth seeing for him. He might even consider it an expression of the concept of divine miracles. However, the more interesting the piece of painting became, the more alienated Merlin felt when it became apparent that Merlin had no place in it. Simply put, as he sowed the seeds in it, he felt the sensation of alienation as a species. The story of his life might have gone differently if there had been a companion who could have sympathized with his complaints about how boring God's point of view is, really. Just stop yourself. Sit on the throne with the spirit body to mock the predecessors. There had been times when he had such thoughts of taking his own life, ascending to the throne as a spirit, and having his predecessors laugh at him out of mockery. No, it's better to say there had not been a single day when he did not consider taking his own life. However, there was one responsibility that Merlin must see through to the end. The ending of an era, of a certain nation, the ending of their king, the one he had created and served. Oh, what to say? I wonder really. The age of gods is long past, and with what is soon to unfold, so too will the age of Fae end. It is the age of man, and that too will reach its eventual conclusion sooner or later. The day will come when this star of ours ceases to rotate, after which we will establish ourselves in the heavens, beginning the age of will. Those incapable of volition, without a frame of flesh and blood, will be left behind in time. And yet, I wonder why I find myself so obsessed with humans. Merlin was born from the union of a Welsh princess and an incubus, a half-human and a half-incubus. As a cambion, he could be considered a higher form of life, a being with both a spiritual nature and a parasitic upon humans, and also a being capable of making predictions of the future, a creature with a very odd standing. Merlin thought that if he were not such a halfway creation standing on neither side, if only he had just been born an incubus, he would have simply preferred to play in the world of the spirits. At the same time, he felt fortunate to have the humanity he acquired, for having the blessing called individuality, and for being able to work without relying on the dreams of others, using his own dreams as nourishment as well. Despite the circumstances of his birth,
Merlin never came to despise humanity. If anything, he grew fond of them to an unnatural degree. Rather than allying with the Fae and the giants, his brethren, Merlin found himself helping humans, fostering and advising many kings, all to create a better era for them to go exist. Yeah, wasn't Merlin part of Charlemagne's legend as well? If I'm not mistaken. So the kings there are referring to him, I think, or referring to Charlemagne. Even while standing amidst the crowds and knights, he always had a smile on his face, and he found enjoyment in the activities of humans. He aimed to administer as the world nurturer a flower, something that would lead him to go down in history as one of the greatest kingmakers to ever live. All of this came about from Merlin's desire to complete the painting, a painting that would make his senses feel beautiful, painting with a happy ending for humanity. There was no love for humans, much less for any room There was no love for humans, much less for any room for a single individual. To humans, Merlin would have seemed like a nice young man, but in reality, that's not how it appeared. From a general human perspective, the nature of Merlin seemed closer to a sort of locust or an insect. He was entirely too mechanical, too objective. His thoughts advanced by leaps and bounds, irrevocably beyond the comprehension of intelligent beings born on this planet. Although Merlin was attracted the exquisite and the beautiful, there was no reason for him to like them. Beautiful, pretty, exquisite things simply, comfortably, snugly allowed him to fill the hole in his heart. Merlin was a creature who loved the results that people leave behind. Humanity's legacy. There's also a quote I want to read out, that a quote of Merlin's that's actually in my Discord bio. I love it so much. It is the oh no, I have streamer mode on, so I can't see it. Okay, here we go. So the quote is, "Humans are foolish, truly flawed creatures, but the history you create is beautiful. No matter what kind of end humanity faces, your history will be worth leaving in this universe." And I love that quote so much. That's from Fate Grand Order Babylonia. He says that quote. It's so fucking good. All right. I'm gonna play some Skyrim music for the rest of this chapter until the next one. But also a creature who was utterly incapable of investing his feelings to feel empathy towards the actual human beings who were taking part in creating it. This is a beautiful painting. However, I am not interested in the content of this painting, nor in the tragedy and joy of those who create it, and I cannot find a single value in it. Clearly, he could not understand the meaning of the painting, yet he could see the beauty of the piece. Hey Sakuma, Natsu, appreciate the follow. Merlin himself knew that this peculiar appetite or hobby was an appalling thing, but he had never been able to change it. After all, he was born with the morals of a different kind of creature. Incubi did not evaluate the contents of the dreams they devoured, but only the nutritional value of the dream. That was necessary for sustaining their existence. It was no different from humans gathering at the table and eating the meals in front of them, with little thought for what a great thing the animals they just devoured might have accomplished. I live my life by eating dreams. If I could choose, I'd much prefer the taste of happy dreams filled with hope and joy. But pragmatically speaking, nightmares have a much higher nutritional value because it's easier to find real stories within them. For happiness to overcome despair, many times more difficult of a hurdle than despairing easily. And the burden of really doing that is quite high for the dreamer. And here we are.
Merlin stopped, figuring that he had removed himself far enough away from the vicious claws of that wicked witch. I wonder who he's talking about. I wonder if that's Morgan. Before him stood a gate assembled from a roughly hewn stone of such massive size as to bring to mind the Stonehenge. Huge stone gates from Britain. Beyond the gate laid the same wilderness, a barren plain no different than before. A single sentence was carved into this gate. Only the sinless may pass. I see. So I've been tricked already. Merlin shrugged and made no attempts to avoid the gate, simply walking under it and sowing his flowers as he always did. As soon as he did, the gentle barren plains he stood on changed dramatically. Thick walls of stone sprang from the earth, as though to entrap the guests stretching skyward without limit and sealing in the magus. Merlin stood in its center of this seemingly infinitely tall stone tower and turned around to find the gate had disappeared. He was surrounded by stone walls on all sides, caged in a 5 square meter space carved from paradise itself. That was the true nature of this bounded field, and it appeared someone who hates Merlin has made a deal so that he will not be allowed to leave this tower for the rest of his life. A curse of this scale can't be established if you don't trade your life for it, isn't it? It's scary. Strange. I have no memory of offending that girl that I would be hated to this degree, since I don't remember. Well, surely it must not have been anything too important. Only the sinless may pass. The reason Merlin still stepped through the gate, understanding it was a trap, was because he could not suffer those words full of pain. It hurt him. After all, Merlin wished a happy ending for humanity, but he did not essentially love humans. So he has consumed many human lives as if they were insects, in the name of bringing happiness and prosperity. There was no such concept as right or wrong, likes or dislikes, evil or good. Therefore, no guilt nor sensation of sin. Even let him feel like the only one in the world, deserving of so-called sinless word, and believe that the gate's words must have referred to him specifically. In the big picture, it can be argued that Merlin had affections for humanity itself. That is why he has been actively involved in the human world, and has enjoyed it in his own way, like a happy relationship. He merely lent his hand to help humanity, and fashion them kings, but he felt neither responsibility nor guilt for what would befall the countries after, at least, not until he heard the parting words of a single girl. Yeah, well, I suppose I can't help it. The man sat down only on a rocky outcrop in the cramped, solitary room. There he is. It was far too stiff to be considered a proper seat, but putting himself on it granted the perfect height by which to gaze through the solitary window in the wall. Only now did he fully realize the purpose of his visit here. What could be seen through the window was not the Britain of reality. However, to Merlin, any view was the same, as he would be able to perceive all the events of the entire era through it. The mage's flowers went through the drafts and sketches he made in life thus far, and drew from the depth of his robe a hidden familiar, Cath Palug. And there's a foe. The last sight is almost here, so before that, let us talk a little of the old days. Yup, man took foe up there with him. Alright, let's start track 2. In the morning. The morning of choice. Morning rays tickled her eyelids as they seeped through the gaps in the door, waking her up. Her surroundings were still dimly lit, filled with the scent of several creatures and the smell of pasture. The blanket, probably the work of her adoptive brother, was hardly placed upon her to keep her body away from the cold. Noticing the blanket, she remembered she was in a stable. She had been so concerned with the newborn fowl because of the poor condition. It was in last night that she stayed with it the entire night until morning. I shouldn't. I'm going to let Ector get stuck again.
The sweet face of her adoptive father, who had adopted her and raised her for these 15 years, was first to appear in her mind. She hastened to store the blankets neatly, straightened her clothes, and fed the horses their morning meal one by one. The day started with the first task of day-to-day works. After finishing the morning care of the horses, she headed to the backyard of the house, where her foster father, Hector, was waiting for her. Okay, I thought Hector was the fowl she was talking about. I shouldn't. I'm going to let Hector get stuck again. I want to know where and how Merlin learns his pee-pee magic. True. We need to learn the origins of the Dick Wizard. She hastened to store the blankets neatly and straightened her clothes, and fed the horses their morning meal one by one. The day started with the first task of day-to-day works. After finishing the morning care of the horses, she headed to the backyard of her house, where her foster father, Hector, was waiting for her. It is her and Hector's custom to take a few bites of nourishment early in the morning, practice sword fighting, and keep fighting on an empty stomach before going to breakfast. "Hear me, Ito! Yesterday I finally managed to land a blow on Hector. Well, in truth, I pushed him just a few steps. However, isn't that enough to make a difference in a ruthless battlefield? It's not like your opponent couldn't trip over a tree root like this and drop. If a condition like that is attached to it, I'm sure it is my victory. I guess a little bit," she says cheerfully while brushing the thick fur coat of her father's beloved horse, Ito. And there's a cool image for that. Her foster father, Hector, was the toughest and most stubborn knight she had ever known. He never gained much honor on the battlefield, and he never once sought fame, so people never gossiped about him. But when it came to that girl, he was Hector, the very ideal of knighthood. Although he retired from the front line because of the passage of time, besting all men, his sword skills did not deteriorate. Her joy was as clear as day the moment she had forced her foster father to show even the slightest surprise. "But he seems rather troubled as of late. A person like Hector can look so depressed. I worry for him." Her adoptive father, who was also a strict teacher, has become less strict these days. The face of a devil teacher who always graded her behavior and took note of them, warned her to pay particular attention to her errors, now often looks at her with an indescribable, unspeakable expression on his face, a face overflowing with distraught, regret, and sadness. She wanted to solve Hector's problems one way or another, but there was only so much she could do as a trainee knight. "Hector, please speak freely if you are having problems. I can help you with everything except cutting down the amount of food I eat. Does that have something to do with the body?" Artoria, even as a kid, fucking had the appetite of a fucking monster. She asked Hector what was wrong, and he responded, "Mom, it's probably just your imagination. My body will be fit for another 10 years, but Artoria, my lord, I can't say I'm up for anything with that suggestion." He replied in his usual matter-of-fact way. As usual, she got the same thin response. It was good to know that Hector's body was healthy, but that didn't stop her from wondering what was bothering her. Gradually, she became more and more worried about what was bothering him. Ito, the cherished horse of her adoptive father, placed its long cheek on hers. "That's probably it. I'm sure it's Brother K causing trouble again. Even Hector can't seem to get rid of his foul mouth." She smiled bitterly as she stroked the back of her adoptive father's beloved horse and left the stable. She was greeted by a meadow lit up by the morning sun when she opened the wooden door. Hector's house was on the outskirts of town, distant from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Despite his preference for solitude, Hector did not despise people, and she was well aware that she was the reason her adoptive father had selected such a location in the first place. The first thing she wanted to do was apologize to Hector, but doing so would be disrespectful to his dignity. Hector performed his duties as a knight should. He adopted her, nurtured her, and chose quite the active area of nights. She must not repay that action of his by showing a sense of guilt. She had always wished to feel nothing but gratitude towards Hector for everything he had done for her, both now and in the past. It's not as if he's a bad person. No, not at all. In reality, she only had one complaint about Hector. Her foster father would never let her address him as father. As a result, she could never have the chance to experience what it sounded like to pronounce that word with a loving voice filled with affection. The elderly knight awaited her in the backyard. He was still the same stern figure who greeted her and taught her the theories of the sword. It was a sincere lesson that he had been teaching her every day for the past 10 years, since she could hold a sword. It was truth, and it would stay that way until today, her final day. Sorry I'm late, Hector. I overslept. She took her wooden sword and shoved the slices of bread Hector had prepared into her mouth. I don't think you slept all night and overslept if you have that much energy. Good. I will train you this morning without a care in the world. The old knight, calm as always, held up his wooden sword and guarded with it in extremely natural movements. His eyes were compassionate, and his soft face was burdened down with regret, as if he were gently bidding farewell, yet hesitant to let go of this creature in front of him, pretending not to notice. She continued. Artoria, Kay appeared to have forgotten something important. You will have to make it in time if you go after him now. Go into town and hand it over to him. Following breakfast, Hector handed her a bag filled with a full set of knight's tools. Kay, Hector's son, and her adopted brother went to town. She had heard that the town was having a special festival today. Kai rode Hector's horse to the festival, but he forgot to bring his most essential weapons as a knight, his lance. But even if it's my brother, how is it possible for a knight to forget his lance? Cavalry warfare has long since fallen into disuse. There are just farm animals and a few war horses left these days. The only thing I had left in my family was this item, which is why I couldn't teach you my talents with a lance. Was it the reason you could have made any number of imitations? It's you who would utilize such things after all. I cannot allow you to have such a lousy product. It's acceptable if it's a sword. The great mages informed me that if it's a spear, you can't acquire a duplicate. He seemed to be implying that if you develop a strange habit by mistake, it will be bad. I'm not going to get into any funny habits. You want me to deliver this to the Brother K, and that's all right? Just deliver it to him. Your work for today is done. Nodding to Hector, she borrowed a horse and put her brother's belongings on its back, and then headed for town. She got off the hill where Hector's house was located, crossed the meadow, and walked in the fields. There's a painting of the fields. Though the sky was somewhat cloudy, there was no need to worry about rain. Thinking of her brother's face, she suppressed her impatience and urgency and headed for the town at her usual pace. She couldn't push her horse too hard since she was carrying a hefty weight. I wasn't able to see anyone. It's harvest season, but no one's around, and it's quiet. So lonely. After casting a quick glance over the idyllic, picturesque landscape of the familiar farmland, she turned her attention to the woodland in the distance. The forest had been a bountiful hunting ground until last year. The hunters would enter the forest to hunt and return with only the amount of meat and fruits necessary. However, it is no longer used as a hunting site. Foreign tribes have penetrated the forest and are progressively encroaching on the lives of the Britons. You would lose your life today instead of obtaining food for tomorrow if you entered the jungle on a whim and were unlucky enough to confront them. Wait, let me read that again. The forest is no longer a hunting site. Foreign tribes have penetrated the forest and are progressively enroaching the lives of the Britons. You would lose your life today instead of obtaining food for tomorrow if you entered the jungle on a whim and were unlucky enough to confront them. That's cool that's totally almost alluding to like the story of the Fae, because like they wouldn't go into the forests because
Like that's how the legends of the Fae were born. People would go into the forest and not return, and like they would say like the fairies killed them or the Fae killed them. The 5th century on Britain Island. The island of Britain was in disarray. It all started with the collapse of the great empire on the continent. The power of Britain, which had been under the protection of the empire until then, was waning. The upheaval on the mainland had brought new enemies to the shore of the island. The Saxons crossed the sea in search of food, clothing, shelter, simply put, in search of land to live on. Britain was an island country controlled by the plethora of tribes and their kings. Despite endless conflicts and disagreements among the tribes, the kings of the tribes banded together to protect themselves against invasion from the north due to the fight with the Pictish people. The kings of the tribes cooperated in preparation for the invasion from the north. However, there was this one king who threw a wrench into this unity. That king shattered the unity of the tribes by taking advantage of the foreigners to achieve his desire, the unification of Britain. The vile king Vortigern was the traitorous king. He was the incarnation of the white dragon who was born within Britain with the intent of destroying it. Vortigern was the one who invited the Saxons into the mainland and plunged them into chaos. The fortified city of Londonminium, the cornerstone of Britain, built when the empire was once truly the island, was destroyed. In a fight against Vortigern, Uther Pendragon, known as the greatest of kings, was vanquished. After that, he hid his appearance from the crowd forever. Vortigern, the usurper, gave land to Saxons and gave them shelter, and though he temporarily silenced the foreign invasion of Saxons by giving them shelter, many kings continued to rebel. Okay, so Uther Pendragon is her father, but she's adopted, so she probably doesn't even know her father, I'm assuming. Vortigern. So the kings of all the tribes cooperated in preparation for the invasion of the Saxons, I think, right? However, there was one king who threw a wrench into all of this. That king shattered this unity of tribes by taking advantage of the foreigners to achieve his desire, which was the unification of Britain. The vile king Vortigern was his name, the traitorous king. He was the incarnation of the white dragon who was born within Britain with the intent of destroying it. Sorry, I'm trying to comprehend all this. So Uther died, I think, in a fight against Vortigern. Uther Pendragon, known as the greatest of kings, was vanquished. So Uther Pendragon, who I think is Artoria's father in this, dies by Vortigern, King Vortigern, and I think at some point King Arthur gets revenge, right? Vortigern the usurper gave land to the Saxons and gave them a shelter, and though he temporarily silenced the foreign invasion of Saxons by giving them shelter, many kings continued to rebel. Thus, Britain entered the Dark Ages. Yep, King Uther is the father of Morgan and Arthur in Arturian legend. Gotcha. Okay, that's what I thought. And I think in the Arthurian legend, isn't Vortigern a dragon? Isn't that the name of the dragon that King Arthur defeats? So in at least Nasu lore, and at least Nasuverse lore, it's a king, not a dragon, huh? Or they say it's the incarnation of the white dragon. So it's a white dragon that, or I guess dragons in Nasuverse lore they're not even always like giant lizards with wings. They're just like super selfish, evil beings, right? I think remember the last Christmas event with Vitra, like, kind of explain the concept of dragon, right? It's supposed to be like super selfish people who hoard a bunch for themselves, and so that makes sense. So the incarnation of the white dragon is Vortigern. So Vortigern's a man, but is also a dragon because the concept of dragon applies to him. That makes sense. That's what they say here is the incarnation of the white dragon. Also think that Artoria doesn't have a magic circuit. She has the dragon core. Her mana burst rank up refers to that. Yeah. So I guess we'll get more on that. Okay. I'll just try to voice my thoughts here as we go. Thus, Britain entered the Dark Ages. Warfare has long become a part of everyday life. The island was not a rich land to begin with, and crops on the island were scarce. Dragons are phantasmal species, but true dragons is a spoiler. Oh, okay. Yeah, the dragon stuff kind of gets confusing when you talk about like conceptually what they are, because that's what the Christmas event, the last Christmas event with Vitra was all about. They were talking about how like a dragon isn't always like just a person with like scale, or like a lizard with wings and scales. Sometimes it can be a person, because the concept of dragon just means like a very selfish being that like wants to take and control everything around them, right? Think Smaug from if you've ever seen The Hobbit. Like Smaug is a dragon, but him wanting to sit in the mountain up top all this pile of gold, like that's the concept of a dragon, right? It's interesting. Britain enters the Dark Ages. Warfare has long become part of everyday life. The island was not a rich land to begin with. The crops on the island were scarce. People's lives were worsening day by day, becoming increasingly bleak and hopeless every day, and it became obvious that if nothing was done and things continued this way, they would soon destroy themselves along with the island in the near future. Smog, we have that non-stop in Quebec with the forest fire. Oh, that's the real dragon. The dragon's the one starting the forest fires. People's lives were worsening day by day, becoming increasingly bleak and hopeless every day, and it became... Oh yeah, I read that. So the island's gonna... If something doesn't happen soon, the people will destroy themselves on the island. But the people have not given up hope. Merlin, the renowned great magus who had served King Uther's aid and defender of Britain, assured the people that everything had happened exactly as it had been prophesied. King Uther's successor has been chosen. That person will be the future king. The new king, the advent of the Red Dragon, will now gather the Knights of the Round Table, while the White Dragon will be defeated. Oh, so the Red Dragon must be King Arthur then, right? The advent of the Red Dragon, that's why she has the Dragon Core. The new king, the advent of the Red Dragon, will now gather the Knights of the Round Table, while the White Dragon will be defeated. The king is still alive and well, and that proof will come soon. Merlin's words spread throughout the island. The people were eagerly awaiting the arrival of the future king. The knights were relieved by those words, but in their heart, they also felt restless. As they pondered whether or not they might be chosen as king, Vortigern was looking for the king's successor even more fiercely. That was a decade ago. In reality, this year has marked the 15th birthday of King Uther's successor. 5 years before his death, King Uther had already foreseen the war with Vortigern and plotted with the magus in private to create an earlier successor who would save Britain. After crossing through the farmland, her sight spotted the fence that surrounded the town's perimeter. Although Londyminium, located in the heart of the island, was built as an imperial-style fortress, the town is really quite ordinary in comparison. The town's atmosphere was certainly different than before. Is Londyminium modern day... London? Yes. Okay, I was worried I was getting London and Paris mixed up, so I had to look it up. They're close to each other, okay? Yeah, London's the one in the UK, so that's got to be the... Paris is France, London's UK. London Minium, also known as Roman London, was the capital of the Roman Britain during the most of the period in the Roman rule. Yeah, dude, I need to fucking look more into... I feel like I know more about the Greeks than Romans at this point because of fucking all the research I did with for the Greek Lost Belt. I need to search more into the Roman Empire that came after. Ancient London. It's basically the same place as London. Yeah, gotcha. Which is where the clock tower is, which is why this is all interesting, right? Because I know someone mentioned, or it was in, they mentioned earlier that there's like the corpse of a dragon under the fucking clock tower, which is crazy. Where were we? Although Londyminium, located in the heart of the island, was built as an imperial-style fortress, the town is really quite ordinary in comparison. The town's atmosphere was certainly different than before. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation as they made their way to the knights' training grounds on the outskirts of town. In a frantic race, children were sprinting ahead of their peers. The grown-ups, whose eyes twinkled with excessive expectations, were still holding their breath of excitement to prevent disappointment in case their expectations were betrayed. "Hey, it's Merlin! Merlin has arrived! Today, on this day, the heir to the throne will finally be chosen from among the knights." That explains why the community is in such a tizzy. She agreed. Calmly, she realized what Hector meant when he had sent her away. "Oh, isn't it Artorius? What exactly are you doing here? Are you sure it's okay for you to be lounging around here? A knight is a knight, even if he is a trainee. You should have an equal chance, you know, when affiliate." Okay. Dude, they even call Artoria Artorius right here. Why is it Altria? I mean, I guess this is fan translated. It's not officially translated. I get so mad every time they call her fucking Altria. Because, like, Artorius is the male version. If it was a female version, it would be Artoria. But they're like, no, fuck you, Altria. "Oh, isn't it Artorius? What exactly are you doing here? Are you sure it's okay for you to be lounging around here? A knight is still a knight, even if he is a trainee. You might have an equal chance, you know." When a familiar guy approached her, she nodded in agreement as if to say, "That's true." Out in the open, she presents herself as a teenage boy. No, since she was born, she has been raised as a man. Her hair is pulled back, and she dresses in men's attire. Because of her beauty, she was immensely popular with the town's females. But since she was an orphan raised by an elderly knight, she was never considered a knight partner by the other knights. Even though she had a slender body, she was able to pass herself off as a male until she was 15, but after that, it can no longer be kept a secret. She's currently an apprentice knight, but at this pace, she won't be considered a follower squire. She won't even be considered a follower squire. That girl's physique makes it impossible for her to hold a sword or go into battle. I'll be there as quickly as possible. I need to bring something to Brother Kay." "What's that? A lance? Why would you even need a weapon? Yesterday when Lord Merlin came, he said, 'The man who draws the sword stuck in this rock is the king of all Britain.'" There's the artwork for that. Whoever pulls the sword from the stone will become king. The great magus said so. The sword stabbed on the rock is the holy sword that calls for victory, the proof of the king that is more certain than blood. In the eyes of the great magus, blood has no meaning. The sword only recognizes those who have authority, those who can defend Britain. I see. So it's like a sort of selection, isn't it? Yeah, thanks to this, it was so noisy since dawn. The whole kingdom is populated with famous knights yelling, "I am the king," and arriving here to obtain the throne. Vortigern must have been exceedingly terrified. Many knights who wanted to revive Britain and who wanted the throne as their greatest wish were gathered in this town. Kay, her brother, also the son of once famous Hector,
is well within his rights to challenge the sword of choice. Great many knights assembled around the sword of selection. The sword was stuck in the rock, and one by one the knights were rejected as they tried to pull it out. People crowded around the selection arena, watching in fascination while the knights, with solemn expressions on their faces, placed their hands on the sword's hilt, dropped them, and walked away with disappointment. Some knights who refused to give up attempted again and again. Some knights grumbled and yelled that something was wrong with it. Some bragged of their power and claimed to be the one to move mountains, let alone that rock. The sword, however, would not fall, no matter who it was. The man who was meant to serve the king, Merlin, was nowhere to be seen. What? The feeling of disappointment did not just affect the knights, but also the general public. Are there no knights in this country who bear the hallmark of a king? Is there no future for Britain? And then again, was Merlin's prophecy even true in the first place? The knights, sensing the unease in the crowd, began to consult. In any case, there are so many knights gathered here, there are many ways to choose a king. The best one will succeed Uther as the king of knights, inheriting from the previous king. All they need to know is measure their abilities as knights, and the finest among them should be picked to succeed the former king. The knights ignored the sort of selection that had not chosen them, and began making a selection process that felt convenient in their favor. First and foremost, there was jousting. If you're a true warrior of the knights, it's only natural to ride a horse and fight a surprise duel with a lance. She spotted her brother standing with a foul temper as he was missing his spear, and walked over to him as discreetly as she could and handed it to him as unobtrusively as possible. Is the chosen sword not good, Brother Kay? Is it just going to be ignored? It's neither good nor bad. There's nothing that can be done. It's just a nuisance to have as long as no one can pull it out. The knights are going to have a tournament. We've already made our decision, and a squire like you shouldn't meddle. This will be a good middle ground to start. I'm sure many of the knights are smiling and shouting hooray inside. Even though the king wasn't chosen? We don't have the time to dream with Merlin and Uther. It's more humane to judge by how many men, money, and power you can have now than by the invisible proof of the king. There is no need for a powerful ruler. If the interests of each other are the same, it is easier to work together, to calculate what is also relatively simple. The most important thing is that in case something goes wrong and you have to take responsibility, you can also muddle through. The reason is that no matter who you are, you don't want to see or be the agent of God who saves everything. Do you think the same too, Brother Kay? Of course I do, Artoria. Oh! He called her Artoria. Let's go. Not Altria. Of course I do, Artoria. You must return to Father. If the other knights discover you, they'll bully and mock you even more. You should also think about the trouble I'll go through. Listen up. This is your first and last chance to go home. Kay had already taken his lance and set up camp at the venue of the cavalry battleground to see which among the knights would be the greatest and be the leader for the time being. For that, they had already made an arena for jousting. The atmosphere changed. It had been bustling up until now, but suddenly, not a single one of them was present. The throng dispersed, and as did the knights. Not a single person approached the sword that had been stuck in the stone. There it is. Yeah, it is Nasu. Nasu calls her Altria. Denies everyone who calls her Artoria. Even the number of people who truly believed the prophecy to begin with have become dubious. As if the sword had never existed in the first place, it was cast aside. The knights had departed, as had the populace. No one wants to see. No one wants to be? She didn't blame people for moving on, nor did she feel animosity with her foster brother's point of view, because she had accepted that it was only natural to think that way. Her upbringing is both complicated and unique. Why has she been falsely living under the pretense of a man? Why did she have to learn the art of the sword, study the affairs of state, and overcome her feelings as a human being since she can remember anything? It was obvious. It was all for this day, to draw the king's sword. She was born. She never knew who her real parents were, nor their faces. The king and the great magus had the goal of making the ideal king, and the one who was created and born for that purpose was herself. In reality, she could neither relate nor empathize with her late father's regrets or wishes. She was not moved by the magus's teachings, nor did she could feel a special sense of mission. It's another painting. Artoria approaching the sword. For these past 15 years, it was the ordinary, simple, uneventful day-to-day life with her adoptive father, Hector, and her foster brother, Kay, that motivated and nurtured her, as well as the lively, playful voices of people she could hear from the town. It was neither longing nor love. It was just that, in her eyes, those things seemed like something good and beautiful. I want to become a habitant of the city, or I want to become part of the community's everyday circle. She possessed that. She possessed no such hope. Even though she occasionally painted such a scene in her mind, she just calmly put the lid on it. She knew from the bottom of her heart that if she did that, she would lose everything that way. As a child, she was not very bright, but she was extremely hardworking, and so she said to herself, that was the only thing she could not do. It wasn't going to happen. Like a person being born as a person, a dragon too has a role to play. It's a shame you can't talk about it without bad-mouthing. But thank you, Kay, my big brother. In the end, her brother's words taught her a good lesson. But I'm really sorry. I don't know what kind of ideal king Hector was talking about. Or is that her talking? But I'm really sorry. I don't know what kind of ideal king Hector was talking about. Ooh. The dragons. No. She understood what kind of person a king is. She could put it into practice. She'd been educated how to do it, and was bestowed the best qualities she could possibly have for that. But still, what a miscalculation. To the very end, she couldn't bear the reality that she was that sort of child. Her motivation was something different from that of the late King Uther. She had no desire to dominate or rule as a person. No sense of duty as a ruler. No euphoria, nor the intoxication that comes from faith. Her drive was a tiny, trivial reason. In the past 15 years of her life, she was not able to live life of an ordinary human being. That is the only thing she had ever wanted. There was but one reason to take up the sword. Just watching people going about their lives gives her strength. It pushes her back to take a step forward. Without even having to put those words out loud, she could affirm what she wanted to do. That was the very humane answer the girl named Artoria gently nurtured inside to the call for a king. She quietly places her palm on the hilt of the sword. In the distance, the sound of gallant cavalry. The clamor of knights could be heard from far away, and no one was in sight around the rock. Similar sensation of watching a festival from the outside. It wasn't the first time that this had happened. She had always been on the outside of the festival, therefore it was not like a particularly awful experience for her. The hilt of the sword felt surprisingly comfortable in her hand. The feelings of something boiling within her body that she had always been trying to hold back, yet always felt difficult to deal with, as if it would burst from the inside, was being sucked into the sword, and her body felt lighter and lighter. The sword would fall out if she had just pulled her hand away. It's better to think carefully before picking up that thing. Oh, it's Merlin talking, right? It's better to think carefully before picking up that thing. When she turned around, she discovered a strange, magician-like person she had never seen before standing behind her. No, they've met many, many times before. It's just that it's the first time they've met face to face in real life. The great magus spoke to her as he had done so far. I'm not going to say anything bad, but you better stop. Once you pick that sword up, you will no longer be able to live the life of a normal human being until the end. That's not all, though. You will be resented by all the people if you accept it, and you will die a miserable death. There it is. Merlin with clairvoyance is warning her of the miserable end that she will face. Fantastic artwork. I love the Hill of Camelon behind her there. Without a doubt, fear distorted her face. The Magus's words were replayed in her mind, but as a projection, a vision of what would happen. Not as an advice, but as a piece of prophecy. No matter how hard she struggles, she would suffer a lonely and brutal death if she drew this sword. Thinking back, he wondered, why did he do something like that at that time? The plan he made with Uther did not include this prophecy. The selection ritual was supposed to be a simple, and he was originally there to give her a push to become king. In any case, there was no use weeping over what has been done. She would likely fear for her future and change her mind. Perhaps she would be terrified that she was not ready to be a king yet and wait for the future to try again. Okay, so he went against the prophecy here, so it seems like Merlin, in Merlin's clairvoyance, he was supposed to give her a push to draw the sword, but instead he gives her a warning and assumes that giving her the warning, she won't pull the sword out. In any case, there is no use weeping over what has been done. She would likely fear for her future and change her mind. Perhaps she would be terrified that she was not ready to be king, and wait for the future to try again. Or maybe she will simply run away from the path of becoming a king in the first place. It doesn't matter in any case. Whichever she chose, it would work out all well in the end. The magus prepared to depart after concluding the selection of the king would be a matter for a later day. And yet, no. This drove her to make her final resolve. Are you sure? Asked the magus. Her golden sandy hair floated in the breeze without turning around, losing its luster after living a miserable life in a faraway land. She gave a strong nod without looking back. In reality, she was still scared at this moment. She was no longer afraid of her own ending. It was fear of whether this decision was the right one. Fear of the young king who pulls the sword from the rock. Isn't there someone more suitable than her to be the promised king? Shouldn't they be able to build a more peaceful kingdom? Such was her fear. But such a person did not exist, at least not yet for another few decades. Until then, someone else will have to take over this role. There's the artwork of her grabbing the hilt. When you pick up this sword, you will no longer be the same person. Everything that you were afraid of will be left in the past. This is a right that will kill yourself. If you have a heart of a human, you cannot protect people as a king. A king, in other words, is the one who kills the most in order to protect everyone. As a young girl, she thought about it every night and laid in her bed trembling until dawn. There hadn't been a single day that she had not been afraid of these facts, but the young girl declared that too will end one day. No matter how many times she will be isolated, feared, or even betrayed, her heart will not change. To live for people, to live with people, to lead people to their future. That's what it means to be in charge of a nation, to bear the proofs of a king. To live up to the responsibilities of a king, she chose to bid goodbye to all those precious things she had ever seen in her dream for the sake of safeguarding what was most important.
There it is. I love the artwork.
Many people were smiling. Certainly, this path, I don't think is the wrong one. Who could have known about that noble oath? Decided to fight, no matter what happens, even if it's beyond. Even so, she decided to fight, even if an inescapable solitary ruin awaits. Ah, so you've drawn the sword. You've chosen the painful path, haven't you? The magus turned his face away in annoyance, but inwardly he was thrilled by her choice, because it was very interesting to him. The magus was convinced that the path she was taking was both difficult and full of ups and downs, but the man just wanted to see something beautiful. So innocently, or perhaps wickedly, he was willing to give it to her. Even still, will miracles require a necessary price? Oh, King Arthur, would you trade that for what you hold as the most precious? To the new king, he shrewdly offered the first piece of advice that was no concern of him.
That's the end of chapter 0. We have a chapter 1 interlude. Never mind, we're still going. The story of the knight, Sir Kay. This is her brother. I don't like old stories. If I have to be a little more specific, I'd say I don't have a soft spot for anything other than my own past. What's the fun in listening in other people brag? I'd rather be swimming with salmon if I had time for that. No, I'm not saying I like salmon. If I have to swim, it really should be with a woman, and better be a good-looking woman at that. If all you want to do is listen to me talk and tell a story, though, I will bear with it a bit. I'll just imitate a poet. With practice, it would be of use when wooing a woman who is easy to deceive. 5 years. That's when we became family. Not my age, hers. At first sight, I knew immediately that she'd become a beauty in the future, but then my old man told me to guide her as if she were my brother, and that's how I decided to see her. I didn't think there was any chance in hell it could be kept a secret, though. King Uther was a man above other men, but still a human in the end. He probably knew that he would fall to the Picts in the north in the coming battle against Vortigern, to say nothing of the Saxons. So he came up with the idea of making the next king, not one who was merely above other men, but something that was no man, a hybrid between human and dragon, the incarnation of the king, born in the mold of a human body. Merlin was delighted with the idea. He must have been running throughout the castle with his hands up in the air with approval. What? Don't add fuel to the fire if you didn't see it? I'm not guessing. I'm certain that's what happened. You magus and your lot love the chaotic, the unimaginable. Damn. Dragon. Continuing on, the raw material of the king was made in this way, without letting others know. The blood of King Uther, the blood of the dragon, and the blood of a noble woman, who is the most suitable to fuse the two. There wasn't a trace of romance in it. No exchange of letters, no secret meetings at night, just an act for leaving behind results. What? You ask if there was love in that? You seriously think there was love in that? It's because you don't even know that kind of thing that you are inhuman. He's talking to Merlin, I think, right? And that was how King Arthur was born. They call it conceptual fertilization in Magecraft world, or so I hear. I'm sure you've heard of it. Not making a dragon a man, but giving a man the functions of a dragon. She may have been a human being at first, but there's something unnatural mixed inside. The king is not the incarnation of the dragon. His heart is a single dragon. His magical power is of a level far beyond ours. I ask you not to seek the same values as ours from the one possessing magic like the gods. That's what Agravain would regularly say to the knights, but I concur, not as much as he may have meant, of course. No one under the conditions would grow up into being a normal human being. You wouldn't expect it normally. Yet, that wasn't normal about her. Everything else about her was normal when she was a runt, except that one thing was weird. It might feel hard to believe now, but she had been no different from the other girls in town. She'd been disciplined to be polite by the old man, and etiquette drilled into her bones. But once in town, she blended in and became just like her surroundings. She was a town girl, an ordinary town girl. Aww. God, Takeuchi going fucking hard with the art. That's beautiful. Look at the details on the house in the background. Casual saber, so cute. But her being a sore loser was a trait she was born with. Her standard for winning and losing was not that she was disappointed to lose to someone else, but that she was pathetically sore at being so useless. Whenever she falls down, she would immediately stand lifting her face up. She wasted no time consoling herself. There should be a limit to the spirit of moving forward, and yet, she's easily hurt. She must have been too honest to brush things off. The knight outside of the castle talk as if she has a heart of iron, but she was a reed, not iron. She was shocked and battered, but not once has her heart been broken. A girl like that was raised for 10 years under a strict watch of my old man, so of course she would become the ideal king. It was nothing but trouble for me, however. I wasn't there seeing her pulling the sword. A part of me thought just let her do whatever she pleases. After all, why should I have to warn a cheater who had everything since she was born? I had no reason to stop her. She can do whatever she wants for all I care. You should know more than me about what happens next, and you won't have me talking out the days when we were training and adventuring countries after she took out the sword. I might find myself swinging a blade at you from years of pent-up grudges if I remember all the trouble you and her dragged me into and made a fool out of me. When she finished her training and mustered Caliburn, she finally announced herself as the rightful king. She had humble beginnings. First, she started with saving a tribe and establishing a base of operations. The old man did teach her that laying the groundwork was critical. If we were going to defeat Vortigern, it was ideal to raise an army to match his, while being as low profile as possible in order to remain unnoticed. To date, there have been 11 pitched battles against the Saxons, but the Round Table, at the very first of them, consisted of only you and me, I believe. From there, everything took off. She reorganized the last cataphract and literally raced across the battlefield freely, crushing Saxon infantry and breaking through several city walls. Really, it's a tactic that none could have imagined that girl who loved taking care of horses would use. What? You're saying that people were dying too? It's fine if soldiers die. They were fighting to protect their families and their land. It's an act of survival. But horses are different. They have nothing to do with human conflicts. They don't care what they are running for or why they are dying for or what they are dying for. That is a different sin from the death of humans. At least, that's what that girl thought. It was when she emerged victorious from one of those battles that the name of King Arthur became known throughout the land. But somewhere along the way, someone's womanizing led her to Morgan's trap, and Sword of Selection Caliburn was lost. What? You must go through the ritual to obtain the golden sword Excalibur. Who cares? I can only remember how ridiculous she looked as she marched with us, trying to conceal from everyone that she had lost her holy sword. Her face was paler than pale can be. Because of that, I ended up once again having to make a wood carving of a bird catching a salmon. And Morgan too. How did such a fine lady become such a frightening thing? Just when it seemed as if she had the innocence of a fairy, she became as magnificent as a warrior maiden, and then suddenly possessed the brutality of a witch. If you ask me, it's as if there were 3 women inside of that single woman. Still, she was the proper daughter of King Uther. Morgan may have had similar circumstances as she had,
Ever since the establishment of Camelot, she never let go of her hatred for King Arthur. Come to think of it, I've not heard much of her lately. But yes, let me get back to where I was. Vortigern finally lifted his heavy hand and started to fight a decisive battle against King Arthur. That was when she took back the citadel that was Vortigern's base. Though in this battle, the only one other than King Arthur who was of any use was Sir Gawain, who had a holy sword just like her. And so King Arthur defeated Vortigern, the usurper, and reclaimed the citadel. That would be this chalk castle, Camelot of the Round Table. Camelot Castle was completed, and the reign of King Arthur had begun at last. Since then, 10 years have gone by. There'd never been a moment to breathe for both you and me. You fooled around with women while calling yourself the aide of the king, and I'd chase after women's rump and leisure while performing my own duties as one of the Round Table. And King Arthur, she would bring and bind together a group of bickering lords while accomplishing great results against the war of the Saxons. So just like Uther and the previous king had wished for, the ideal king was born. Meanwhile, my worries have amounted to nothing. I thought there would be at least one of us who would voice his thoughts, but at this point, there was not a single knight who would press further into what a lie that was. The joke of a knight of innocence who serves from the chalk castle is not even a funny story nowadays. After all, no one truly approved of King Arthur, and who can blame them? Because, the power of the holy sword has made her stop aging. She still looked as she did when she was 15. The age she pulled out the sword. Oh, sorry. That was one sentence. She still looked as she did when she was 15. The age she pulled out the sword. Although many knights feared it as creepy, most of them hailed the immortality of their lineage as a mystery. Deep down inside, they mocked the notion of a young boy being a king for much longer and readied themselves for the power struggles that would come when the king falls. King Arthur was not a king accepted by everyone and all. She was a temporary king who was only recognized when her reign was going well. As long as she could function as a king, some incompatibility could be ignored, even if there were ones who discovered what the king truly was. They stayed quiet while she still proved to be a capable king. They raised her as an ideal king, but as soon as they realized that her ideals that they so praised would not have... They praised her as an ideal king, but as soon as they realized that her ideals that they so praised would not save absolutely everyone, they pushed all the blame on her. And look where that brought us. I imagine Mordred will raise troops against us when King Arthur returns from Rome. I've had enough of this foolish infighting. I'll think of some reason to excuse myself from it all. Perhaps join up with the other fellow womanizer Lancelot. No. That is the other thing I will never do. It's fine. I'll set sail off for another land and spend my days relaxing there. With all that fortune I've amassed, I have no need to fight anymore. And you will be fleeing to some fairyland, won't you? Best of luck. Best to end this idle talk, lest you have your head chopped off for being an opportunist. What, you want to hear what I think of King Arthur? Yeah, there's one thing I wanted to ask you, since she had been aware. She has spent most of her days learning to be a king, and the sole free time she had, the time she should be sleeping, she spent taking care of the needs of the horses and patrolling the village. In her life, she had no room for herself. Never personally experienced what it was she was trying to protect. Is there anything more heartbreaking than that? I am a man who will cut off the head of a giant if asked, but even I frown not being able to look at this. When we were still living with my father, I couldn't help but having to speak my mind because I was so disgusted. Hey you, when are you sleeping? Don't worry, big brother. I am asleep from dawn until the sun rises. She actually smiled when she said that. Dawn until the rise of the sun? That's not even 3 hours. I was dismayed. but it served as a good opportunity for me to learn that a mundane person like I will never get anything good coming from being involved with this overly serious fool. But then some days later, I met you and learned the truth I did not want to know. That a magus, one who was in an incubus, was teaching her how to be a king, even in her dreams. Oh. That's how she knew Merlin but had never seen his face, mentioned earlier. What a joke. In other words, she hadn't even been truly sleeping at all. No one else knew, though. Because of that, now that I see the country on the edge of falling, I find myself thinking, bollocks. What was it that she wanted to do so much to go that far? Garden of Avalon, Chapter 2. God, this is really good so far. I enjoyed that chapter. All right, Chapter 3, Stories. Starlight. Am I late? A little bit. We're on Chapter 2 out of 6. So we still got a ways to go. We just finished Chapter 1, The Sword of Selection, and learned about King Arthur's childhood before drawing the sword. Chapter 2 is Starlight. After defeating Vortigern, King Arthur set out to rebuild the fortified city that had been destroyed. The city regained its former mystique and was revived as a chalk castle of Camelot with the return of the Holy Sword Wielder. The decade between the building of Camelot and the Battle of Camlan Hill is referred to the King Arthur's reign over Britain. Despite the fact that the war with the foreign tribes introduced by Vortigern continued, this decade was mostly stable. The battle with the Picts in the north had ended, the Saxons' momentum had weakened, and the friendship between the knights who were now lords had persevered. It could be claimed that this is the world's final period of romance. It's a period of twilight, when there were still mystery, magic fairies, and spirits lingering on this island. It was during this period in which most of the legends of the knights and the Round Table took place. Having an administrative office is certainly lovely, but isn't it a little too extravagant? This is not much different from the Round Table room. I favor a plain style with no unnecessary decoration. With a sluggish gaze, she rests her palms on the wooden table. The innovative and precise design of the mirrors-like table is polished to a shine. For her, who had spent her entire life on a battlefield, life at the castle appeared to be far too lavish to remain still. King Arthur, living a life of luxury as part of the king's duties. Camelot was built by fairies, not you humans, at least for the most part. So what's the problem? It's not like it was built with the hard-earned money of the people. If that's correct, then the one who is laboring day and night to repair the castle is... half of them are earth fairies disguising as humans, while the other half is a human craftsman who are well aware that they are earth fairies but pretend not to notice. Oh my, I was under the impression that fairies had left to fairyland, leaving behind only giants and magical beasts who despise humans. Well, you are correct, but an opening still exists for the fairies to enter and exit even if they have fled to the reverse side of the world. However, that opening will soon vanish. Saying the giants despise mankind is prejudice. They are merely unable to liberate themselves from their physical ties. They can't take on the form of spirits as fairies can. As a result, they are unable to migrate to the reverse side of the world and have remained on the surface in this condition. They must live in fear of being eliminated by humans and civilization, and they can only survive on fear. What about dragons? The dragon that protects Britain still is somewhere on this earth? Is the dragon that protects Britain still somewhere on this earth? She posed the question out of genuine curiosity, not only because she resonates with the being, or because she feels sorrow for the dragon that was her parent, but simply because she was she has a childlike longing to witness something spectacular. Since the beginning of the Common Era, that dragon has descended beneath the earth. It will soon be 500 years since it fell asleep. It has now probably turned into stone and will soon be absorbed by the soil. The dragon's soul, however, has long since migrated to the reverse side of the world. It's only a matter of the soulless body dissolving into oil or ore after death. Now that's... Oh, oops. So that's how it is. As expected of you, Merlin. You're so knowledgeable. Well, of course I am, Artoria. I'm your teacher in magic and mystics. There are so many things as there are mountains that I want to tell you. However, now is the time to be king. The Saxons are about to cross the sea once more. They may grow in number, but they will never decrease. Who exactly is holding the south now? It is Sir Tristan and Sir Bedivere. With the current supplies, they should be able to last a month. Oh, and if you have Bedivere, Tristan will put forth some serious effort. They make an excellent team. Merlin, please correct your speech. Sir Tristan has always been a serious individual. It's just that his sensibility is so poetic compared to people that he always seems desperate when it comes to comforting the opposite sex. You and Kay are the only ones who are disloyal. Oh, what the hell? In your mind, I'm as hollow as Kay, even though I'm your teacher? Artoria, you appear to have misunderstood me. It is true that I have many loves, but all of them are pledges of eternal love. Like Sir Tristan, I'm not pessimistic, and it's not something I'll forget the next day like Kay. It's about a happy affair between a man and a woman who love each other. After all, my sight's set on bringing happiness to everyone involved. Is that so? But it is Agravain's opinion. He may not speak much, but he is a better judge of character than anyone else. It's getting more and more shocking to me. I didn't expect you would trust that gloomy, ghostly man. No. Well, he does make a good eye, and he always is nervous about it. He's like an incarnation of a secretary who has no interest in authority. The best thing about the Knights of the Round Table is that they're all oddballs and never boring. In Camelot, there exists a relic called the Round Table. It is a circular round table in a literal sense. Knights who sit on it took an oath to be equal companions regardless of their rank or status. It was originally a mystic code that represented bonds, recreated for Camelot from the original Proof of Heroes. The castle of Camelot takes shape in this realm, with this round table as its cornerstone, and that's Mash's shield. For those who don't know, Mash from Fate Grand Order, her shield is the literal table. And because it's like it says right there, it's a mystic code that represents bonds. That's why in Fate Grand Order, you use the mystic code to summon servants. You literally use the shield itself to summon servants because it's a mystic code that represents bonds. The Round Table was originally a mystic code that represents bonds, recreated for Camelot from the original Proof of Heroes. The castle of Camelot takes shape in this realm, with this round table as its cornerstone. It's king of the Proof of Heroes. Oh, that's true. The Proof of Heroes. Aren't those circles? What do those things look like? FGO Proof of Hero. Is that shit supposed to be like a round? It's a circle. I wonder if that's supposed to be the round table too. Can't wait to farm those. Yeah, same in the lottery event. I am definitely looking forward to it. Alright, originally the Mystic Code. If King Arthur's holy sword provided the energy that sustains the castle, then the round table is like the pillars that anchor it in this place. There were seats for 13 people, and King Arthur, too, was among those who seated at the round table. There were still a few empty seats, conspicuous at the moment, but soon there would be 12 knights. The reason for 12 rather than 13 is that the round table has one of the seats known as the Siege Perilous. Since it is the unlucky 13th, no one wanted to sit there. As a result, everyone thought the Round Table would have 12 knights. No one expected an airhead, no, a gutsy, brave individual to show up for the position at that time. Whoops. Sorry, I was on the wrong one. Alright, peace, Yowie. Don't die on me. The Tristan she had mentioned was the son of King Rivelin, a gorgeous knight who had become a wandering knight for one reason or another. He's also known as the Child of Sorrow. It is rumored that even fairies worry about their appearance in front of him and hide in the bushes to keep up appearances. A shame, certainly, but that's the truth. If it were women, his alluring gaze would pierce their hearts faster than an arrow could. Tristan is the Round Table's best bow user, but one would hesitate to call it a bow. That's simply not true. You fundamentally misunderstood what a bow is, will most likely be the response from masters of the bow from all across the world as they would complain. Agravain is a blood relative of King Arthur, the son of Morgan, King Arthur's proper sister, who inherited Uther's blood. And it is by this little edge that he became a Knight of the Round Table. He is a cold-hearted knight who never expresses his emotion or becomes offended and angry, but King Arthur appreciates and trusts him because he treats all matters and everyone impartially. He is a man who is shunned by the other Knights of the Round Table because he sends his soldiers to their deaths without moving an eyebrow. But no one can protest strongly against him since his private life was not impure in the slightest. Agravain rarely stands on the front lines, but when he does, he makes sure to get out unscathed, no matter how powerful his opponents are, earning him the name Agravain who knew no wounds. These Round Table knights deserved to be hailed as heroes and enjoyed a widespread reputation. However, not all of them were as powerful as one another, and none of them could measure up to the strength of King Arthur. It was not always a matter of being strong in life, but of being strong in spirit. The vile king has been overthrown, and the barbaric behaviors of the foreign invaders were somehow restrained. But the future of Britain still remained bleak. The daily life of the population was not changing, causing the flourishment of evil. Indeed, even after overthrowing the man who was the cause of the Dark Ages, the fact that the future did not become brighter as a result caused malice to grow in people's hearts. Wasn't King Arthur the one that was supposed to shine? Wouldn't the country be prosperous if we followed his words? I have no choice but to take the blame. This year's crops are bad once again, and the forest's bounty is diminishing. We can no longer share the forest with foreign people. We are left with no option but to buy crops from the other countries. I am going to be in need of Sir Lancelot's help once again. The people blaming King Arthur for the weather. Couldn't be me, bro. That's not the problem. The island was always poor to begin with. The people of Britain are falling into darkness because the Shining Tower can no longer be seen. The Shining Tower? Do you mean Rogue de Miliad, the Holy Lance? Yes. Speaking of which, I still haven't explained the difference between the Holy Sword and the Holy Lance. More Takeuchi art. Beautiful. That's my waifu. The Holy Sword was born within the planet, a divine weapon inside the star, forged by the hands of the star, so to speak. It is not a weapon to protect humans, but a sword to protect the world. It was created by this planet in anticipation of a foreign enemy that would destroy the planet. A sword that protects the planet, not a weapon to protect humans. Of course, you can use it against foreign tribes, but it was originally meant to defeat destruction. That's why. Its true power cannot be used outside of a battle to save the world, you say? I do not need to be warned by you. Sword of Selection Caliburn aside, the golden sword Excalibur is simply far too powerful. If you turn the earth into scorch, together with the foreigners, you're putting the cart before the horse. You mistake my priorities to think that I would use it to scorch lands for some barbarians. Exactly, that's how it is. The starlight is meant to be used at the right moment. Remember this, there might come a day when you must fight, not as a king, but as a lone hero. If you wield the holy sword without thinking too much, you'll surely get a reaction that will bite back at you. Your body is sturdy enough, so you'll probably remain unharmed, but the people around you will be in for a rough ride for sure. Merlin, I will accept the facts as they are with an open mind, because you speak the truth, but please don't make arguments that treat people like they are made of steel or something. Basically a weapon of the counterforce? Not the counterforce, but Gaia itself, like the will of the planet. Because the counterforce, or Alaya? Or Gaia? One of them. Or maybe both. What's up, Xerix? Gonna step out for a bit. Gonna watch Bleach since it just came out. Alright, Notorious, thanks for hanging. Wait, so was Caliburn the original sword she pulled from the stone? And she lost that. Where'd she get Excalibur then? The Lady of the Lake? When did that happen? You finished notes and you find it interesting? Yeah. The only thing that really surprised me in notes that I wasn't expecting was the fact that apparently there's aliens on every planet in our solar system and we just can't see them because they're under the texture of reality or whatever. That shit kind of blew my mind. Caliburn was the sort of selection. Okay. And then how'd she get Excalibur? What's that? Did they tell that story in here at some point? I feel like they skipped over that. Or maybe they just, like, mentioned that she got it. I think it was from Vivian. That's the name of the Lady of the Lake? Thank you for the fart, Nightbot. Alright, My apologies for being rude. Next, we'll discuss the Holy Lance. This one is not for defeating foreign enemies, but for stabilizing the planet. Rather, it's more of an anchor for the planet. Earlier, you mentioned Fairyland, but Fairyland is not in a different world. It's beneath your feet, in the reverse side of the world, separated by a thin layer of skin. Yeah, it's a layer of reality, a texture, if you will. Beneath my feet? Is it underground? It's okay if you think that way. Simply put, beneath what you call your world, there exists a gap called Fairyland, and the Earth's surface is below that. Both your world and Fairyland are nothing more than layers of skin. Textures, there it is. Each of them is like a piece of skin, a texture, a cover attached to the Earth's surface. Textures? This Britain, you mean? Not just Britain, but your entire human world. I'd say Britain is a tad more special. Artoria, what you see in front of you is not all there is. All that time when you humans took up the position of apex species, the fairies sensed and already understood that the way of existence on this planet would change, and accepted it. Planets change their physical laws, depending on life. That is an active... Hold up, let's read this whole paragraph again. This is all super important for the Lost Belts. So Artoria is trying to understand what textures are. She says, textures? This Britain, you mean? Merlin replies, not just Britain, but your entire human world. I'd say Britain is a tad more special. Artoria, what you see in front of you is not all there is. All the time when you humans took up the position of the apex species, the fairies sensed and already understood that the way of existence on this planet would change, and they accepted it. Planets change their physical laws, depending on the life that is active on their surface. With you humans becoming the greatest influence on the world, the era once filled with mystery and magical energy has welcomed its end, and is slowly dying out. The gods of nature that possessed personalities became mere natural phenomena, and the ether in the atmosphere dispersed. After the death of the king of magecraft, Solomon, the decline of mystery accelerated, and finally, 500 years ago, the Age of Gods finally, completely came to an end. This whole paragraph is like, let me screenshot that, hang on. Or this whole page, maybe. That's so but that right there explains so much, dude. I screenshotted that for later. Oh, there's the reverse side of the world. If you've seen Fate Apocrypha, you've seen this specifically. This is where Sieg was sent to. This isn't Avalon. Avalon is the one with the pink flowers where Merlin is. This is just the reverse side of the world, to my knowledge, right? It's beautiful. Teaching species and their relation to magical quantum physics to a medieval woman. This planet became something that belonged to animals that freed themselves from nature and could somehow keep living on their own, even when detached from the cycle of nature. Yes, to make it clear, I mean you humans. The directionality, mentality of the intelligence that humans obtain wish to illuminate the darkness of uncertain laws. As a result, it appears that the planet's rules have altered into laws optimized for the survival of humans. Whether it is a dragon or a fairy, it is considered as a violation in your human rules. That's why they willingly migrated themselves to the reverse side of the world, handing over the surface ground to you humans. And the only ones who remained on the land were those who didn't have the strength to migrate there, and those who couldn't accept their own end. The formers are harmless, but the latter pose grave threats by becoming evil to you humans. Relatively, more powerful individuals could survive the loss of atmospheric mana, so it's possible for them to continue to live on for hundreds of years threatening humanity. But in short, you humans have become the representations of the planet, but you guys can be rolled up like a thin layer of cloth. What do you do when you have a piece of cloth that's about to blow away in the wind? Leave it alone? Of course not. If it's going to be peeled off, you stitch it in place so that cannot happen. Like that, this texture of the world where you humans live is anchored to the planet by the holy lance. The lance that shines to the ends of the world. The pillar that guards the apex species. Rogue de Myliad. Is Rogue de Myliad a tree of emptiness? It sounds like it is. How I explain the Lost Belts. When I first got into the Lost Belts and I was trying to explain it, you can go back in my old VODs, like when I first started playing Cosmos and the Lost Belt, I was like, so here's my mental image, because I like to have visual representations in my head. You can imagine the Earth's bleaching is essentially if I had a globe of the Earth and I sandpapered the whole thing down to the point where it was just one white texture. It was one pure blank canvas, and I got that far by sandpapering the whole globe down. It's a blank canvas now. Now I'm going to take these timelines or other textures, if you will,
and I'm going to pin them in place with what we're going to call a tree of emptiness. So the whole reason these other timelines or textures can even be on the Earth now that it's blank is because the trees of emptiness are holding them in, and that's why when we get rid of a tree of emptiness, the lost belts disappear and go away, because these trees of emptiness are like pins that are pinning into the globe the timelines themselves. And so it seems like Rogue Demiliad is that same concept. Holmes moment. That's really interesting. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Get out of here, dude. That is a big ass fly. Go. Leave me alone. Yeah, that's insane, dude. In short, if the texture is going to be peeled off, you would stitch it in place so that cannot happen. Like that, this texture of the world where you humans live is anchored to this planet by the holy lance. The lance that shines to the ends of the world. The pillar that guards the apex species. Rogue Demiliad. But why? Why are you giving me such an incredible thing? Because you're the King of Britain. Listen, this island is very special. The continent has long been part of the human world. After all, countries are connected by land, so the laws of physics are being rewritten relatively quickly there. But this island is different. The air and mysteries of the Age of Gods still remain here. This is the characteristics of a small island country. The more isolated you are from the mainland, the easier it is for the land to retain its mysteries. Britain, in particular, is important. It's like the navel of the planet. It is a sacred place that is equal to the heart of those who live in mystery. So, let me think. If someone wants to fill the planet with ether once more, he'd undoubtedly build his workshop here on the island. This place is the last remnant of the Age of Gods, so it can also serve as a pivot for subverting the world's order. The Holy Lance is stabbing into the world in order to prevent that from happening. If you want to protect Britain, you have to seal the mystical world. She was exhausted to the bone from her disappointment, gazing down at her hands that had thoughtlessly embraced the lance. Artoria gulped, as if she had swallowed water. But, Merlin, I have the lance. Does that mean it's not anchored to the world? No. The Tower of the End is in place. It's invisible to the human eyes because you are holding it. The brilliant, shining tower beyond the horizon is in your hands. It's as if suddenly you are a god. No way! I'll give it back to you right now! Oh no, I can't leave it to Merlin! If I trust it to you, you'd definitely stick it in some random rock to confuse people for the fun of it. Ha ha ha, you know me so well. Then make sure you keep it with you. Well, the holy lance that you are forced to carry by Vivian is a shadow of its former self, the tower. Those who try to abuse its power, for example, Vortigern, just don't leave it to a guy like that. As soon as she heard Vortigern's name, a shadow fell over her lively face. The conversation that had been going so well till now ended because of the carelessness of the mage. She murmured quietly in affirmation with a faint nod. Britain will be destroyed, but not by Morn. You will not see the end of Britain, but will die by the hand of Britain. The vile king left behind all those wounds when he was being burned up. It is fortunate that she and Sir Gawain, who fought side by side, were the only ones there to hear his last words. Oh dear, well, that's to be expected. I suppose everyone thought that defeating the vile king would bring peace and prosperity to Britain, but it didn't work out that way. Even if the vile king is gone, the war is not over. It was a bad habit of the magus. There was no need to cloud her mind here, but suddenly he grew curious to see what color her face of anguish would be.
The bad harvest has continued this year, and perhaps next year will be no different as it may still continue. People are happy that warfare has become less frequent, but there are those who are not satisfied with that alone. What was the reason they will continue to die? What was the reason they were willing to die, just to drive back the foreign tribes? Of course not. It's to make a luxurious life for themselves. Some of the knights even ran off criticizing you out of selfishness. Humans like the truth, even though they hate things that are too truthful. As long as King Arthur remains each man's ideal, they'll wholly depend on him. At the same time, they'll also degrade King Arthur and begin to isolate him. You must bear everything, or even trample on them above that. All you will ever be given is only injustice and misunderstandings. However, the more of them there are, the more stable the people's lives will be. The dominant side and the subordinate side. Human beings are creatures where only one of them can get happiness. The Magus says that with a wicked smile on his face. That's what it means to be the king, and what a king really is. The dignity of the king imagined in the people's minds is far too different from the dignity that the king embraces in reality. The more he thinks about the lives of the people, the more the king's heart sinks into despair as a person. So the more I will suffer, the more the country will prosper? Is that what you're trying to say? Yes, you knew about this, didn't you? You were aware of this, and you still pulled out the Sword of Selection after that. So the sooner you get rid of your human heart, the sooner you can become a transcendent being like Uther. Then, at least your heart would no longer suffer. In turn, that would be the ideal form of being a king. King Arthur maintains the same governance as they have today, but his heart will not suffer anymore. To be honest, the Magus was actually dead serious about tempting her that way. The reason is that maybe it would be more fun that way, or perhaps even before she did herself. The Magus had long been unable to stand this sight, but she neither fell for the grand plan of the Magus, nor did she give him the response he had expected. With a bouncy smile, she said, "Yeah, I'm proud to say I'm doing well in that regard. Please watch my back, Merlin. I can't say it will be soon, but I will make this island a good place to live. I am sure it will not lose to the utopia spoke in legend, Avalon." She smiled, as if feeling happy from the bottom of her heart. She puffs up her chest proudly. It was at this moment that the Magus realized his sin. Have you read The Clock Tower 2015's related to FGO directly? I don't think so, no. So any mystic from Britain can pose a huge problem to the rest of the world, huh? Kind of sounds like they're saying it's that OP. It reminds me of because Cath Pollock is from Britain too. If you're interested, here it is. I will bookmark this and read it later for sure. For her, what was important was not how to exist as a king. She just picked up the sword for lives of the people. From the very beginning, the king's dignity had never been considered at all. The sins of the late King Uther and the Magus. He realized what they were after was too different from what she was after, and the Magus knew at the same time that he had really underestimated her. Anyway, if she continues to rule, the girl will despair, as long as I stop her at that time, he told himself. The Magus, being ashamed of his ugly self who had that arrogant thought, wondered whether it would be possible for him to change the road ahead, even from now on. But it was already too late. Avalon, you dare say that word? Even I haven't been to Avalon. Pretending to laugh, the Magus looked away from her with a painful smile. I cannot clearly describe the sense of loss I felt in that moment. In the long years of pursuing the Radiance, that I thought I would never find in my life. I had already been blessed by that, but unknowingly I destroyed it with my own hands. On the day of the selection, did the magus really have any right to question the girl's resolve? I am the most foolish magus in the world. That girl was overflowing with the qualities of a king. Such a horrifying mistake, yet I shamelessly believed that it was the right thing to do. Alright. Chapter 4. Wait, oh no, it's a chapter 2 interlude. Oh, it's the second interlude. Okay, I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck? This one's about Sir Gawain. I have never doubted in the power of the king. He is impeccable in mind, body, and spirit, and he has never made a single mistake in his choices or judgments as king. My lord is the embodiment of the ideal knight. People misunderstood. That king does not bear the epithet king of knights because he is a king and a knight. He was called the king of knights because all of the knights of Britain admired him as a worthy of their respect and loyalty. Lord Merlin often says that there is no hierarchy at the Round Table, but the truth is, we have all gathered to honor the king as brethren and to be his hands and limbs. Without the king, there can be no unity at the Round Table. If being undefeated in battles is the condition of the king, then my king is truly an undefeated god of war. It is only because the king's splendor that we have been able to end many battles with victory at disadvantage with inferior strength. Every time I chased after his figure of a leader as he himself led the way, I was convinced Britain would one day have a bright future. But only once, just once, was there a battle where I could only stay back and watch the king from behind, fearing that the king's victory was uncertain. Vortigern, the usurper, the vile king who tried to take over Britain for himself by inviting in different races, was a demon of a king that even the Knights of the Round Table could not have imagined. After vanquishing the foreign tribes that had taken over the citadel, the king fought his way with us to the throne room, where the vile king barricaded. So is someone possessing Rhogdomiliad in Britain the reason why it can survive without a tree? We don't know. That's the question, right? Because we know they have Rhogdomiliad because that's what came down on us in that's what came down on us in at the end of Lost Belt 5, right? We know they have Rhogdomiliad. What's up, Algo? They also said the Lost Belt wasn't spreading and it was surrounded by a gold light, right? So maybe that gold light is Rhogdomiliad. That would make sense. Good guess. You'll maybe find out. Yeah. Alright, Vortigern. Only Vile King was alone left to oppose us from the enemy side. On the other hand, our troop had the king, uninjured, and his elite soldiers. There is no need to fight any longer. All the soldiers embraced that sentiment, foolishly and believing in that foolishness. Even I was caught off guard. If the king's sword is the assembly of light of the planet, then my sword is the image of a sun, a hammer to burn away evil. On a battlefield with the king and myself on it to fight, who could have predicted that defeat was possible? Yet, the only one who saw through the true ability of the usurper was like him, another king, King Arthur. Why do you resist? Why do you not approve of it? Why do you cling to your humanity? Britain must perish, you must die out. If the island is to be defiled by the hands of humans one day, then let it be brought back to its original form by my hands. We must turn Great Britain into hell, a paradise of darkness forever uninhabitable by humans. In front of the decaying throne, there stood a figure of dark shadow. Its armor was dyed all black, and shadows fell all in it, even though it was clearly noon. It was a hole opened up in the world itself. Something inhuman that I knew, with dread, swallowed, boiling molten iron into its belly. The demon dragon, Vortigern. That was the true nature of the creature that would have brought Britain to ruin. What? Our hesitation led to death. With a single blow unleashed by the vile king, the soldiers were all vaporized, and I was deprived of strength to fight. That thing was a devourer of holy swords, a darkness that grew denser the more sacred the adversary were. My holy sword, Galatine, was robbed of its brilliance. The glow of the king's holy sword, Excalibur, too, was reduced into a faintly lit bonfire. In the midst of all that, "You did well, Knight of the Sun, mighty Gawain. Behold, it appears that your light was too much for his stomach to wholly devour." The king smiled at me. Oh, that was Artoria talking. "You did well, Knight of the Sun, mighty Gawain. Behold, it appears that your light was too much for his stomach to wholly devour." The king smiled at me and said that the vile king could not drink the light of Excalibur because he had swallowed the light of Galatine. And then the king alone raced to fight the demon dragon. No, what happened was the opposite. The only reason I narrowly escaped death was the result of the king defending me on the spur of the moment. The king's holy sword lost its radiance because of my own failure. That light would soon fade. Amid a raging storm, there was no way a tiny light that can keep shining through. We were relying solely on dazzling light, and when it was lost, all we could think about was praying amidst the darkness. But that was my own limit, and such peril was the daily life for the king. The king's light was always faint, but it never faded and kept on shining like a lighthouse, even amid a raging storm. The battle raged for several hours. The throne room collapsed. The demon dragon summoned dark clouds with its roar, and then expanded its size to enormous proportions, demolishing the citadel in the meantime. Neck of the dragon manifested itself, engulfing the weapons of the soldiers, dead fleshes, and the rubble of the citadel in its wake. The king must have realized it all along, didn't he? Vortigern was Britain itself. It was the vile king, who had appeared as the will and avatar behind the island. Hold up, dude. We just learned in notes that the planets have wills. You're telling me, like, continents and islands do now, too? What? Actually, let me ask you something. When you finished notes, did you try to connect some of the things mentioned there, what happened or was said in FGO so far? I didn't notice a lot of stuff in FG. Or yeah, we noticed that obviously at the end of 5.2 in Olympus, they mentioned something about an ultimate one. It was Ort. That's who it was. They mentioned Ort, but Ort was never mentioned in notes at all. But I know they mentioned the ultimate one, Ort, in at the end of 5.2. Rude of you to dismiss Earth-chan in Japan, Kun. Yeah, at the end of 5.2 Olympus, Rasputin talks about how the foreign god was going to go to the final singularity, the final lost belt, and that in that lost belt they were going to try to summon Ort, which I assume because Limbo was trying to build a different body, and we know that the foreign god is not supposed to be in the vessel that it's currently in, right? And so I assume
I assume they're trying to use an ultimate one for the vessel of the foreign god, is my guess. At the moment. Alright, let's continue. The king must have realized all along, didn't she? Vortigern was Britain itself. It was the vile king, who had appeared as the will and avatar of the island. The ruler of a small tribe who drank the blood of a dragon had lost his humanity long ago. No matter how the great king's magical power might have been, and even if his holy sword can burn the land, his enemy was the entire island of Britain as his body. It would have been apparent to anyone else's eyes that there was no chance of victory. It was as if the ant was challenging a human. Once I recovered, I suggested the king to retreat while me guarding his back, and the king, like always, embraced his fear and then looked up into the sky. I will require your assistance a little more, Sir Gawain. You and I are here together. What are wielders of the holy swords if they cannot quiet a tantrum of one or two fits of the island? His faint, cool smile was directed at himself, and also towards me. Feeling my once weakened spirit rejuvenated throughout my body, together with the king, we faced the demon dragon once more. Our holy swords dug into the hands of the demon dragon, slightly depriving him of his freedom. The victory was in sight, but we no longer had any weapons. If we drew our holy swords, the demon dragon would again soar to the sky. It was at that moment that the king wielded that shining spear, the spiral light that pierced the heart of the crucified demon dragon. The spiral of light that pierced the heart of the crucified demon dragon, which then roared to its death, screamed and crumbled into dust. The miracle I had witnessed robbed me of my ability to act, and I could only gaze at the king in awe for what I could not do. How much time has passed? Rain dropped from the dark clouds, engulfing the city with the noise of rainfall. In front of the king was only the figure of a man, with a spear through his chest, on the verge of death. Vortigern. The shadow that covered him disappeared. The rampage that had been pouring out of him was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a pathetic old man, with anguish etched into his body. I didn't think that even Rogue de Miliad had been given. What fools you are. To defeat the tyrant, you would call forth even greater destruction, child of my brother Uther. You cannot save this nation. You cannot win against mankind, because... The old man's voice echoed loudly, unmistakably, without being interrupted by the sound of the rain. The king took one step closer to the old man, and then another. Because... the age of mystery has long since ended. The coming age is the age of civilization, the age of man. The power that lies at the bottom of your heart cannot coexist with human beings. As long as you exist, Britain has no future. Curse your fate. The old Britain is long gone. The king drew his spear from the old man with his head bowed. It was a burst of laughter, laughing wildly like a whirlwind, a laugh that shook the fortress city and returned to the dust. Where did that strength remain in that old man? The vile king died that way, and my king raised the holy sword and declared victory. The rain ceased. The sun's blessing returned through the gaps in the black clouds. The figure of the king who announced the end of the battle was even more radiant than usual. Anyone who witnessed it admired the king's power and felt confident that the future held the promise of prosperity. Of course, I was one of them. I did not understand what their conversation indicated, but I could rejoice in the king's victory. I dragged my exhausted body and looked back at the king. His body was more exhausted than mine, but showing no sign of weakness, the king returned triumphantly. I told him with great enthusiasm, the only thing left to do is the war against remaining foreign tribes. The battle was so divine, the country was still in shambles, but as long as we have King Arthur, we have nothing to fear. Damn. Alright, Chapter 3, The Setting Sun. With the death of Vortigern, the civil strife in Britain came to a temporary end. Castle of Camelot was completed, vacant seats on the Round Table were filled, and the king welcomed Guinevere as the queen. The marriage was, of course, a mere formality. The king confessed to Guinevere that she had been lying about her gender and disguised it from the public, and Guinevere accepted that secret, accepting that it was for the sake of ruling Britain, to be its governor. No, it's better to say she had to accept it. Guinevere was an intelligent woman. She knew how hard King Arthur had to work and how much effort he had to give to bring that civil war to an end. At the same time, she deeply adored him from the bottom of her heart. In truth, she had adored King Arthur in the shadows for 10 years. Ever since King Arthur drew the sword of selection and slain the vile king, the magus couldn't fathom how the queen felt when she learned the truth on that night, that her 10 years of feelings had come to an end. It was as though the instant she received what she yearned for, she was told she'd never get it, and it was all an illusion, like a dream. Was that betrayal and despair? Or sympathy for the king's sufferings? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Despite knowing the truth, Queen Guinevere acted as a proper queen and supported the king well. For her, the marriage that was blessed by everyone was like a bird in a cage. The king was also worried about that in her mind, often showed concern, but the queen would just say, "What are you talking about, Artoria? It's not like you to be rewarded as a woman either, can you? It's not like you can be rewarded as a woman either, can you?" The king had no choice but to force herself to accept the advantage given through the queen's goodwill. Although the king and queen's relationship was temporary and fake, the friendship that had developed between them was genuine and real. This trusting friend-like-friend relationship made them appear like a happy, amicable couple in the eyes of the other people. The queen's arrival breathed new life into Camelot. Sir Lancelot, whose arrival had been eagerly anticipated for a long time, finally joins the Round Table. Agravain had been hesitant to join until the very end, but his influence as a foreign lord of France was significant because he worked as a mediator. Trade with the continent became several times smoother. It was during this period when the legend of the Round Table blossomed. As the war with the foreign tribes subsided, the Knights of the Round Table appeared in all domestic disputes and settled them across the country. They saw one another as rivals and would cross swords to put each other to the test if to find the slightest excuse. Yet they were all excellent individuals who were worthy of following. The magus too grew busy with the knights, taking part in many adventures with many risks. Although this had led him to have many problems concerning females, and he had earnest listen to being scolded by the king every time, I will keep those details a secret. I love that art. The Camelot of Flowers, as it will be called in the future. In fact, no matter how devastated or deserted Britain was, only Camelot was always full of smiles and hope. People believed it was because of the glory and majesty of King Arthur. The knights boasted with pride, believing it was the fruit of their hard work, and the king was the only one in her distress. Struggling with anguish after looking at the reality, no flower can bloom forever. Even with Camelot's light alive and well, Britain was still in constant decline. The magus informed the king that the mysteries which were claimed in the land were nothing more than a residue.
So, you're saying that the land is not falling apart because of foreign invasion? Unfortunately, yes. It is a foreign country far from the mainland where the mysteries of the planet are fading away since the beginning of the Western calendar, and yet, it still retains the air of the Age of Gods. The reason why the Picts, dragons, and succubus still exist here, and lastly, the people of Britain, are also included in this category. The foreigners are not the only invaders. The land itself is being changed. The bad harvest will continue until your extinction. In the past, the only area that had a good harvest was around Camelot, but even that is going to fade away soon. You want us to find a new way to survive? To plant important seeds? To accept foreign blood? To change the way this island exists? I am just saying that is one method from two options. After all, it's not up to you to decide which one you want to choose, and I'm going to be mean. But it doesn't make much difference what you choose. Whether you choose to fight to the end or accept the foreign tribes, the end result will be the same. A dark cloud filled with bitterness casts a shadow on the king's face, for a moment, engulfing it with anguish, but she immediately regained her usual awe-inspiring, dignified expression. Whatever it is, this will take time either way. Whether we maintain it or change it, we must do so only after we have prevented the invasion of foreign nations. They are only interested in looting. You are right, but oh, King Arthur, you really think you have any chance of victory? What are the odds that the land you so hope for would be restored only after the foreigners are driven back? Of course, there will be no replenishment of the supplies as of now. Then we'll just have to fight back with what we have in reserve. The king's decision was made at the time as the foreigners started invading again. Even if the foreigners lost Vortigern, they would keep attacking. Vortigern was nothing but a monster, but these foreigners were human beings. Foreign enemies that invaded for human reasons, attacked with humane persistence and humane obsession, and were significantly more difficult for the Britons to deal with as an enemy than Vortigern. In terms of strength, the Britons were superior. However, the difference in the standard of victory between those who had to defend their land, their families, and their properties, and those who came to pillage with nothing at all to begin with, was far too great. The barbarians would only steal from the farmland. They take whatever they can, kill the rest, and walk away. They would continue doing this forever, over and over again. The way they fight is too different from ours, where we have to protect our land, our homes, and our crops. No, it'd have been better if that's all they wanted to do. It'd have been better if they were just stealing. They want to live here permanently. They want to take this land, and we have spent so many years nurturing, and they want to take it for themselves without any effort. If there is abundant land, it is a habit of animals to gather there. In the end, the principle behind the action of the foreign races was to survive. The foreigners, too, were looking for new lands to survive. But now, Britain had no capacity to accept immigrants, and the foreigners also had no capacity to spend years tilling and cultivating the wasteland. Both the Britons and the Saxons knew that they would die out in a year if they did not have the land to grow crops. Coexistence is not possible. This was a war that should have continued until one of the sides completely dies out. In addition, the enemy was not only foreigners this time. A part of the empire guided the invasion. They conspired to exhaust Britain's resources by utilizing the foreign tribes fighting Britain, eventually invading it, and intended to bring Britain under their rule again. Get your saddles ready. We shall annihilate all foreign enemies who dare to set foot in Britain. Though the situation was marked poor, it was still far from being ruined. She went to the battlefield herself, the final stage of the 12 battles that King Arthur had fought. So began the journey to the Hill of Destiny. There was never a day without a war council, not a single night without sleepless camping. The fact that the king always stood up as a vanguard was probably a sign to show her determination. To join the battle, she had to cut off many of her own people. As soon as she joined the battles, she had to cut down all of her enemies. It was a common practice to suck up small villages to prepare armaments and rations in order to build up an army for the battle to defend the island. There were many knights who were against letting the villages dry up. It was an extra sacrifice for the knights and a dishonorable thing to do. There were no knights who would accept to do it, even knowing that if they did not do so, there would be way more casualties. In what world would a king sacrifice his own homeland while having barbarians as his opponents? It was already decided where the villagers were going to resettle. Jesus. It was already decided where the villagers were going to resettle, but there was no way to heal the hearts of the people whose homelands were being taken away. Many of the soldiers of the country were raised in such villages. These are the measures to win tomorrow. I hope all of you can endure with me. In this sense, there was probably no knight who has killed so many people as she has, and was hated by so many humans. The figure of this human running over the battlefields, however, was not confused. Even when she sits on the throne, she does not slightly narrow her eyes in grief. She was already aware of all of these. The magus was showing her this scene on the day of the selection. The king is not a person. If you have human feelings, you cannot protect people. Pain. She has kept that vow strictly to this day. She solved all kinds of problems and worked so hard on her political affairs that everyone was shocked to the degree that they couldn't say a word. She balanced the country without a single deviation and punished criminals without the slightest error. Even in the midst of battles with different peoples of different races, she captured and then punished lords who were the roots of civil wars. Her way of doing things must have seemed more cold-hearted in the eyes of soldiers than the previous King Uther. No, even more than Vortigern himself. After not knowing how many battles ended in victory under her command, without any disorder or chaos, the scattered tribes were united together and led by her. The king understands not of human heart. One of the knights of the Round Table left the side of King Arthur after muttering that. Was it because many held that kind of uneasiness? No one blamed that knight? In this terrible situation where everyone was in a state of being defeated, falling to a decline, the more perfect she became as a king, the more they questioned their own ruler. So basically she became a true politician, yeah. She was looking out, she lost all humanity for anyone else but her people, essentially. She had no humanity for her, and she didn't see the enemies as humans. She gave up her humanity for looking at the people who, quote-unquote, threatened her land, even though, like, they even say right there at the top, coexistence is not possible. This war that should have continued until one of the sides completely died out. In addition, the enemy was not only foreigners this time, a part of the Empire guided the invasion. Gave up humanity for her ideals, yeah. The king understands not of human heart. One of the knights of the Round Table left the side of King Arthur after muttering that. Was it because many held that kind of uneasiness? No one blamed that knight, though. In this terrible situation where everyone was in a state of being defeated, falling to a decline, the more perfect she became as a king, the more they questioned their own ruler. Yeah, for the ideal she wasn't even born with either. This was all a fate chosen for her. How could someone who doesn't understand human feelings rule over people? Some of the more famous knights returned to their own territories. The king accepted their choice as the natural outcome and made it a part of the process of government by granting them governance over their lands. After all, there was no room for extra punishment. And even if they just hide in their own territory, there is a use for that. When fighting the foreigners, they could be used as bait depending on how the fight goes. That judgment left the knights even more scared. That king only uses us as pawns for a chessboard. That's right, the king who can handle everything by himself cannot possibly think of us as anything more human, as the same human being like him. The king of knights, who once so admired and beautiful in the eyes of the knights, whom they saw as their pride, thus became isolated. But that was a trivial matter of concern that had nothing to do with the king. Even if she is isolated, feared, and betrayed, her heart will not change. The struggle with the foreigners became more and more intense, and finally, the decisive battle was about to begin. Iskander really did a number on her mentality, yeah. That's what the Banquet of Kings was all about in Fate Zero, because Iskander and Gilgamesh are both telling her, like, kings are supposed to be selfish. Kings have ideals of their own that they dream of something big, and that's why their people follow them. Their people follow them because they dream of something big, but King Arthur's ideals were pushed on her by her father. And Merlin, of course, too. Merlin and her father made her to be the ideal king and were essentially raising her. Like, everyone from her childhood until that point where she pulled the sword were all essentially grooming her into becoming this ideal king she never had a choice in it. Fate Zero is all about Saba catching L's, yeah. The hunted down enemies being driven to the brink of extinction gathered at Babon Hill and launched their final attack. The knights were swallowed up by the numbers and momentum of those foreign invaders, engulfing them in a fear that they would surely lose this battle. However, that was just the knights' worry. The battle ended in victory for King Arthur. With the overwhelming result of destroying 40% of the enemy army, the foreign invaders surrendered and swore not to enter the land of Britain as long as the king was there. This was the natural outcome. A year since she left Camelot, it was to win this victory that she planned and deployed all of her military tactics and made all of her decisions. The king was standing on a hill. In the distance rang out the voices of soldiers shouting and cheering in victory. "Congratulations, King Arthur! I admire you all over again! In a good way, you've exceeded my expectations!" "Please say that to everyone, Merlin. This is not just my victory," she replied as she stood by the holy sword on the ground, looking at the bright faces of the joyous crowd in front of her. It was definitely the aftermath of a massive victory, but her eyes were completely devoid of joy. The country, which had only been waiting for destruction until now, thus given a moment of peace. The war of relying on an absolute hero ended in this way. Britain was finally becoming the peaceful country she had dreamed of when she drew the sword. To recount the events that followed after that really tires one. She told a secretary, one that she could supposedly trust, the secret of the island and attempted to resolve them. The secretary advised that if the island were to lose its mystery, it should gain a comparable miracle, and the king accepted the proposal. Thus began the search for the Holy Grail of the Round Table, which remained in later anecdotes. Many knights went on a quest to find the chalice and return half-heartedly. Percival, who admired King Arthur more than anyone else, lost his life. Galahad, who was hailed as the perfect knight, and the boy who would carry the Round Table for the next generation, obtained the Holy Grail. Oh, really? But his selfishness caused it to be returned to heaven, and he himself ascended to heaven. Okay, that's totally fucking significant to FGO. Camelot was filled with grief, but it was still honorable grief. Alright, so Percival, who shows up in LB6, I believe, right? Who admired King Arthur more than anyone else, lost his life. So that's
important to remember. And then Galahad, who is the heroic spirit that was inside of MASH, has left now because he didn't want to help us with the bleaching of humanity. Galahad, who was hailed as the perfect knight and the boy who would carry the round table for the next generation, that's why it's MASH's shield, obtained the Holy Grail, but his selfishness caused it to be returned to heaven, and he himself ascended to heaven. Interesting. Just don't forget it's a lost belt. Yep, 100%. I'm just saying it's important to remember, like, this is what went down in proper human history, at least, right? Sorry, I should have rephrased that. Camelot was filled with grief, but it was still honorable grief. King Arthur was in his 10th and final year on the throne of Camelot. Lancelot and Guinevere's illicit relationship was uncovered, so Lancelot and Guinevere were fucking. Let's talk about something happy and fun. What is chivalry to you, Artoria? I also want to ask, what are you saying out of blue? Protect your morals, safeguard the people as a shield, protect your lord alive, show no fear in a battlefield, not to swing the sword out of personal desire or greed, but to wield it in defense of one's homeland and one's beliefs. That's what Hector taught me, isn't it so? She looked straight into the eyes of the mage. Even at this stage in her life, she was still open to what others had to say, accepting their suggestions, still pondering about them, still educating herself to see if there were any flaws in her own mind, not neglecting self-enlightenment in case there is anything her heart lacks. Hector was still too good as a teacher. Even the knight's chivalry has its own differences. He who returns courtesy with courtesy, a man who punishes evil above all else. One who is proud to protect his territory. I think it's the person's pride and beliefs. No, I don't have any attachment to that, so I don't really feel it, but I can understand it. So was the same for him. Living in love with the queen was the most important thing he could do as a human being. She stared at the magus with eyes that had never been seen before, and burst into laughter as if she couldn't bear it anymore. It was an expression the mage hadn't seen since her training days, and it was also appropriate for her age. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about me. I must have seemed rather depressed to make you worry. But do not worry. I do not blame Sir Lancelot, nor do I hate him. It's better to say I feel sorry for them, because of my distorted way of living. It robbed away the happiness of those two people. There was sadness and compassion on the lonely side of her face. She was mourning. The Knights of the Round Table have also deceased. Agravain, Gareth, Garrus, people who will never come back. Gawain. Gawain was wounded after fighting Lancelot alone, trapped by his own personal grudge against the unchaste. Lancelot, who's the key to these events, left Britain and is now in his own territory on the other side of the sea. The letter to Sir Lancelot will be discussed later. For now, we must deal with the problem of Rome. We must consider slamming our thoughts to teach those who are terrible at learning and have driven the Saxons out on us for hunting us without any discipline. Of course, we have double the points on the sword so far. It's really hard to see that smile, but at the same time, the magus also thought that he wanted to keep watching that smile forever. That didn't seem like feelings the irresponsible son of an incubus can have. The magus felt embarrassed to hide his shyness. He says, Arthur, even if you can do everything correctly, give it your all, there are certain things that can come to an end. Nothing lasts forever. Everything will eventually change into something new, so it's not the future that should be protected. Oh my, now what? You really are more chatty than ever today. I'm all fine. What matters is the process you lived through until now in order to save something. The outcome will always be overwritten by a new result. The king will destroy the previous king's righteousness to fit his own interests. Nothing will remain. Nothing is going to be left behind. Even so, if your life is not tarnished to the end, if you are proud of it, if you believe you have life worth boasting about, if it becomes loved by all, then it will become a record, a star
that will last forever, so long as human history continues to be. That's important. Even so, if your life is not tarnished to the end, if you are proud of it, if you believe you have a life worth boasting about, if it becomes loved by all, then it will become a record, a star is born, ? That will last forever, so long as human history continues to be. From the perspective of the history of the Earth, it seems insignificant whether it was the sincere hope of a young girl or a humble decision. Monka. But for those who live in the future, there will be a day when they will look like dazzling anecdotes. Merlin? How do I put it? I don't need glory or honor or anything like that anymore. I've had more than enough. No way. What people forced upon you is not honor, and it's not glory either. It's more of a curse. You get nothing of all. You get nothing of it at all. What am I saying? What I am saying of is how these things grant hope. Something that allows people to continue expressing the goodness of mankind. What you leave behind is the precious dream, a fantasy, or you can call it romance too. Sorry, I don't really understand much about this. So, even if that ideal cannot be realized when you are there, as long as you can keep that vow you made once, there will always be someone who will be saved by it. You can see the parallels between her and Emiya there too, in Unlimited Blade Works, right? That's probably, I've never experienced the Fate route because not watching the 2006 anime and I haven't read the visual novel. But you can totally see the parallels there. The gentle smile of her had been replaced by a look of seeing something unthinkable. It is really a great shame, for a mage who can only speak of nothing but grievances and lies. He said her something quite close to the essence of truth. Oh, there's Lancelot's helmet. Garden of Avalon is great, yeah. I'm enjoying it so far. Oh wait, this is an interlude. This is Lancelot's interlude. So we're getting interludes that are like the knight's like opinion of her, which is interesting. When we returned to my domain's castle and I arrived in my chamber, sleep overtook the queen. No surprise. She had been accused of adultery, brought to a lonely castle, and finally freed from the stone cell, where she had been imprisoned only to await her execution. Arriving at a safe haven relieved the tension built up in her heart, and the queen eventually sank deep into unconsciousness. The stains of tears etched a trace of remorse on her cheek. The queen's sorrow was not from that fact that she had been chased away from Camelot, nor was it that I had stolen her. It was that she had betrayed King Arthur. The marks left on her face were from her constantly apologizing to the king, thinking of how much she must be suffering because of our relationship. My ragged fingers could not even wipe away these traces of the tears. The other knights could not possibly know how much the queen admired the king and supported her to this day. She was called a traitor and unfaithful, suffered infamy of betrayal and infidelity, but her heart remained that of a fair maiden. Even now, while having dreams, she must have continued apologizing to the king. The relationship between the king and the queen was not a normal one. However, it was a relationship that they had accepted as inevitable, founded upon accepting what was out of their power. Had there been no interloper such as I, the king and the queen would have continued their lives with their secret preserved. There would have been no fighting between the Knights of the Round Table, and Camelot would have been restored to its former glory. No, this was for the best. This was really for the best. I seated myself on the bed, still in my helm and armor, knowing what circumstances the king was in. I at least owed it out of loyalty to remain in armor until the expedition Rome is over and the king returns to Britain. This night will be a long one. Until the queen awakes, I reflect on what the queen told me of half the life of the king. It is said that the king who was chosen to be King of Britain was bestowed with mysterious power, but the power was fading, and the previous king, Uther, was last to be endowed with such supernatural power. Interesting. King Uther feared that the next generation would no longer have the supernatural blessings of the British Isle, so he was driven to do something forbidden. He produced a child with his own blood, and the blood of a dragon with human hands. The mage Merlin accepted King Uther's suggestion, found the most suitable mother for a vessel to blend the two types of blood, and created the ideal king. He did this for the sake of keeping Britain alive. There was no malice in the wish. As a king, it is the right thing to do when you rule a kingdom, to wish for leaving an even stronger successor. The child, born as an incarnation of the dragon, turned out to be exactly what the king and mage had hoped for. However, two problems appeared. The first was the child was female. The other was that Morgan, the daughter of King Uther, contrary to all expectations, was still a princess who retained the supernatural blood. Despite being the same offspring of Britain, her younger sister was the one to have received the love and hopes of her father. Morgan hated her for it and became the witch queen who craved vengeance for all her life. Agravain, too, was an assassin sent by Morgan, and Mordred was, nay, I shall say no more. Morgan is indeed a ruler with immense power, the daughter who has retained the supernatural power that was thought to have died out with Uther. She was the owner of the island Britain itself, and as the Lord of the British Isle herself, she was a greater Lord of the British Isle than King Arthur. But she, still, was but a small pebble in the path of the king. The Witch Queen could do nothing to incur the heart of the king, not even a scratch. The problem was the gender of the child that was born. As a result, she was raised as a man, because to rule over so many territories and knights, she had to act as a man. The one that knew who she truly was were only the previous king, Uther, her foster father Ector, and the mage. She literally covered herself in iron and sealed the truth for all her life. The sort of selection was something I had heard of. In my own territory on the other side of the sea, I heard gossips about the King of Britain, a knight chosen by the mage Merlin. And that's Lancelot and his sword. The hero who pulled out the holy sword none could pull out. In the midst of despair in Britain, there was only one light of hope that could defeat all the different tribes of the foreign invaders. As another knight, I couldn't help but be intrigued by him. No, I will be frank. I was young back then, filled with passion and conviction. I spent my time pretending that I was not slightly interested in the King of Knights from Britain, increasingly conceitedly believing that this King of Knights in Britain was but rubbish, and that I alone was the ideal knight. However, when my own country began to compare me to the King of Knights, I had finally had enough of this. I began enraged and decided to measure this so-called legend with my own eyes. Or perhaps it was by the Lord's guidance. I met the king as soon as I landed in Britain, in the midst of the battle. The sight of the knight with a body. The sight of a knight with a body that could only be described as a young riding a horse, a fearless swinging a sword in the midst of a horde of invaders. A thoughtless person would probably insult the king's appearance and despise him for being unfit to be a knight. I was one of them. What is required in battle is weight, arm strength, and a tough body with stamina that can continue fighting day and night, or so I thought. The young's physique would not even be able to fend off a single barbarian, but I learned how wrong I was back then. The essentials for being a knight is not just a strong body, but a spirit that vows what to train, what to protect with the sword. It was a matter of maintaining an unshakable conviction. In that battle, I fought alongside the king, and because of my accomplishments, I was granted the honor to speak with her as a friend and invited to Camelot as a guest.
Before long, I found myself desiring a seat at the Round Table. I have witnessed countless battles as a member of the Knight of the Round Table, just like the other knights who were enthralled by their king and idolized that king, unable to see her secrets and her agony, pains, or sufferings. It's not that there weren't people who had been suspicious of how the king appeared, of course, but the king who held the holy sword would not be hurt, nor would she grow older. They say the holy sword has the blessings of the fairy lady of the lake, and the wielder is ageless, immortal. Because of this, no one pursued to investigate the body of a knight who looked too petite, and even the face of the people thought was a maiden was praised by the knights as a demonstration of how handsome their king was. In fact, the king was also invincible. Excalibur. This is the new translation. I think it's version 5, if I'm not mistaken. There was no room for his physique or facial appearance to interpret that. The people who were afraid of the invasion of the foreigners were seeking a powerful king. The knights who rode on the battlefield would follow only a great leader, and the king met all those qualifications. So, in reality, no one was interested in who the king truly was. The fact she could protect the kingdom as its ruler was enough. The king was fair and impartial, and she always stood at the vanguard of the field of battle, slaying foe after foe. Although countless enemies and many of her people died as a result, her decisions were always in the right, and she governed under these dire situations better than anyone else. There is no room for doubt here, and in the end, who among the people being ruled really considers themselves as the same person as the king? How could you say that the king does not understand human hearts? Sir Tristan, nay, all of the knights of Britain misunderstood with their assumption. Why had it not occurred to any of you that the king, just like the rest of you, was simply another human who called Britain a home? I was a knight from a foreign country, born on different soil, and the climate and the culture I was raised in were different. An outsider, so to speak. Fundamentally, my thoughts and theirs do not intersect. Who's that? That's not Tristan, is it? The Britons put their island. That is Lancelot? Or sorry, I didn't say I meant Lancelot. Giga Chad? Why has he got long hair there? Lancelot doesn't have long hair in FGO. What is this shit? Oh. He's shown like that in Zero? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know he's Berserker. I guess I just don't remember what his face looked like. Arthur! They retcon appearances. Fionn is shown as having black hair in Zero. Huh. This one's mostly machine translated. No, I'll stick with this one since we're in the middle of reading it. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Fionn looks nothing like that in FGO. Or the Zero version. Finn McCool. The Britons put their island and their country above everything else, but I am a person who puts people first, not the country. I believed in the happiness of the individual over the happiness of the nation. The French knight's creed was that of the woman he loved was in trouble. He would take her hand even if it meant giving up the country. This made me feel uncomfortable, but thanks to it, I was allowed to observe the Round Table calmly with a cool head. After Sir Tristan's departure, the king began to show signs of fatigue.
The queen was worried about the king, and I too was concerned about the weight of being placed on the king's, causing him heartache. I wanted to ease the king's burden as much as possible, only if by a little. This became a common goal the queen and I shared. We conversed with each other, acknowledged each other's respect, and came to rely on each other. It was true that I was attracted to the queen at that point. I found her strength of mind and her willingness to support the king behind his back to be a rare blessing in disguise. The queen's confession of the king's secret was probably because the burden within her had become too large for her to contain. The true identity of the king was revealed to me, the queen's loneliness became apparent to me, and I realized how immature I was. It was anger that dominated me at that moment, anger at everything that was pure. I felt an uncontrollable rage towards the island calling itself Britain. Arthur! Yeah, this is Lancelot's POV at the moment. As I suspected, didn't I? You were never a worthy queen fit for King Arthur, Guinevere. You dare say that, Agravain? The knight who had climbed up to the position of secretary knew the true identity of the king. Not only did he know who the king truly was, but he also used it to threaten the queen. The queen's humiliation forced me to make one final choice. I cut my blade through many knights, took the lives of my friends, calling themselves the Knights of the Round Table, and fled to my own domain. That makes... So Agravain saying, as I suspected, didn't I, you were never a worthy queen fit for King Arthur, Guinevere, that's what caused Lancelot to kill Agravain, and that makes their fight in the Camelot singularity so much cooler. Because remember, can I pull that up? I'm sure it won't be like too copyrighted, right? If I just show that one scene with the dialogue. Lancelot versus Agravain. That's my favorite part in that whole movie, man. Dude, he fucking shish kebab like 15 knights, dude. That shit's crazy. He's like, yeah, traitor? You're calling me a traitor? That shit's so fucking good. Agravain's sicko mode? Yeah, dude, where's the fucking image of him saying, I hate women? Remember that shit? He was sent to kill Saba, but he started respecting her and became her knight instead. Yeah, they all fucking, dude. Saber's just the ideal king. Favorite line in all of FGO? The fucking I hate women. This shit was so fucking funny. All right, so yeah, that's cool. That gives context for that dialogue there. The queen's humiliation forced me to make one final choice. I cut my blade through many knights, took the lives of my friends called the Knights of the Round Table, and fled to my own domain. The crime of unchastity was treachery, and I have become a traitor who has fallen so far, become a foul beast that cannot even call himself a knight anymore. The man deep inside of my soul cried out that's all fine. This is what I wanted. I have taken the woman I love. King Arthur is a knight who lives up to his ideals. I used to be like that too, but we age. People age. We cannot be everlasting like that king. The time we humans have in order to live up to our ideals is just too short. I am no longer the king. I am no longer the knight the king expected me to be. What I committed with the queen unexpectedly proved that. I even felt relief that the king would know of my disgrace, know of the limits of this man, and punish me for my disloyalty. King Arthur is still female, but is pretending to be male, like throughout her whole life, and that's why she's always got the armor on. She used the armor to like hide her female physique.
And then because the holy blade Excalibur constantly kept her young, people just assumed like she was like a teenage boy, essentially. Yeah, her being female was like kept secret. But the king said she would forgive us. The innocent and pure king said that she would forgive me and the queen. My friend, my pride, oh my ideal knight. If you had seen fit to commit such actions, they must have been sincere causes. I believe in you. When I saw the letter of pardoning having those inscriptions on it, I foresaw the end of my own soul burning down from madness, and that's why he becomes a berserker in Zero, right there. When I saw the letter of pardon having those inscriptions on it, I foresaw the end of my own soul burning down from madness. What is this? Did the king not love Guinevere? No, I am certain she did love her. The king trusted the queen as her wife, as her best friend. The king is giving forgiveness to someone who trampled on that trust and friendship and walked far away, abandoning her? Impossible. This is absolutely absurd. She must have been trying to keep her face. Her responsibilities as a king bound her to forgive me. But my position as a knight, if I rebel, Camelot will really collapse. The king was surely casing her heart in iron and forgiving the traitor that I was, all while holding the utmost grudge. If only that were true. Had she been such a mundane person, then I wouldn't have run away at all. There he is. Despair. Yes, the truth was that I ran away because I was afraid. The king was sincerely giving her forgiveness. She was giving her blessings to the queen and myself, as if she was reassured that there could be no better conclusion, the right ending of all things. She really was a king who only wanted to protect her kingdom. After all, she had been hiding her true nature and continuously killing herself for more than 10 years just to do that, protecting her people. If I were in the same position as the king, would I be able to forgive the traitor who wronged me in such a way? No. Such question in that premise is flawed to begin with. The king is different than us in the premise from the very start. She was not a person, and she was never raised as a person, but still, she tried to live rightly as one, a creature who could not experience the happiness as a person, yet one who loved that happiness of the people. She is truly a monster that far surpasses Vortigern. No wonder they couldn't understand her. Is her way of existence not the hell that is portrayed in the minds of humans for their own convenience? What was it that I had been so angered by? Even now I respect and adore the king, but for a human being, I cannot. I must not accept her way of being. To whitewash it as too powerful, too wonderful to be true would make me no better than the knight who had left the castle. Guinevere, is that what has been tormenting you so much? The horror I felt now growing in my heart will one day become anger, then hate, and compel me to continue cursing the king who will continue to exist in ideals for all eternity. It was a horrid future, but it was a fitting punishment for one like me. The night is long. The sun has yet to rise on the horizon. I gaze at the island, which had become a distant foreign land to me, at the once glamorous chalk castle. Garden of Avalon, Chapter 4, The Voyage Out. The Voyage of Fallen Shadow is the name of the song. Pretty. It was a somber dawn. The sunrise from the harbor was seen somewhat shrouded by clouds, and the sky was still far from clear. All the same, the sunrise on the horizon were reminiscent of golden ears of rice.
Her figure standing on the dock looked even more composed than ever. The harbor was now in an up and down frenzy as a large fleet of ships were preparing to set sail. She and the mage are having one final conversation on the dock, separated from the hustle and bustle of those people in the harbor. And so finally, the expedition to Rome. Are you going to change your mind? Or your policy will remain the same, King Arthur? No change. We will confront them on their land before they come across the sea. First, a blow. Then, we'll make them obey to negotiate. The magus smiled at her confidence as she said that without hesitation, that she would beat them first. He did not laugh out of mockery, but from being delighted. Honestly, as always, you hate to lose, don't you? But you're right. Rome is underestimating Britain nowadays. They think we are exhausted from the war against the Saxons, and they can secretly sneak in the picture. There's nothing pleasurable like slapping a man like that in the face and making him fall on his back. Yes, we also have years of complaints here, so of course we won't be merciful and will blow them far away. After that, while they still don't know what to do, we'll make them sign a peace treaty. That sounds really good. The magus smiled, for he knew that her, or rather King Arthur's intentions would succeed. But your absence is a little worrying. Who are you going to leave this land with? Sir Kay, Mordred, and Sir Gawain, who are still recovering. Sir Lancelot's situation will be explained to everyone after this expedition. Really? It turned out to be like this as I expected. The magus stopped halfway, hesitating to the end. He avoided telling her the real story. It's true the mage did not have eyes that can read the future, but he did have eyes that could perceive the world. He had a clear idea of what was going to happen next. The cause and the effect accumulated so far. Due to the absence of the king on this expedition, there is a high probability of a certain battle taking place. The king would certainly win the battle in Rome. However, after that, when he returns to Britain, the king will be surrounded by the army of her own country. Mordred, the son of Morgan, and the bastard who is also a copy of King Arthur, this knight whose true face is hidden by his helmet, will make his move as soon as King Arthur leaves. Her rebellion is an inevitable fate. But even then, so far so good, there's no problem to be seen yet. No matter when Mordred rises up and rebels, King Arthur can smoothly suppress her and put her down without much trouble. But this is the only time when the promised victory is not in sight. King Arthur, after the glorious feat of her Roman expedition, might lose her life in the worst war of her life, the battle of killing her own compatriots, wherein her countrymen would try to murder one another. The magus didn't tell her that fact. Even though the magus had no humanity, the non-human was worried about the king in his own non-human way. Britain has already reached its limits. To save the country, the king's mission was over. So he thought it was time for her to finally rest. The conversation between the king and the mage continued, though in fewer words. After a few more questions, he said, "This is a country that will be destroyed sooner or later. Even if we hold out for another 100 years, it will not have a significant impact on the history of this island. Or rather, let's say, it has already fallen. So much for Britain. This is the end. What would you do if I started to say that?" In the first person that he had only used in dreams, he declared the cold and ruthless truth, perhaps to see the extent she had foreseen in this outcome. She replied as if she's talking to a decade-old friend, "I'll be more furious at your everyday joke. Britain will not be destroyed. That's why I'm going to do what I can do." With a gentle smile, she said what she had to do. "I've decided to fight, even if I lose everything, even if I become hated by everyone." The magus suddenly remembered the events of the day of selection, that dusk when everyone had left. The young girl standing in front of the sword of the king's made a resolve. This kind of thing, there is no need to ask such questions now. Even so, I will fight. That is the vow of the king. In front of that rock, the wish of the young girl, who was abandoned forever there, was engraved. In exchange for her own fate, that young girl wished for the protection of everyone. Oh. Pain, man. Ah, that seems right. I've become forgetful recently. I cannot joke about humans. Yeah, it was only a short while ago, but it feels like an eternity. I didn't tell you much about Uther. He's a problematic man as the vile King Vortigern himself. Well, I too was just as much a problem when I was amused and agreed to Uther's proposal for fun. But it seemed like a right choice at the time, and in fact, it was the best move I could have made. We've created the ideal king, and I think it worked too. But then things didn't go as expected. Our goal was to make an ideal king. Your goal was the happiness of people. From the start, what we looked at was different. The difference, if only I had noticed it earlier. Merlin? She looks at the mage with eyes brimming with curiosity. Of course, it's only natural. Even though it seems so obvious now, she didn't understand what the mage was trying to tell her. She doesn't even know who is confessing to whom now. It felt very painful for the mage. It doesn't matter. That's all you have to do. The bell of departure rings. The sun rises over the horizon, and the ship prepares to leave and never return. She makes her way to the ship's deck, but the mage stands still. Sorry. I know it's all too sudden, but I will stay here. I made a little mistake. I'm being watched by a vicious fairy with a bad temperament. For the time being, I will have to hide a bit. She shrugged her shoulders and was taken back by the mage's word. After a moment, with a slightly disgusted face, she said, Really? I've told you so many times to avoid your troublesome relationship with women. That's the only thing that won't change about you no matter how many years pass. After all, that's what I live for. What is a life without flowers? Honestly. The mage, who spoke that proudly with a smug face, she smiled very warmly. That's true. The mage had seen her smile countless times. However, she never smiled for her own sake. When this girl watches people feel happy, she wholly smiles from the bottom of her heart. Thank you, Merlin. I am grateful to you. You have been a great mentor to me. The parting words were very simple. She did not know her destiny. Therefore, she thought it was just a farewell to a short separation. The mages felt shy, as if he were troubled by a frankness of the gratitude. It was a compliment that he had heard many times before, but the mage was struck by an emotion he had never dreamed of and choked on his words. He was unable to say goodbye, unable to return the banter with his usual flirty, fluent, and easy manner. I've never been involved with the opposite sex in the way you have been, so I can't really put it into words what this feeling is. For always being here for me, for spending these many years with me, accompanying me, I appreciate you. These times were very valuable to me. Perhaps I might have even fallen in love with you. Without a blush on her cheeks or a maidenly shame, she uttered her misguided thoughts sincerely and wholeheartedly. It was her greatest expression of affection. Of course, it was not love. It was just a misplaced expression of gratitude. The highest form of gratitude she had ever heard of. For someone who had never been allowed to live the life of a person, she had simply replaced the deepest gratitude she had ever had in her field with the misguided words. The last conversation was over. The ship sailed. carrying the king out to the golden sea. The magus confessed to himself as he watches it disappear. I was a creature who loved only beautiful things. An inhumane... Dude, I'm like choking up on my words right now. Oh, it's emotional. Oh. I never really got King Arthur's story because obviously I was missing a lot of context. I never experienced the fate route, so I didn't really understand what, like, the tragedy of King Arthur was. This fucking hurts, man. The ship sailed, carrying the king out to the golden sea. The magus confessed to himself as he watches it disappear. I was a creature who loved only beautiful things. An inhumane being, cold-blooded like an insect, and incapable of feeling even like a non-human. It's not that I'm a human being, but merely look like one. And yet, I fell in love with only one thing, a beautiful heart. The magus cannot understand human love. Artoria, she yet to know human love. Between the two, they talk about love to each other. Is there a limit to irony? No. Isn't that just a natural outcome? After all, the two non-human companions wanted to imitate humans. They were never meant to fit together in the first place. Oh. Here we go. The Day of Kamlan. King Arthur had signed a treaty with Rome and was now sailing back to Britain aboard a ship. 2 ships, hundreds of soldiers had lost their lives in the battle against Rome, but the rewards had been many times greater. The faces of the soldiers on the deck of the ships were all cheerful, optimistic, upbeat, and positive. The conflict with the foreign races that had raged for a long period was finally resolved. For the bad harvest of recent years, people can only hope for the blessings of the heavens. But the conflict between humans is finally over. Soldiers who were really exhausted from their everyday life are now brimming with hope. She stood in front of the helm, watching the soldiers as they set sail, muttering to each other as if they were saying a chant. We will somehow manage a way now. There was a slightly distressed shadow on that face of hers that the soldiers... There was a slightly distressed shadow on that face of hers that the soldiers did not have. Somehow. Yes. At least while I'm still alive. The treaty with Rome can only be fulfilled with the presence of King Arthur. They are not afraid of Britain. They only fear King Arthur. It's a short-lived peace. In reality, it would be meaningless without the value of the island of Britain itself in the treaty. Even so, she swallowed her fears and uneasiness, hoping, if the people who are suffering from poverty can live in peace, then they'd be arriving on the Britain Island soon. She looks up and raises her face to announce this victory to everyone, but notices a strange sight. On the island's shoreline, there was something that should not have been there. Tongues of blaze were rising out of the harbor. A bleeding soldier with a pale face brought the summons. Lord Mordred rebelled! The 7 clans and 8 lords have joined the traitors, and Camelot has fallen! This was the reward she was given for her grand services. Mordred, in King Arthur's absence, took advantage and assembled the rebels. He captured Camelot and positioned himself along the coastline to annihilate the king's army on the way home. This is how it will be told among future generations. The last battle of King Arthur, a battlefield in the twilight where chivalry had blossomed and died, scattered like flowers. The Battle of Kamlan Hill, the gravestone of countless corpses where such brilliance was lost. Mordred's army awaited, encircling in a formation for the arrival of the king's army, who were absolutely exhausted from the Roman expedition. It was only with the help of Gawain and Kay that King Arthur and his companions were able to break through the siege and land. When Gawain heard the news of Mordred's rebellion, he pushed through his wounds and rushed to the battlefield. The king broke through the siege with Gawain's help and survived the absolute crisis thanks to the help of Sir Kay, who appeared out of nowhere with his men to take care of the rear of Mordred's army. Sir Kay was never able to see the king until the end of the battle. King Arthur got a moment and successfully stepped on the land. Many of the lords sided with Mordred, and King Arthur was outnumbered. Pushed into the disadvantage of strength, Gawain was killed in a one-on-one duel with Mordred in the first battle after landing. Mordred had no qualms in proclaiming, "Like King Arthur, I will fight in the battle as long as I am here." But she was wounded in the battle with Gawain and had to command from the rear from the next day's battle. As a result, the battle turned into a war of attrition. The fellow compatriots of Britain continued to shed blood by tearing each other apart for the next 7 days. Or perhaps the Mordred side actually had their own goal. The reason why they sneakily targeted the king's return was to behead the king as quickly as possible and get it done with the least amount of sacrifice. But the battle dragged on and kept going. The war spread throughout the entire island, and the land that had barely survived by far was irreparably wounded. As she continuously retreated and pursued the enemies in a repeat, touring the land set ablaze, she learned the reason for the rebellion. The soldiers who had agreed to stand beneath Mordred's flag of rebellion were not united by their hatred for King Arthur. Never-ending war, barren lands, children dying of hunger. They had endured those for a long time, always complaining that they could no more. I hope you to preserve. I hope you shall endure. That was what she had told the knights. The king was indeed an ideal one. She asked all of us to live rightfully without corruption and cleanly as human beings. If everyone could live rightly without the corruption, then, without a doubt, at the end of it, a prosperous country will rise. However, how much longer? How much longer do we have to endure to receive that reward for our patience? Everyone has already reached their limit. I am the only one who can still bear it. The king was truly the ideal one. However, because she was ideal, she could not measure that weakness of the people. Anyone who could gaze at her objectively at that moment would understand that her heart at that moment was broken. On the 7th day of the war, the fierce conflict between the two armies continued until dusk. Both armies tore each other apart until all that was left were a few lives dimming in the mountain of corpses. In that hill soaked in blood, she recalls the words of a certain knight. The king understands not of human heart. Acknowledging that, just as the knight said, she tries to grasp her spear, trying to put together the shattered pieces of her broken heart. The holy sword had long since lost its radiance. When her heart broke, the star that shone on earth froze. At long last, King Arthur. It's been too long. I've been wandering on the battlefield for a long time to reach this point. There are now only 2 knights left on the battlefield. What was in front of the king was an armor of strange form. The figure of a knight who dragged a sword covered in smokes of boiling blood, Clarent, was the shape of a ghost itself. The ghost who has robbed the country, killed countless soldiers, and hungered for something that was no form nor shapes, finally spoke. How do you like it? This is the end of your country. It's all over. Over! Whether I win or you win, everything has been destroyed. The Knight of Rebellion kept repeating this word in front of the king. Why? Why not give up the throne to me? Why do you not recognize me as a son? Why was I born in this form? Answer me! Why? The king had no words to answer the knight, nor was she under any obligation to answer him. The last remaining knight of Britain crossed blades. The holy spear pierces, burns through the rebel's internal organs, and blows him away. His helmet shatters. The cursed sword of the leader of the rebellion before perishing cut through the king's skull. Taking
1 eye and the rest of her life expectancy. The rebel's body slips from the spear, and she passes away. King Arthur, Artoria, folded her knees and knelt down using the no longer useful holy sword like a staff. She looked out over the corpses of the knights that had become a hill. This is the first time anyone has ever seen her true face, the face probably none desired to see. She wept as she looked down at the ruins of Britain, desperately trying to keep her lips closed, her breathing choked with sorrow as she tries to stop herself from crying. I fought so many wars and stole so many lives, so I would die more miserably than anyone else, so I would die hated by everyone. I clearly accepted all of that, and yet, she cried out, sobbing. Wasn't it only her who was going to perish? Wasn't it supposed to be only the foolish king who was going to die in a foolish death? She complained in a voice that could be scarcely heard by anyone else. Not like this. Not like this. It's not supposed to be like this. What I was chasing was not for this result. Britain would end one day, that I knew, but I believed it would be more peaceful, like falling into a slumber. It was a passion that even the magus could never have imagined, a passion that had been hidden deep in her heart all this time. It is like a sensation of sorrow and anger that will tear apart the chest of anyone who is listening now, a wail worthy of cursing the entire world. That would be a bad move. Don't voice those words. He spread his hands, trying to reach out to her, but it was really too far from there. The hero chosen by the Holy Sword, entrusted with the Holy Spear, and burdened with the future of Britain, declares, "This is different, absolutely wrong. Even if I tolerate my own death, I will never allow the sight of it." The one who heeds the king's wishes in answer to the king, who fell to the ground and still staring at the sky, was not the planet, but the human order. The planet accepts the end of civilization, but the human order, who have now become the planet's spiritual leaders, continues to reject the end of civilization. It is a defensive mechanism for the world of humans, created by the collective unconsciousness of mankind, the sole repository that will forever continue to exist until the end of the human order, summoning countless records and countless powers in order to allow the history of mankind to continue. Simply put, a loan shark without a limit. If they deem a person as someone who can be useful at making human survival continue, they will give that person opportunities without any limit, to enslave them and use their magical abilities as a tool to maintain human history. In the abyss of disappointment, she definitely heard that voice. We will provide you with an opportunity in exchange for the fulfillment of your wish. We would own your mortal life by receiving your soul in the afterlife. She probably could not have been aware of what that meant. Even so, the king relied on that power. If she can avoid this sight of destruction, no matter what price she has to pay, it does not matter. Oh, that's the CE. That's the Hill of Camelon CE. The vicious miracle picked up on her wish. It was a voice from the world. The messenger, fraudulently, deceitfully, and dishonestly, claimed it as a miracle. Time and space got distorted. A bottomless swamp like source gravity grabbed up at her. The king hated the sight of Britain ruined so much that she rejected her own salvation. For the king, from this moment, her request for the Holy Grail began. She had fallen into a pit of an infinite loop of hell, from where there could be no salvation forever.
Chapter 6, and I believe this is the final one. Yep. Name of the song is Drone of Avalon. The familiar chirping of Cathpulug's calling out for him brought the man back to consciousness from his long reverie. Fo! Ah, yes, so it seems. I was locked up, wasn't I? Still seated on the rock, the man gazed around. Gray stone walls surrounding the four sides were solid, but there was no hint of subtlety. Simply put, there is absolutely no sign of beauty in it. It becomes obvious that the weaver who crafted this cage isn't very skilled at delicate work. Good grief, that must be why men get so fed up. I think perseverance is an indispensable virtue for both men and women, really. The man picked up his staff that was slung over his shoulder, knocked the ground with a soft sound. A sound of a faint clunk rang out. In an instant, the bright colors, filled with vividness of a receding waves, changed the look of the stone walls. Deserted earth surfaces turned into a sea of blossoming flowers. Messy stone walls became a wall of black iron, with not even the slightest gap. The structure became more solid and became minaret, and that would not be freed nor destroyed even at the end of the world. There existed no door that can be used as an entrance nor exit. I guess that's about it. I can't say it's a punishment without this level of punishment. The man was originally a creature that supposed to be out of touch with the world, but now he is truly out of touch with everything. It's like a forgotten dream. No one will call on him anymore, and he won't die. Even if this man is treated as a hero by people, he will never be counted, nor be relied upon as a heroic spirit. After all, he is not dead yet, and even at the end, like death from consequences, has parted way from his fate, an absolute requirement for summoning heroic spirits. Whether in the past or the future, only those who have accepted death become the foundation of the human order. That's why that man cannot go anywhere. This mage inadvertently chose to stay here alone, to live and witness his own sins to unfold as he felt at that time. It's for the better, that man thinks. If mixing a dragon with a human is full of sin, then an incubus as the son of a human is also wrong. It is because of that half-assed human side he has become so strange. Only the sinless, they say, but he really wants to complain about a couple things against them. If he had been born just as an incubus, he wouldn't have had such feelings. But you are different. You have to think carefully about these things, and you even have to choose between selfishness and selfish desire. But it wasn't all too bad. Because of his position as a human and his body as a human being, the man was able to have his own sense of value. Since the incubus is a creature that is parasitic to mental activity of the sentient body, it cannot have any sustainable, long-lasting values. The aesthetic sense, sentimentality, and feelings of incubus change with the parasitic brain. So this was an interesting way to live. Half decadence and half longing, the only incubus on this planet who can have a notion of life, work, or concept of vocation. The man seated himself on a rock and peered through a window, gazing at the hill of destruction. The man realizes the exact state she has fallen into. What the king's words evoked is a mechanism called counterforce. Counterforce is something very different from the throne of heroes. It is a defense mechanism born of the collective unconscious of humans to enslave them, in order to keep the human order alive. There are those who think of it as the voice of the Lord, their God. Others feel it is the voice of the world. Either way, the result is the same in both sides. Those who comply with the will of the counterforce will be enslaved and used forever as guardians after death. That's the difference between a hero and a guardian. The difference between a heroic spirit and a guardian. Although they are both spirits of the throne, a heroic spirit is summoned by people's hope, whilst a guardian is summoned by people's despair. The person who becomes a hero because of his own merits and with his own sins is not bound by the counterforce. However, those who were powerless, those who mourned their powerlessness, while they lived and sought more power to surpass what they had, are trapped by the counterforce. Oh, I didn't loop this song. Counterforce offers a contract of equivalence, a contract for a price. A miracle is given to a person who is grieving over his or her helplessness, and that person is temporarily made into a hero. The price is to buy their soul of that false hero after death. In other words, that means completion of a soul that can no longer be saved, even after death. The king is already a hero and has proven herself as one for a long time. Thus, she was always beyond the reach of the hands of the counterforce. That, as long as she accepts her death and takes her hands off the sword. But she made a wish. She wished for Britain's salvation. No, rather the salvation of the people lost. And that was the result. The king stopped still in the hill of Camelon. She was summoned to every age in all eras from the abyss of death, pursuing the Holy Grail countless times. Strange as it seems, she is now a living, breathing, heroic spirit. It is not that she obtains the Holy Grail by just becoming a heroic spirit, but in order to obtain the Holy Grail, only in response to the voice of the counterforce, that she didn't need to. She was turned into a heroic spirit. Once she obtains the Holy Grail, the contract will be completed. After her death, she will continue to fight as a guardian. The man thought, even if that's the case, then so be it. I can't help it. After all, this is her life. The role of a guardian may be suitable for her too. However, there was only one thing he could not accept. That girl wished for the Grail, even without giving second thoughts. He does not need to guess what the girl would want. One day, she will definitely get her hands on it and wish to redo the day of selection. That would be a denial of her own existence, a contract that would erase all the battles, pains, and sufferings she has gone through so far. Something that would pretend the days that girl Artoria fought for did not happen, and pretend that girl who is grieving now never existed. This is the only wish that even the non-human magus can tell is mistaken. I'm sitting on a rock, looking out the window. I have no fingers to stretch there, nor any hands to reach there, so I just stare at that hill of destruction. Will King Arthur follow the path of the Guardian? Will she be a slave even after her death? Will she sacrifice only herself and fight repeatedly the battle that will keep killing herself? Is such an ending the only one she can be given? When I realized it, I found myself concentrating my whole body and looking at her without moving a muscle. I knew what she was capable of. No matter what happens, she will definitely get her hands on a Holy Grail. Once she obtains that chalice, her wish will come true. I didn't realize until now how painful it was to wait for an inescapable future without salvation. Time does not exist in the flower garden, but now it seems as if that had stopped. Every second feels like an unbearable eternity. Each second feels like a moment from where I want to turn my eyes away. And then, after a long, really long time, the girl took her hand off of the holy sword. She did not surrender her own mortal life, and no longer did she despise her own life. With a peaceful, gentle smile, she accepted that foolish ending. Yes, sir. I feel so happy that I stand up in joy. The familiar at my feet rushes all over me. Beautiful! What a miracle this is! What is going on in this world? I never thought it would end like this! I could not know what happened, but the story finally came to an end. After a long search for the Holy Grail, she was satisfied with her fate. She did not drop out because she was tired of fighting, nor did she give up. Oh, that's Unlimited Blade Works.
So Merlin literally watched all of the... Holy shit. That's why he was saying it took so long, or it felt like an eternity. Merlin watched all of her summonings, every single one of them, and finally experienced the Unlimited Blade Works ending. And he says, beautiful, what a miracle this is. What is going on in this world? I never thought it would end like this. I could not know what happened, but the story finally comes to an end. After a long search for the Holy Grail, she was finally satisfied with her fate. That's UBW. That's why this came out with UBW. That makes sense. She did not drop out because she was tired of fighting, nor did she give up. The curse of the Counterforce would not go away like that. She undoubtedly got her hands on the Grail and then rejected it out of her own free will. Looking back, it was a long journey. Choices were made, mistakes were made, and we never got to where we wanted to be. The maiden's struggle will soon be forgotten. This country will also become a relic of the past. Even so, the battle was meaningful and worth it. No matter what anyone says, or who says it, the king chose the best path. Even if it was destroyed, there's no mistake in this ending. Her life had been something to be proud of, a life worth boasting about. If she had accepted that in the end, there is no more need for me to leave. What you dreamed of setting out to do, the things you left behind, things that you gave me, all of them are my reward. More than enough to decorate this little garden of mine with many colors for a mage whose time is over. Well, I have to admit that I'm pretty sad that I'm the only non-human left all alone now. I was really shocked that the stubborn girl would admit defeat. She must have had a very strange encounter. I can't tell which era it was after all. All I can see is the present. If I could see the future, at least I could rejoice in the outcome. The man stretches his back and then sits down on the rock. As one last attachment, the magus remembered the words of parting. Thank you, Merlin. I am grateful to you. You've been a great mentor to me. At that time, I was shying like an embarrassed child. Not out of joy, but it was just so painful that I could only smile like that. The words of gratitude that I was so used to hearing so many times as a sage turned out to be a heart-wrenching arrow to the chest. Is that encounter the Banquet of the Kings? No, I don't think they covered that at all on this. Merlin watched all of her summonings, though, until she finally accepted her fate. She finally accepted her own ending, and I believe that's Unlimited Blade Works is what was referencing. It was either that or by the time, because just because she accepted her ending doesn't mean she's going to stop getting summoned because she made a contract with the Counterforce. That's not how it works. That's the whole reason why Emiya was trying to kill himself, right? Was trying to kill his younger self to... He wasn't even sure if that was going to get rid of his own existence. He just thought it was worth a try. The words of gratitude that I was so used to hearing so many times as a sage turned out to be a heart-wrenching arrow through my chest. That was a truly troublesome time for me. I didn't know where there would be times when such insignificant words could sound so painful. That, too, was a repercussion of my deeds. The magus shrugs his shoulders in agreement. I've already seen what I needed to see. No, I've seen more than enough. Something much more beautiful. It is time to put an end to wandering around the human world like a rootless weed. The man was given a small, palm-sized piece of land. Most distant prison in the world, closed in that far corner of the world. However, an unchanging garden of memories that blooms more flowers than anywhere, like no other place in the outside world. Garden of Avalon, the garden of paradise. A man who has forgotten death awaits until the end of the star. And by star they mean planet. There it is. Wow, that's pretty. Come on, run along now, Cathpulug. I'll be fine here. You are free to go. Go and make contact with that witch. With that which is truly beautiful. Oh! And Cathpulug's words to Mash were, thank you, Mash Kirillite. I definitely experienced beautiful things. Congratulations, humanity. You have defeated Beast 4 without so much as a single blow. Come on, run along now, Cathpulug. I'll be fine here. You are free to go. Go and make contact with that which is truly beautiful. And he finds us in FGO. Without any deep feelings, the mage let his last roommate go through the window. Literally kicks him out the window, which is why Foe hates Merlin. He was not a human, thus he did not consider this way of being by himself to be lonely. If he ran out of things to do, he would always talk about the beautiful painting. Fortunately for him, there are fairies outside the tower, so he doesn't have to worry about any shortage of listeners. The magus would never be bored of gazing out the single window through which he could see the world, and thus the story of the king became one to be told even throughout the far corners of the paradise. Oh my god, they even have a comic for it. Run along now, Cathpulug. I will be fine here. You are free to go. Go and make contact with that which is truly beautiful. Look at poor Foe. Foe! If you have got the end of the Fate route at least once and are familiar with the story and journey of Artoria's Grail quest, you could very well continue, or else be wary of spoilers. Ooh. Should I continue, chat? I've never read the Fate route, but I'm probably never going to read or experience the Fate route unless it gets some kind of remake. I'm probably not experiencing the old ones. Yeah, I'm gonna continue because I've never experienced the Fate route, but unless they remake Fate Stay Night, or at least put out like an official English translation, or Ufotable finally does, I'm coping, but Ufotable, please do a Fate route, man. All right, let's continue and see what this is. Garden of Avalon, the continuation of the dream. Story of the Knights, Sir Bedivere. Oh! The war was over. Her final battlefield, the war that had split her country in two, lowered its curtain with the king's victory. The night runs, the battle is over. The evening sun, red like blood, has sunk down, and now the dark of night rules the battlefield. The hill buried in corpses is filled with curses, and they howl their resentment, trying to take the survivors with them. In the midst of that, the knight runs, panting. A bridle is held in his hands, and a wounded white horse earnestly follows him. The survivors are the knights and the white horse, and the lone knight lying face down on the horseback. Majesty, King Arthur, this way! He is probably wounded himself, but the knight runs across the field as fast as he can. The king that he serves is gripped in the clutches of death, although he had vanquished the enemy king. In the conclusion of their duel, the king himself had taken a fatal wound. That wound was hopeless, even to the knight's eyes. The king that had served will greet death before long. Please, stay awake. If we can reach that forest, surely, he desperately calls out. Or perhaps the knights might have thought it would be true, that their king was immortal, that as long as he had the guidance of the holy sword, their king would never truly fall. Panting, climbing over the hill of corpses, the knight aims for the forest, unsoaked in blood. He knew of the king's deathlessness.
And so he believed that if they could leave this cursed battlefield and reach a pure place, perhaps the king's wounds would heal. No, he could not but believe that. Unlike the other knights, he believed in his king. Isolated at court, shunned by the knights, feared by the people, he had even felt pride in the young king, who was always the ideal, who even in that predicament never showed any personal feeling. He hadn't served the country because it was the king who asked. He had entrusted him his sword, strove to be his strength, and risen to the king's guard despite his young age. The masked king who never showed his true face. Oh, here's the moment from Camelot Singularity. The boy who never spoke his own personal feelings, who strove always to be fair, impartial, and selfless. He had hoped that perhaps if he got close to him, that he would be able to see the king's true face. All he had wanted to see was the king's real face, not the face he showed the castle or the battlefield. He had wanted to see his true face, smiling as a person. At court, when the king was released from his duties, surely he would show it. Even the most perfect king cannot steel himself from morning until night, but that idea had been wrong. What he had learned was the truth, opposite his expectation. Trusted to be one of the king's guards, he came to guard the king closely, standing by, closer than any of the other knights. He continued to watch the king's behavior, and yet, not even once had the king... Not even once had he seen the king smile for his sake. Just when was it that made him angry? The king who had accompanied such great deeds, who should have sat in the midst of glory, in truth had never once shown a peaceful expression. He couldn't forgive that. He had wanted to believe that it couldn't be so. And so he had wished that one day light would be rewarded to the king's soul that had yet to be accomplished. The king was still alone, and so the knight continued to reject the king's death. He cannot let it end here, that with this, there will be far too little rewards for such a great king. Majesty, please, stay here for now. I will go and call the soldiers. In the forest they reach, the knight leans the king against a tree. It is a race against time. No matter how hard he pushes the horse, it is still half a day away to the port where they left their army. Whether the king's life will last until dawn, he can only at glance by anyone's eyes. Please, have patience until then. I swear I will return with more soldiers. Bowing to the already unconscious king, the knight returns to the horse. Bedivere. Before that, the king, who should have been unconscious, spoke the knight's name. Majesty, you're awake. Yes, I dreamt a while. Here's the moment. A faint voice, but to the knight, that voice sounded incredibly warm. Dreamt, you say? He calls out questioningly. The king's consciousness is faint. If he doesn't reply like this, no doubt he will slip back into the darkness. Yes, I've not had many dreams. It was a valuable experience. Then please pay no mind to me and rest. While you do, I will go and call the soldiers. The sense of a grasp, as though there was something surprising about the knight's words. Majesty? Have I done something to offend you? No, I was surprised at your words. Is a dream something you can see even after you awaken? Not a different dream. If you close your eyes, will the same thing appear again? This time, it was the knight's turn to be surprised. After his words caught in his throat, even as he knew it was a lie, he replied, Yes, if you think on it strongly, I'm sure that you can continue to see the same dream. I've had such an experience myself. There is no such thing. In the first place, a dream is something you can only see once, not something that can continue. Even so, he lied, and apologized that this was the first and last time he would ever lie to his king. I see. You are learned, aren't you, Bedivere? The king whispered, as though in admiration. Head hung low. He didn't even look up at the knight. The king, breathing so faintly that he no longer even knew what he was doing, quietly. Bedivere, take my sword. In a hoarse voice, he gave his last command. Listen, you will leave the forest and cross over that blood-soaked hill. Beyond it, there is a deep lake. There, cast in my sword. Majesty, that's... The knight knows just what that means. The sword of the lake. To relinquish the sword that was the proof of kingship, that had protected the king until now, would mean the end of the king that he has served. Go. When you have done it, I want you to return there. Return here and tell me what you have seen. The king's words don't change. The knight took the holy sword in hand, and unable to cut through his doubts, he crossed over the hill. Wait, did this happen in the Fate route then? Oh, okay, so it wasn't Unlimited Blade Works then, where Artoria accepted her fate. It was, it must have been the Fate route then, huh? So at the end of the Fate route, this scene probably plays out, I'd imagine. Because Artoria should have died there and become a heroic spirit, but because she accepted her fate, maybe this is supposed to be like the true death, I imagine. And so, the knight crossed over 3 times, and each time hesitated to return the sword. There was certainly a lake, but he was unable to cast the sword into it. If he casts the sword away, the king will die. Holding his king dear, and unable to discard the sword, he returned on his heel, and returned to the king's side. The king repeated to the knight lying, that he had thrown away the sword. He replied only, "Obey my command." To disobey the king's command was, to the knight, the same as a mortal sin. Even so, twice he crossed over that hill and disobeyed that order. Each time he faced the lake, he held the king's life too dear. But that came to an end. The knight, realizing that there was no longer any changing the king's will, on the 3rd time he cast the sword into the lake. The holy sword returned to the lake. A white arm appeared from the surface of the water and caught the sword, and after it was twirled 3 times toward the sky, the sword vanished from the world. And so, the knight accepted it. The king's end. And such a long duty would end here like this. When he crossed back over that hill for the 3rd time, the forest was lit by the morning sun. The remains of the battle are far away. There's no sign of the blood-soaked battle, and amidst the pure and light morning mist, I have cast the sword into the lake. The sword was certainly claimed by the Lady of the Lake. At the knight's words, the king opened his eyes. I see. Then you shall be proud. You have obeyed your king's command. At that voice welcoming death, the knight quietly nodded. Everything has ended. From here, the unrest plaguing their country will no doubt continue. The war is not yet over, and before long, the day of ruin will come. But the king's battle ends with this. She fulfilled her duty to the very end. The light disappears. With everything finished, perhaps she lost the last of her strength that remained in her. I'm sorry, Bedivere. This sleep will be a little long. As though she were slowly falling asleep, she closed her eyes. The rays of the dawn light spill onto her. The forest stood quietly, and his king fell into sleep. The knight watches over her, the sight of the king he had longed to see. The lonely king, attended by a single knight. But her face was what he had wished for, a peaceful sleep. At her end, the king gained a peace she had never known before now. That made him happy with all of his heart. Thanking whomever it was who had given her that peace, the knight proudly stood guard over her. Heaven is distant, and the clearing sky is blue. With this, the battle is truly over. Do you see it, King Arthur? His whisper's words ride the wind. And the king fallen into sleep, as though sinking into an endless blue. The continuation of your dream. Saw a distant, distant dream. The battle is over. Let us put our swords down and rest in the momentary peace. After dozing in a warm dream, a new day will dawn. The days continue on, and we are still following the same star we once saw. Finn. End. That's it. That's all of it. Oh, pain, bruh. How long was that? Almost 6 hours, man. Oh, well, we did it in less than 6 hours at least. Wow, I am ready. I am psyched for fucking LB6 now, man. Dude, I was tearing up. I was about ready to fucking start bawling when Merlin was saying goodbye to her and when he knew what was coming. Oh my god, I was choking on my fucking tears. Was it this shit? Yeah, it was this when they're on the dock before she goes to Rome. Oh my god, dude, I was choking back my tears there. Sell it into an audiobook? Well, it'll definitely go up on YouTube. I'll probably just include them both in the same video. Should I split them up into reading notes and... No, I'll just make it one video. Since they're both pretty big. Since both this... Since both Garden of Avalon and Notes are pretty big parts of the Nasuverse, I'll just include them in one video for people who are interested in both of them. I'm always interested in anything Merlin has to say. He is an interesting character, that's for sure. We didn't get anything about the dick though, bro. We didn't get the lore for how Mordrin was born. Damn it. How's the dick wizard work? There wasn't any Mordred lore? No, just the ending. Just the actual rebellion. 200 pages and no dick? Yeah, what the frick? Damn. Yeah. It must be somewhere else because it's out there somewhere. It's canon. Wasted novel, 0 out of 10. All right. Well, that's gonna have to do it, chat. It's 1 p.m. I'm gonna sleep for a few hours and then I'm waking up. I got plans to hang out with a buddy later tonight, so I'm gonna be doing that. I did not think this was gonna go for 6 hours, goddamn. But that's gonna have to do it for the stream. Thanks for hanging, everyone. I was kind of worried that because we're not in the fake Grand Order section, I wasn't gonna have many viewers this stream. But y'all came out and I appreciate it. All right. Let's go raid Saito. They're doing some rolls, and I will catch you all in the next stream. All right. Peace, everyone.